12 years ago, gateways to another world known as dungeons suddenly appeared across the globe. At the same time, a small portion of humanity awakened to a mysterious force called skills. Only 1% of the population possessed them, each with measurable attributes: strength 550, energy 320, attack 250, defense 190, endurance 178, and agility 215. In the aftermath of these cataclysmic events, an organization was swiftly established for those who wished to challenge these dungeons. It became known as the Adventurers Guild. Now, in present-day Tokyo, Sake Iori stood before a skill assessment device. Possessing a skill was essential to survive the brutal depths of any dungeon. His status was displayed clearly: Level 1. Strength, 50. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Endurance, 10. Agility, 10. Skill, none. No one in their right mind would attempt to become an adventurer without at least one skill. The receptionist at the counter hesitated, asking cautiously, "Are you sure you want to become an adventurer?" Sake smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, I do. Please register me. It seems insanity suits me just fine." The receptionist gave a resigned smile and complied with his request. "All right," she said, turning to a man nearby. "Can I leave these two with you, Fukumoto-san?" Adventurers were ranked from F to S. The so-called average rank, C, was where most veterans could be found. Fukumoto returned a confident grin. "Sure thing. I will take them from here. I am a C rank adventurer." As they walked along the street, a young woman named Amami turned to Sake with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "You do not have any skills either, do you, Sake-san? Maybe it is a weird question, but why do you want to become an adventurer?" Sake paused for a moment before replying. "Adventurers make a lot of money, do not they? I want to chase my dreams too, even if I do not have any skills." Then, turning the question back to her, he asked, "Do you really want to be an adventurer without a single skill?" Amami smiled gently. "I do." Sake nodded approvingly, his gaze settling on her. "I am looking forward to working with you. I did not think there'd be anyone else crazy enough to do this." At that moment, Fukumoto butted in. Hey, two talentless idiots trying to be adventurers, huh?" His tone was dripping with arrogance. "That is suicide. Let me teach you newbies how things actually work around here. When you defeat monsters inside a dungeon, they drop magic stones and various items. Magic stones are valuable, even a low-grade one can sell for 10,000 yen. Sake fell silent, his gaze lowering to the ground. "And I have my own reason to make as much money as I possibly can." He used to work as a traffic controller. After long, exhausting shifts, he would come home to find his little sister, Kotoha, waiting for him with a bright smile. "I live with my younger sister. She is 15 years younger than me. Our parents disappeared years ago, so I have been paying for her tuition. We do not have much, but I have been happy." Then one day, everything changed. Like every evening, Sake called out as he stepped inside, "I am home." But the house was unusually dark. "Kotoha," he reached for the doorknob. "Are you asleep?" The moment he opened the door, the sight before him made his blood run cold. Kotoha lay motionless on the floor. "Kotoha." The shrill sound of ambulance sirens pierced the night. Doctors later delivered the devastating news. His sister had awakened a skill and it was slowly consuming her body. The condition was known as skill rejection syndrome, a rare and poorly understood illness. Hers was the first recorded case in Japan. The only known treatment was a cutting-edge procedure available in the United States. Sake clenched his fists as the doctor spoke. "That can't be. Treatment in America costs a fortune, does not it?" The doctor hesitated before answering gravely. "The procedure is estimated at around 500 million yen. The weight of that number crushed him. His thoughts returned to the present when Amami's voice broke the silence. "I get it now, adventurers are dream chasers. You are really that desperate to reach yours, are not you?" Sake forced a small smile. "You are right." They approached a large building in the distance. Inside, the atmosphere glowed faintly blue. Fukumoto laughed crudely. "Gu, ha ha," he gestured toward them. "Are those the newbies you mentioned earlier?" Another adventurer, Yamada, smirked mockingly. "Can't believe they are that useless. Amami simply smiled without replying. People often look down on those without skills, branding them as talentless. It was proof of how deeply society valued power. Sake glanced at the girl beside him as a hand extended toward them. Yamada's voice carried a thin veneer of sarcasm. Nice to meet you, losers. You will learn a lot by watching how your seniors fight and move. Amami remained polite. Nice to meet you too. Sake bowed slightly. Glad to meet you. Soon after, Fukumoto's team began moving. All right, let us head into a proper dungeon next. I will explain everything on the way. Amami hurried after them, flustered. Wait for me. Sake stayed silent, observing carefully. He would have preferred a full explanation first, but for now, he closed his eyes and followed the group toward the massive dungeon gate ahead. Sake muttered under his breath, staring at the reflection flickering across the system panel. If that is true, then what exactly am I looking at? His current stats appeared before him. Name, Sake Iori. Strength, 50. Mana, 50. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Endurance, 10. Agility, 10. Skill, Seal Break. At the guild, his profile had listed no skill. Naturally, because Seal Break was a hidden ability. Its function was deceptively simple. The description appeared in glowing letters before him. Seal Break allows the user to access the spells of their previous life in exchange for skill points. Spells acquired in this way can be used without consuming mana. A plan formed in his mind almost instantly. So, I will level up, earn skill points, and then use those points to reclaim the spells I once wielded in my past life, he reasoned silently. His eyes hardened with realization. In other words, I have been reincarnated. His gaze sharpened as fragments of memory surfaced, flashes of a man standing tall against monstrous foes, wielding overwhelming magic, cutting them down one by one. In that past life, Sake had been unmatched. Back then, I was known as the Lone Assassin, a master of spellcraft. But even at the height of my power, I never felt truly fulfilled. Kotoha. Even all the power I had in that life combined could never compare to you. 500 million yen, an amount no ordinary person could earn in a lifetime, even working themselves to death. That is why I became an adventurer, to make money, as fast as humanly possible. But earning 500 million yen quickly would be difficult even for an S-rank adventurer. Still, with Seal Break, I can do it. I will make enough to pay for your treatment, Kotoha. So hang on, okay. A shout snapped him back to reality. Doria, someone called, signaling an attack. Fukumoto charged forward, serving as the front-line fighter, while Yamada took up the role of tank, blocking hits for the party. Hasegawa stood behind, chanting spells to hinder enemies. Their coordination looked effortless, almost rehearsed. This is an E-rank dungeon, one of them commented with a smug grin. Of course it is. Look closely. Do you think you could even handle it? This is the strength of a C-rank adventurer. Amami nodded with excitement. We will definitely do our best, she said, then turned to Sake. You look kind of disappointed, Sake. Something wrong, he replied coolly. Do not worry about me. More importantly, you seem to be enjoying yourself, Miss Amami. His eyes flicked toward the 3 C-rank adventurers ahead. Just as I thought, he mused. They do not plan to teach us anything. This feels more like a show of dominance than guidance. Amami, unlike him, remained optimistic. Becoming an adventurer has always been my dream, she said, her voice bright. I can't believe I get to see real adventurers up close like this. Sake offered a faint, understanding smile. I see. Then make sure you watch carefully and learn as much as you can. I will, she replied with genuine enthusiasm. Suddenly, something green streaked across Yamada's field of vision, a creature lunging straight toward Amami and Sake. Run, one of the adventurers shouted. The monster's jaws gaped wide, ready to devour. Amami froze, terror rooting her to the spot. A thunderous crash rang out. She opened her eyes slowly, only to find the creature crushed beneath a massive fallen pillar. Huh. Fukumoto's voice echoed from across the chamber. Hey, you two okay? Amami nodded shakily. I guess we just got lucky. That pillar collapsed at the perfect moment. What a relief, huh, Sake? He raised his sword, replying curtly, yeah. Helping her to her feet, he repeated quietly, almost to himself, "Yeah." Before long, the group reached the deepest part of the dungeon. "All right," Fukumoto announced, smirking, "next up the dungeon bot." He pushed open the massive door, motioning for the others to follow. Everyone readied themselves, including Amami and Sake. The chamber beyond was vast, echoing with a heavy silence. Then a strange, disembodied voice resounded. Condition 1: reach the bot chamber without sustaining injury, fulfilled. Yamada and Hasegawa exchanged confused glances. Huh, what is that voice? Saki's instincts screamed at him something's wrong. Condition 2: bring in 2 new adventurers, fulfilled, the voice continued. Fukumoto grinned eagerly. Wait, really, are we about to get treasure? But the voice spoke again, this time with an eerie finality. Condition 3: bring in individuals without awakened skills, fulfilled. All conditions met. A hidden bot will now appear. The words had barely finished echoing when the air in the chamber distorted violently. Fukumoto froze, eyes widening as a massive shadow took form before them. Wah, what the hell? 2 enormous horns jutted from the creature's head. The Minotaur emerged, towering over them, its eyes glowing red. Behind them, the exit door slammed shut and sealed itself with a glowing barrier trapping everyone inside. The party members fled half-dead, muttering, "No way." Sake glanced at the beast and did a quick mental tally. That means our escape route is cut off. Amami panicked and grabbed at him. Sake, can they even beat that thing? He murmured back words he barely trusted himself to say. We have to trust the seniors. No sooner had he spoken than Yamada took a blow from the Minotaur. His shield cracked with a deaf crack, and Yamada went flying. Hasegawa and Fukumoto screamed, "Yamada," and rushed forward. Sake kept calculating inwardly. This is bad. Fukumoto's follow-up strike was effortlessly blocked. The man's eyes went wide with shock. Sake thought, if they go all out like that, the power gap will be obvious immediately. They will be crushed on the counter. Sake-san, Amami shouted in terror. He moved while thinking, I do not know if this will work, but I have to try. The Minotaur shoved Fukumoto aside. The man grimaced and cursed, damn it, we did our best. Sorry, Yamada. I can't avenge you. At that moment, Sake surged forward with his sword and took a hit meant for Fukumoto. The man stared, stunned. Sake and the Minotaur roared, and miraculously Sake forced the beast back. Fukumoto stammered, "You," but Sake cut him off bluntly. "Fukumoto-san, I have a plan to take it down. Do exactly as I say. First technique, seal-breaking power. The reason I would been sealed was that all the spells from my previous life had been locked away. In return, I could cast magic without needing inner strength. Although the flow of mana inside me remained intact, no matter how many times I tried I could not invoke any of the spells. Once I broke free from that seal, I could even become stronger than in my last life." Sake announced loudly, "Fukumoto-san, I have got a way to take that thing down, so do exactly as I say." Fukumoto shot back skeptically, "This method of yours? Are you actually incompetent or what?" he demanded. "Have you been lying to us all this time?" But Sake cut him off, "We will talk about that later." His gaze fixed on the Minotaur before them. "Right now, killing that monster has to be our top priority, right? Can you buy me some time? Just a little?" Hearing that, Fukumoto relented, "I understand. I will do what I can." Sake smiled in satisfaction. "Thank you so much." The Minotaur launched another attack, only to be intercepted by a fire-based spell. Everyone turned toward the caster, and someone called out praise. "Hasegawa, nice job." He cursed furiously as he did. "You damn stepping creature, how dare you try to kill us," while Hasegawa kept the beast occupied. Fukumoto moved with him and asked Sake about the plan. "Hey, how much time do you need?" Sake calculated, "About 5. No, 3 minutes, if you can. I would fought a Minotaur in my previous life too." Fukumoto scoffed and spat a curse, 3 damn minutes, I will die to give you that long. They are way stronger than normal dungeon monsters. If we just slug it out face to face, we will all be exhausted." Sake approached Amami, and she asked anxiously, "Sake, are you okay? Also, did you really block that creature's attack?" He answered calmly, "I am fine. But I have a way to take it down." Then he asked directly, "More importantly, Amami-san, could you help me with something? Amami was stunned. Me? Sake nodded affirmatively. She panicked and refused at first. No way, I can't do anything to attack that monster. That is when Sake probed. Is not becoming an adventurer what you have always wanted? She avoided his gaze and stammered, That is, Sake pleaded earnestly. I need your help to defeat that minotaur, Amami-san. Please help me. After a moment's thought she steeled herself and agreed, all right. What do I need to do? Sake began to move and explained, I do not have time to explain properly. Just stay still for a moment. Quickly, he positioned himself behind her. Saki's eyes flashed red. One hand rose as he tried to reassure her, please forgive me. With a swift motion he swept his hand down. Amami blushed and cried out when Saki's hand slipped into her clothes. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Saki's hand touched her back. His expression was oddly solemn. Looks like I am being perverted, does not it? But this is my secret plan. The Minotaur was extremely vulnerable to magical attacks, but Hasegawa's spells could not affect it strongly. His skill was still too weak, so his attacks lacked power. The two men panted in front of the beast. Damn, it did not even get a scratch. To fell it, they needed to hit it with a powerful spell. On the other side, Sake kept sensing Amami's mana. Right now I can't use my own spells because of the seal-breaking restriction, so I need Amami-san's magic. It is pretty simple. I will manipulate the flow of Amami-san's mana and then apply a few adjustments so she can actually cast a spell. He closed his eyes in deep thought. Though the act still looked like some kind of harassment, Amami, blushing furiously, endured it. A moment later, she squirmed and pulled away, exclaiming, Sake-san, could you please let go already? But soon after, she froze, startled. Huh, what is this? As she spoke, she felt a flow of magical energy surging within her. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, wait. What did you just do to me? Sake calmly explained, in simple terms, I made a few adjustments to help you use magic. Amami's face twisted in disbelief. Magic, but I do not have any experience at all, Sake replied evenly, that is fine. You have potential, Amami-san. I can't use magic myself right now for certain reasons, you already know that. So I am counting on you. Hearing such heavy words, Amami stammered, see, counting on me. Another blast of magic hit the Minotaur, but it did not even flinch. Instead, the beast swung its massive weapon, striking Fukumoto with brutal force. His body slammed into the wall, and blood splattered from his mouth. Hasegawa roared in fury, you bastard, only to be knocked out cold the next instant. Struggling to stand, Fukumoto shouted hoarsely towards Sake, hey, newbie, hurry the hell up, at this rate, we are dead. Amami's voice trembled as her eyes welled up with tears. Sake, we are the only ones left to face the Minotaur. Sake finally spoke, his tone calm and focused. Stay calm. Just repeat after me, it will work. The language is not familiar to you, so it might be a little tricky, but I have simplified it. He instructed carefully, now, focus and listen. Amami furrowed her brow and nodded. All right. She closed her eyes, concentrating, and soon, she was able to manipulate her magic flow. Sake could not help but marvel inwardly. She has no combat experience at all, yet she can focus like this in such a life-threatening situation. Remarkable. While Fukumoto gasped for breath, he still raised his sword to stand against the towering Minotaur. Meanwhile, Sake guided Amami, taking both her hands and directing them toward the creature. She followed his movements without hesitation. Okay. Saki's gaze hardened, locking onto the enemy. Now go, he commanded. Amami listened intently. Crimson Lotus Fireball, she recited, then mimicked the casting motion Sake had taught her. A ball of blazing energy formed instantly, its heat warping the air around them. Amami's eyes widened in awe, while Sake remained composed. She released the spell, launching it straight at the Minotaur. The explosion was overwhelming, engulfing the area in fire and light until nothing remained but scorched air. When the flames faded, the Minotaur was nothing more than a blackened husk. Amami gazed at the result of her magic, exhilarated. Amazing, so this is your power? Sake smiled faintly. No, that was not me. That was all you, Amami-san. She blushed, lowering her eyes slightly. Thank you, she murmured softly. A system notification echoed, "You have obtained the Minotaur's axe." Item name, Minotaur's axe rank B, two-handed weapon. Effect, attack plus 100. Bleed inflicts a bleeding status on the target for a set duration, dealing 3% of the target's max HP as damage every 5 seconds. Before them stood the dungeon core, a blood-red crystal glowing with vibrant light. Another message appeared before Saki's eyes, level up, title acquired, reincarnated archmage. His updated stats followed. Status name, Sake Iori. Title, reincarnated archmage. Level, 10. HP, 150. MP, 150. Attack, 42. Defense, 35. Endurance, 34. Agility, 37. Skill, Seal Breaker. After defeating the Minotaur, we left the dungeon and immediately called for medical support. Fortunately, the three of them were stabilized, though their injuries were quite severe. I had no excuse for letting Fukumoto-san and his companions enter that place in the first place. Deep within the dungeon lay its core, a glowing stone that served as the heart of the structure. Destroying that core would cause the entire dungeon to collapse. Normally, one would only do so after conquering the dungeon completely. But in certain cases, such as when a dungeon was artificially created for adventurer training, people usually left the core untouched. Sake reached out and brushed his hand against the core, murmuring thoughtfully, "It looks like some kind of technological artifact from that world. But I suppose that does not really matter anymore." We soon returned to the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Right now, we had handed over our guild cards and were waiting for the staff to analyze the combat data. Each guild card automatically recorded the monsters defeated by its holder, mainly to ensure fair distribution of rewards. A voice called out, "Sake-san, Amami-san, thank you for waiting." The man introduced himself politely, "I am Hamada, from the guild's General Affairs Department. Please accept your cards back." As he handed them over, he continued, "Now, regarding that sub-bot you encountered, we would like to ask you a few questions about it." Sake gave a polite nod. "Nice to meet you. I am Sake." Amami added courteously, "I am Amami." Hamada gestured for them to begin, while Sake inspected the card in his hand. "All right, shall we get started?" He glanced at Amami, a hint of unease in his voice. "Amami, you will keep your promise, right? I might have gone a bit too far back there." He lowered his tone slightly. "I need you to keep it a secret that I can use magic." Amami froze for a moment, confused. "Huh, but why?" Sake explained patiently, "Because it would be a hassle. People start poking around, asking questions, and I do not have time for that. I need to make money as quickly as possible." Hearing the seriousness in his tone, Amami nodded in understanding. "So you want to keep things quiet? Got it, I won't tell anyone." "Thanks," Sake said with a small smile. Then, almost shyly, Amami spoke again. "I am really sorry to ask this, but would you consider taking me as your apprentice?" Her sudden request caught Sake off guard. He fell silent for a few seconds before answering, "I can't." Amami lowered her head, forcing a faint smile. I figured as much." Sake elaborated, "It is not because I overthought it or anything. It is just based on how you reacted before. I do not think you are suited to being an adventurer, Amami-san. I do not want to teach you recklessly and end up getting you killed." Amami took his words with surprising grace. "You are right. I am not suited for this. It is a shame. But I think you are right." Her lips curved into a small, uneasy smile as she looked at him. Sake thought quietly to himself, "It seems I will have to start planning what to do next." Meanwhile, Hamada listened attentively, summarizing, "I see. So Fukumoto's party was on the verge of death, and Amami-san gathered all her strength for a final attack to defeat the Minotaur. That is what you are saying, correct?" Amami nodded vigorously, while Sake added smoothly, "Yes. We did not have much skill to begin with, after all." Hamada continued, "When Fukumoto-san's group was fighting, what were you doing, Amami-san?" She stammered nervously, I was just watching from the side. And when the Minotaur was almost dead, Sake-san and I finished it off together." Sake quickly reinforced her story. "As you can see, we just did what we could." Hamada smiled slightly. So, both of you delivered the finishing blow and that is why the system registered you, Amami-san, as the one who landed the last hit. Is that correct? Yes, she answered softly. I see, Hamada said, reaching into his coat pocket. Now I understand how the two of you without any notable skills managed to defeat a Minotaur. Thank you for your cooperation. He handed them each an envelope. As for this, it is your reward for slaying the Minotaur. Both of them bowed their heads in unison. Thank you very much. Sake pondered as he examined the envelope in his hands. I wonder how much it is. Maybe around 20,000 yen, but the number staring back at him was 250,000 yen. His eyes widened slightly. That is a lot more than I expected. Beside him, the girl stammered in disbelief. Is it really okay for me to get this much money? Amami's share, however, reached a staggering 3 million yen. Hamada smiled as he explained, that is the reward for slaying the Minotaur. According to our guild's regulations, 75% of the bounty goes to the one who lands the finishing blow, and the remaining 25% is divided among the other 4 members. Amami hesitated before accepting the envelope. Thank you very much. Hamada continued, his tone calm and fair. It is all about maintaining balance. The finishing blow alone does not determine victory. This way, we do not encourage reckless strikes and instead value teamwork and other abilities. Of course, if you are part of a formal party, the bounty will be evenly divided. I would say joining one might be a wise move. From now on, we will be expecting great things from you all. Sake smiled politely and replied, we will do our best. And just like that, I earned 250,000 yen on my very first day as an adventurer, about the same as an entire month's salary from my previous job. Amami, however, was adamant. Please, Sake-san, take the money. I can't accept 3 million yen when I did not really contribute. Sake calmly replied, I would not have made it without you, Amami-san. Please, just keep it. Besides, it will be troublesome if they find out we turned it down. She still seemed reluctant, but he smiled and teased, if neither of us wants it, you could always just burn it. Her eyes went wide in horror. Burn it, that is such a waste. Sake chuckled softly at her reaction. Then just hold on to it, Amami-san. Afterward, Amami and I exchanged contact information and went our separate ways. Later that night, Sake sat alone in the dimly lit room, muttering to himself. So my first real battle went pretty well. Guess my instincts have not dulled that much after all. His gaze fell to the check in his hands. 250,000 yen for killing a Minotaur. Guess being an adventurer is not such a bad way to make a living. Suddenly, his phone lit up. The sender was Kotoha. Hey, big brother, I am feeling much better today. I even ate 3 whole puddings. Saki's head drooped as he read the message. I miss you, Kotoha. But eating 3 puddings, that is impressive. His expression hardened as he whispered with renewed determination, Kotoha, wait for me. I will earn 500 million yen soon. That is why I have to master the seal-breaking technique as quickly as possible. Speaking of which, it seemed I had leveled up. Apparently, I would gained a few more skill points. Then the system notification echoed in his mind, you have leveled up to LV10. You may now summon a management fairy. A blinding light filled the room, making Sake squint in surprise. From within the glow, the faint outline of a fairy began to take shape. Is that a fairy? He murmured, frowning slightly. The girl's eyes were closed, but as they slowly opened and met his, she screamed and flew straight at him, scolding furiously. What the hell were you doing, neglecting your training for 20 years? Sake blinked, raising his hand to calm her. Well, that explains why she is mad. Hold on, before you start yelling, mind telling me who you are? The fairy glared and replied sharply, I suppose I should. In your past life, you created me a fairy designed to help you master seal breaking. My sole purpose is to make you stronger, got it? Her tone turned to outrage. That is why I am so disappointed in you for slacking off for 2 whole decades, you idiot. The city lights outside gleamed brilliantly, painting the skyline in gold and silver. Sake sat quietly, deep in thought. Wait a second. I created you in my past life, I do not remember doing that. The fairy responded coolly, then it seems part of your memory has disappeared. Sake frowned. That can't be. No, I do remember. Her eyes lingered on him, studying his expression, before she spoke softly. It looks like something just came back to you. Sake nodded slowly. I do not remember how I died, but I do remember being afflicted by some strange illness, something that weakened my body little by little each day. The fairy's tone turned distant. Then let me tell you this, I was born after you died. That is all. That revelation made Sake pause, thoughts swirling. After I died, so. My reincarnation was not random. Maybe my past self planned something. The fairy, however, brushed it aside. It is pointless to dwell on that. Sake sighed in agreement. If you say so, I get it. I guess she can't tell me more. Maybe my previous self limited how much she could reveal, just like she said. No point in thinking too hard about it. He shifted topics. Then tell me, what do you mean by helping me get stronger? The fairy explained, by mastering seal breaking, you will be able to grow stronger at an accelerated rate. Sake tilted his head, confused. Mastering it? How is that any different from spending points to boost my skill stats? She gave a dismissive snort. It is completely different from that silly stat boosting nonsense. Then, her eyes began to glow as she cast a spell. A translucent screen appeared before Sake with a new message. A new system item exchange has been unlocked. Item exchange? Sake repeated curiously. The fairy nodded. With this system, you can summon any item your previous life once owned. Of course, the summons are limited by your current energy reserves. His expression turned cautious. Items from my past life, that includes the things in my storage chest. Right, I remember creating that. It is an infinite vault I built back when I was a mage. The fairy confirmed with a small nod. Exactly. You used to have quite the collecting habit. You own plenty of rare items you can call upon. Sake could not help but whistle in admiration. That is incredible. But before he could get carried away, the fairy warned sharply, everything comes with a price. That is the rule of exchange. Sake did not seem surprised. Figures. Everything has two sides, huh? I bet my past self set this up on purpose. She huffed. If you are just going to complain, I won't let you use any of them. Sake raised his hands in surrender and smiled faintly. Sorry, I promise I will put them to good use. He began scrolling through the item list. Let us see here. One after another, legendary weapons appeared on the screen. Mithril sword. Durandal, demon slayer, so many that Sake muttered in awe. These were all mine. Then a thought struck him. Wait. I owned that too, did not I? And as if on cue, the item appeared before him. Elixir 500 million yen. Instantly cures all diseases and injuries. Sake frowned slightly. 500 million, huh? Guess that is how much I will need to earn, then. The fairy observed him quietly, her tone softening. Good. You finally look interested. There is one last thing I want to tell you. Sake immediately turned toward her. What is it? The fairy explained. During your battle with the Minotaur, I noticed you grow stronger faster when faced with challenges. That is why I granted you power. It will double your skill points whenever you defeat formidable opponents. Saki's eyes widened. Double my points, his mind was already calculating. If that is true, then this could help me tremendously. I have always wanted to fight stronger enemies to push myself further anyway. Determined, Sake said firmly, all right then. I will use seal breaking to its fullest potential. The fairy smiled, clearly pleased. Good. That is the spirit. Then Sake asked, by the way, what is your name? She shrugged indifferently. I do not have one. You created me, so call me whatever you like. Sake frowned slightly. That sounds kind of cold. Then he smirked. All right, but do not regret it later. He thought for a moment, then said aloud, how about Tin Cow, Star Sphere? The fairy blinked, then nodded approvingly. Tin Cow, huh, not bad. From now on, you may call me that. Sake smiled, clearly pleased. Looks like you actually like the name. Tin Cow crossed her arms and replied, not exactly. Anyway, our priority is to make you stronger. And if you skip training again, I am going to be really mad. Then came a list of demands. You will also need to prepare a bath for me every day, 2 appetizers a day, and keep the fridge stocked with ice cream at all times. Sake froze, his eye twitching before he burst out. That is way too damn expensive. Tin Cow, ever the mischievous one, shot back with a smirk, did you forget who controls seal breaking? If you do not comply, I simply won't let you use it. Sake groaned and muttered, so that is the price to pay for using it, huh, great. Before he could argue further, she vanished into thin air, leaving only her fading voice behind. Glad you understand. Start preparing tomorrow. In an instant, the room was quiet again, leaving Sake alone. She really does come and go like the wind, he muttered. Still, if I can gain double the experience by fighting stronger opponents, that is insanely good. He pulled up his stat sheet, muttering to himself as he scanned the numbers. Honestly, I am pretty weak right now. My rank's at E. No, probably F. Yet that weakness provided him the perfect opportunity. But that is fine. This'll be the perfect condition to raid dungeons and prove myself as a grand mage. I just need to climb from F rank to a rank without cutting corners. The next day, I joined a D rank dungeon raid with a group of adventurers. Since I was only F rank, I was basically there to fill a vacant slot. A voice suddenly called out, "Hey there, you must be Sake-san, right?" It was Takai. I smiled and nodded. Yes, that is me. Nice to meet you. Nearby, Suzukaze observed the exchange quietly while the rest of the group listened. Takai scratched the back of his head. Same here, we were one member short for a dungeon run, so you really helped us out. Suzuki, standing behind them, muttered sarcastically, well, F ranks do not get to loot anyway. Takai quickly shot him a look. Hey, cut it out, man. Do not be rude. But Suzuki only grinned mockingly. Relax, I am just saying it is better this way. I mean, it is not like Sake-san has any real skills, right? Sake chuckled politely, playing along. You are right. I will just do my best. Ozawa leaned in to whisper reassuringly, do not sweat it too much. Our team's got 3 C ranks anyway. Sake nodded calmly. Got it. No wonder they needed a water carrier. Ozawa laughed. Yeah, something like that. Suzuki turned back to join in again. By the way, do not let him fool you, Ozawa-san's only D rank himself. Ozawa laughed good-naturedly. You got me there. Based on what he would gathered so far, Sake glanced at Suzukaze, quietly assessing. So that girl must be the C rank one. She does not look much older than me. The group soon burst into cheerful shouts. Alright, now that Sake-san's here, let us clear that D rank dungeon. But as they geared up, Saki's eyes flicked toward Ozawa again. There was something off about his expression, something faintly unsettling. A quiet sense of caution began to rise in Saki's chest. At that moment, deep inside the D-rank dungeon, Takai and Ozawa were fighting fiercely, hammering away at their enemy's armor. Then Takai shouted in praise, "Nice one, Ozawa-san." Ozawa responded, "You too, Takai-san." On the other side, Suzukaze was rapidly firing arrows, each shot precise, her speed almost invisible to the eye. She hit the monster in the head, striking with lightning precision. Suzuki unleashed a finishing blow to take down the beast before him. Suddenly, someone called out, "Sake-san, get back, it is dangerous." Saki's calm voice replied, "Thanks." Watching the 4 of them in action, Sake thought to himself, now the question is when should I jump in? While Suzukaze was locked in combat, a monster crept up behind her, preparing to attack. Sake, standing at a distance, noticed it and thought, it is chanting. That orc's about to breathe fire. She does not even realize it. If I do not interfere, she is going to get roasted. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and threw himself in front of Suzukaze. Huh, someone shouted in alarm. Hey, did not we tell you to stay back? It is dangerous. Sake glanced sideways at Suzukaze and said evenly, I can't just stand by and watch a girl get attacked. Her cheeks turned slightly pink. What are you even saying? She stammered. Ignoring her reaction, Sake thought to himself, perfect. I stopped it before it could breathe fire. Then he muttered, alright, let us test this out. The scene shifted to the night before. Alone in his room, Sake had been carefully planning. I want to use my skill points as efficiently as possible. I am level 10 right now, which means I have got 9 points to spend. So, 1 point per level. He slid his finger across the translucent system menu and thought, the first skills available to me are Fireball and Enhancement. If I unlock one skill, it will reveal its related skill branches. But I need to choose carefully. Fireball's great for ranged combat, but Enhancement is not limited by distance. It might be more useful for close quarters. Hold on. He froze, mumbling, the skills I obtained through unsealing do not consume mana. Then he continued calculating in his head. That means I can use Enhancement anytime I want. It costs me nothing to activate it. Perfect. I will invest 2 points here. The system flashed before his eyes. You have acquired the skill, Enhancement. Sake smirked. Let us see. This skill tree looks pretty damn solid. Scanning the new descriptions, he analyzed. Seems like this branch leans toward close combat, and since I do not have many points to spare. His expression sharpened. The plan is complete. Back in the present, Sake fought alongside the others, muttering under his breath, I will focus on direct combat. Suzukaze called out worriedly, Hey, you're just a newbie without any skills. You should not. Another voice chimed in, Sake-san. We are saying this for your own good, get back now. But Saki's calm voice rang out, it is fine. Even a tag-along like me wants to fight. He then unleashed Sound Shock, blasting the monster apart. When it was over, the system popped up again. You have gained double experience for defeating a powerful enemy. Level up. The others rushed over. What the? Where did that power come from? Suzuki's eyes widened. No way. Suzukaze stood frozen, her voice barely above a whisper. Does that guy look like a useless extra to you? At that, Sake gave a faint, knowing grin. Meanwhile, he was already deep in thought. I just leveled up twice from defeating one orc. Compared to a minotaur, that is not much, but at least the express gain makes up for it. Suzukaze walked toward him, calling out, Hey, you, what the hell are you eating to get that strong? You obviously have skills. Sake rubbed the back of his neck, half asleep and nonchalant. I just got one yesterday. She eyed him suspiciously. Then why did not you say something earlier? Sake sighed lightly. You are right. Suzukaze continued sternly. Listen, every party member's status matters. If something happened to you, it would already be too late. He nodded. Got it. Sorry about that. She turned her head aside, still flustered. Just make sure you remember next time. And since you saved me and everyone else, I should at least say this. Thanks. Hearing that, Sake smiled faintly. Suzukaze met his gaze and returned a small smile of her own. It is nothing, he said quietly. Suzuki let out a long breath. I did not expect you to be that strong, Sake-san. We will have to split the loot evenly now. Takai immediately chimed in, so what, if Sake-san's strong, we can clear the dungeon faster. Let us keep moving. Suzuki bowed his head slightly. Yeah. Sorry for being arrogant earlier. Takai echoed the apology. Hearing that, Sake offered a reassuring smile. I should have told you sooner. He thought to himself, maybe they just did not take me seriously because I did not say anything. Suzuki stepped up in front of him and said, We are counting on you now. Sake returned the gesture, his eyes shining with a trace of trust. You two shake on it, I will do my best. According to Sake, the dungeon raid went smoothly. Before long, they would defeated the bot, and experience gains had been doubled throughout the run. As a result, Sake climbed to level 17. After finishing the quest, the group exited the dungeon. Man, that was way too easy, Takai exclaimed. Unbelievable. With Sake-san's help, your power's beyond what we imagined. Sake shrugged and replied, Not really, you all did more than I did. Suzuki clenched his fist and looked ahead. Right. Let us head straight back to the guild and congratulate the MVP, but his words were cut off. His eyes widened in shock. Suzuki had been stabbed from behind. Huh, everyone froze. Suzuki hissed through gritted teeth, You bastard. Ozawa coldly yanked his knife free. Blood sprayed. Someone cried out, Ozawa, what the hell are you doing? He answered in a flat, contemptuous tone, You really have to ask. I killed him. Witnessing Ozawa's treacherous stab, Takai roared in fury and rushed him. Ozawa goaded him with a taunting smile. Do not make that scary face. Where'd your bright smile go? That only made Takai angrier. Shut up, you bastard, Ozawa somersaulted backward, flipping through the air. Sake and Suzukaze exchanged a quick look, but Takai shouted, "Nobody step in. I do not want anyone else interfering. I will gut this bastard myself." Suzukaze exclaimed urgently, "Now's really not the time for that." Sake tried to reason calmly, "Take it easy. I have got something I can't walk away from either." Takai's face went feral. "What do you mean? This is not something you stake your life on," Sake answered evenly. "If you think that makes sense, then fine. But there are irrational things in this world like wanting revenge for someone important." Suzukaze lowered her head in helpless resignation. "That is stupid, but I get what you mean." Takai turned back and said, "Thanks to both of you. Leave this bastard to me in the dungeon." Sake remembered Takai's earlier words, "Leave this bastard to me." He could not help feeling uneasy. Ozawa's weapon looked dangerous. The man had probably killed many. His weapon stats were terrifying. Item name, Bloodblade rank A, dagger type. Attack plus 200, agility plus 150. Effect Bloodthirst, attack plus 5 after killing a person. That effect had no limit. The attack bonus scaled with the number of kills. Ozawa smiled with malicious triumph. "You really think you can beat me?" he sneered. Takai hefted his sword and lunged. "You bastard!" Steel rang against steel in a blinding clash. The two put on a fierce display of swordsmanship. Takai narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Weird, my strike should have pierced his defense. He has been hiding a skill the whole time." C rank? No, he is clearly ranked higher. In a flash, Ozawa Blink stepped behind Takai. "You use a blade field, right? It is great for killing monsters, but it is a bit slow for killing people, do not you think?" Before Takai could react, Ozawa drove his blade into him. Blood dropped to the floor as Takai clutched the wound on his shoulder. Ozawa gripped the hilt of his knife, a cruel smile curling his lips. "You really think you can kill me with that little strength?" In that moment, Takai pulled out a small glass vial and held it in his palm, memories flickering through his mind. He remembered Suzuki's voice, "Here, think of it as a birthday present. You can check its effects later." Takai had been stunned by the gift back then. "A blood vial is not that expensive," Suzuki had smiled and said. "Yeah, but consider it a thank you for what you did. Besides, we are close, are not we?" Takai had been grateful. "Thanks, I appreciate it." Suzuki had added, "Use it if things get dire. Being an adventurer is not easy." Recalling that, Takai did not hesitate. He downed the vial. "This could save my life." Ozawa lunged in from nowhere. "Oh really, you think you can heal right now? What an idiot!" The empty vial clattered to the ground and a blinding flash erupted. He was sent flying into the air. "What the?" Takai snarled each word through gritted teeth. "Say that again. Who did you call an idiot?" Ozawa slammed into the earth, crawling on all fours like an animal. Takai's pupils tightened. He thought, he is fast. Ozawa stalked like a predator, his attack speed something no one could match. Takai could only grit his teeth and endure. "This is useless, I can't even see him." Ozawa hissed. "Take this. What can you possibly do other than be some dumbass who thinks he can beat me?" Takai's glasses shattered. "I am sorry, Suzuki. I did not think I could avenge you." At that moment, Suzukaze notched an arrow and cried out, "I can't just stand by." She fired a speed shot, but Ozawa was just a fraction faster. He dodged the arrow before it reached his eye and, in a blink, appeared in front of Suzukaze. He grabbed her by the throat. He avoided it, she thought. He mocked with a taunt. "Did not Takai say not to interfere? I guess I have to take you out first. Die." The clash of steel rang out. It was Sake who stepped in to stop him. Suzukaze, on the verge of tears, called softly, "Sake-san." Ozawa seemed amused by Saki's presence. "You. I am surprised you can stop my blade." "Fine, looks like I will have to give up my killing streak," he sneered. A blue aura of ki flared powerfully from Sake. He asked, "Takai-san, what do you want if I take this guy down?" Takai spoke with difficulty, "Please kill Ozawa for me." Then he collapsed. Sake said, "All right then. It is my turn." Ozawa's nerves twitched. "For some reason you piss me off. Acting all noble and strong like that, do you really think some tag along like you can beat me?" Sake said nothing further. He moved and struck with sound shock. He sneered contemptuously, I do not feel threatened at all. Ozawa was shoved back and barked. You only just got that skill, do not act cocky. Seriousness glinted in Saki's eyes. Your speed and your weapon are dangerous. This is not the time for me to hold back my fists. Ozawa staggered back, sneering, know your place, you nameless extra. Then a streak of scarlet shot straight at Sake. Ozawa's speed had been matched and his attack was simply blocked. He frowned, visibly displeased. You have got good eyes, you actually stopped my strike. Praised though he was, Sake replied nonchalantly, must be because your owner's garbage. Insulted, Ozawa snapped, my owner's garbage. I like that attitude. Fine, I will make you my personal kill score. I bet you can't keep up with my speed. With that, Ozawa vanished in a blur several meters away. Suzukaze hid behind a ruined wall and breathed. He is terrifyingly fast. Watching the red afterimages cut around him, Sake called out calmly, let me put it simply, your speed sucks. In an instant he caught up with Ozawa's movement. The dagger wielder desperately tried to dodge the riposte, and Sake closed the distance to stand almost nose to nose with him. Suzukaze gaped. No way. Is he really that strong? For the first time, Ozawa tasted fear. Unbelievable, he matched me. His swordplay and defensive motions were nothing like a rookie's. Sake radiated a brilliant aura and an overwhelming reservoir of power. Who are you, really? Ozawa spat. A pressure emanated from Sake that was hard to describe. Like you said, I am just the extra who fills out the party, Sake answered flatly. Ozawa could not reconcile what he was seeing with the numbers on his HUD. By the stats I should have the edge, so why am I being controlled? How can I beat him? Suzukaze stayed where she was, watching. Seeing her, Ozawa lunged toward the spot where she hid, playing the lecherous bully. Hey, Suzukaze, be a good little girl for me, suddenly a voice behind him said. That is cheating. Ozawa glanced back in shock and found Sake already there. He would been sliced clean through the gut. Sake sneered, you are so predictable. A coward like you only deserves cheap tricks. Ozawa scrambled to his feet, enraged. You mother, do not you dare! Saki's words cut him off, and Ozawa's eyes widened in horror. You can't use skills, then you are done for. He turned on Sake. You bastard. What did you do? Sake answered like it was obvious, I wondered about that myself. Skills and magic both need mana. I struck the weakest point in Ozawa's energy flow and stopped it. That is why he can't use his skill. Ozawa tried to force energy through his body, stunned. I can't outspeed him, and now my skills are gone too. You cornered me, Sake. I have got a plan, Ozawa snarled, tilting his head. What plan? Sake asked. Ozawa raised his dagger. Use this blade to kill me. Its power stacks with every life it takes. The experience from killing people is better than killing monsters. Everyone hides the truth. Adventurers do not kill each other openly. Seeing Ozawa's frayed nerves, Suzukaze muttered, he has gone crazy. Ozawa's pupils narrowed. Sake, I will give you the blade. Why do not you start by killing me? Then you will know the thrill of murder. Sake regarded him with cold hauteur. Is that why you wander around murdering people? Ozawa lay on the ground and laughed scornfully. Exactly. Come on, kill me already. Saki's voice softened with pity. Ozawa, I partly sympathize with you. The confession startled Ozawa. Huh, Suzukaze could not hide her shock either. Sake met Ozawa's glare and explained, I understand you, to an extent. It seems you can't escape the curse to become stronger. If I did not have seal breaking, I might have fallen into the same rot for Kotoha's sake. In my past life I saw so many people consumed by the hunger to grow stronger, never able to break free. His words seemed to trample Ozawa's pride. What do you know about me? Just kill me then, Ozawa spat. Sake answered coldly, no. His voice trembled as he asked, why not? Did not you say you sort of understood me? In the dark of the dungeon Saki's tone remained steady. I even think we are the same kind of person. Ozawa, frantic, screamed, then kill me. Saki's face fell. He replied softly, if I did that, a part of me would die too, so I won't. Ozawa produced a small orb from his chest, sneering, how naive. There was a blast. Smoke filled the air. What is that? Suzukaze shouted. Sake thought, a smoke bomb. Ozawa held his dagger reversed and raised it high. Then I will force you to drop your innocence by making you act on your worst instincts. Suzukaze cried out. No, stop. Calmly and quickly, Sake knocked Ozawa unconscious. Ozawa's eyes rolled back. With a rasping whisper he muttered, before I die, you will pay for your crimes. A short while later, Ozawa was bound tightly. Suzukaze blinked at him in astonishment. Sake-san, you said you and Ozawa are similar, but I do not see it. From start to finish, you did not want to kill him. You even tried to save him. Seeing her embarrassment, Sake smiled. You care about me? Suzukaze flushed and nodded, of course I do. Your expression earlier was a little terrifying. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Sorry about that. And thank you. She answered shyly, no thank you for saving me. A police van rolled up to the dungeon. Ozawa was taken into custody. Takai, having received treatment, sobbed with relief. Sake, thank you, it is all because of you. Suzuki was safe too. Sake-san. Sake allowed himself a small, relieved smile. Everything's back to how it should be. Suzuki had been hanging by a thread when Ozawa struck, but the fight did not last long enough for his wounds to become fatal. I guess the case is closed, right? Sake asked, handing Suzukaze a can of coffee from a vending machine. They only had black coffee. Want some? She took the can cheerfully. Of course I do, do not treat me like a kid. After the first sip she blinked and then made a face. Sake watched helplessly, she does not look well at all. So what were you going to ask me? She said, suddenly serious and not looking at him. About the secret of your power. Sake turned to her and replied firmly, I do not have any secrets. She snapped back, why are you even an adventurer at your age? You look like a middle schooler. Suzukaze slammed the can down in indignation. That is not the point, and I am a high schooler, Sake muttered, so you are older than Kotoha then. She blinked. Kotoha, he reddened and explained, sorry, she is my little sister. She sat down beside him and asked quietly, you have a little sister? Sake tilted his head. Is that a problem? She smiled brightly. I just thought the guy who always seems so calm could be the kind of reliable big brother who'd yell at you when it matters. Sake looked puzzled. Is that a compliment? Seeing his blank expression, Suzukaze hurried on, of course. Your fighting ability and quick adaptability I admire both. He took a sip of coffee. Thanks. Suddenly her voice changed. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. So, about your power, are you really not going to tell me? Hey big brother, she teased in a sing-song tone that made the hairs on his arms stand up. Please stop, I will have nightmares, Sake protested. She dug in her heels. Nope, I won't stop. Come on, show me the real strength you are hiding. I bet you are holding back. Stubborn as ever, she pushed. Sake held firm. Okay, one more time, I will not reveal my secret. Suzukaze clinked her can of coffee against his. You cheapskate. He shrugged and replied softly, sorry, I am stingy. Suzukaze pouted, scowling. No girl's going to want to date a cold guy like you, total siscon. Siscon, Sake repeated, eyebrows lifting. Suzukaze seemed to notice something and quickly pointed at his hand. Sake-san, let me see your hand for a sec. Obedient, he extended his hand. Hey, she exclaimed, inspecting it closely. Then she held up the bandage she would wrapped herself. All fixed, he glanced at the strip of gauze and smiled. This girl is so carefree. She probably does not realize how awkward that makes me feel. Suzukaze flushed and feigned annoyance. You were grinning just now. Sake looked away, saying, no, I was only smiling a little. She sat down beside him and teased, same difference. But it makes sense after all. You have got a super cute high school girl fussing over you. I will take back calling you a siscon. Sake blinked. That is better. She laughed more than anyone during the whole conversation. Then Suzukaze pulled out her phone. Right, give me your number. Sake-san. I have got a lot I want to ask you, like strategy stuff when I hit a snag. Sake smiled and agreed, sure. I will help whenever I can. Her face lit up. So next time, let us clear a dungeon together. He drained the rest of his coffee. Sure, if I am free. The reply did not sit well with her. She puffed her cheeks in mock offense. Sake watched her and smiled faintly. As evening light washed the corridor, the girl chirped, "So, whenever is off the table then, also Sake-san, next time bring your little sister. I bet we would get along so well, we are about the same age." Sake froze at the suggestion, then waved and smiled, thinking, Kotoha will love that. Night came and Sake went home to shower. His phone lit up Kotoha's message, "How are you, big brother? I had a great day today." Oops, the nurse lost it because I played games too much. He smiled at his little sister's emoji and vowed to find a cure for her as soon as possible. Kotoha, someone wants to meet you. I think you two would really hit it off. A puff of smoke popped into existence beside him. Tin Cow appeared, scowling. Yori, did not I tell you, 2 snacks a day, and keep the fridge stocked with ice cream? Damn it, you only prepared a bath, Sake winced. I totally forgot. Tin Cow kept scolding, useless, should I take away your seal breaking if you keep slacking? He put his hands together and cut her off. Sorry, today was really busy. I promise I will prepare everything tomorrow. Tin Cow sulked, you are hopeless. I will let this one slide. You are such a mess. Now, this helpful fairy has some good news for you, she said, brightening. Sake leaned forward. Good news. She nodded excitedly. Yes, get ready. I just added a secret dungeon key to your item exchange. Sake's eyes widened. A hidden dungeon key. The star orb explained slowly, that is right. This key unlocks an ultra-hard solo dungeon, and only you are authorized to possess it. Sake immediately perked up. Sounds interesting. Try tapping that button over there first, she instructed. Sake followed her direction without hesitation. Got it. A full list of dungeon options appeared in front of him. He muttered under his breath, there are quite a few difficulty levels here. Huh, and what is this one with a 50% discount? The star orb gleefully replied, that is the incentive for you to buy what you want. It shows up here because humans lose their minds every time they see the words 50% off. Sake frowned skeptically. You seem awfully familiar with this world, do not you? She responded with playful confidence, does not matter if I am or not. Just use the key and level up already. Sake considered carefully. Yeah, you do not have to tell me twice. Even with the discount, a rank C dungeon still costs 1 million yen. But with my savings, it is manageable. The star orb added enthusiastically, enemies in hidden dungeons are much stronger than those in regular ones. That means more express to break your seals. Plus, if you use enhancement charms, you will gain even more from this dungeon. You will have to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold by yourself. It won't be easy, but for you, it will be like a walk in the back. Sake smirked. In other words, high risk, high reward. So, to summarize, even though this is just a rank C dungeon, the difficulty scales up over time, right? She gave him a teasing look. What is wrong, you scared already? He immediately denied it. No. I am just thinking about making more money by using the key to enter a rank B dungeon worth 5 million yen. The star orb snickered. You really are something else. In that case, do not worry. You can sell any loot you acquire in the dungeon through the item exchange, so you will have ways to earn it back. Sake nodded and thought. So the seal breaker skill has its perks after all. She responded smugly, now you see how beneficial the legacy of your past life really is. He smirked back. Then I suppose I should thank my past self, should not I? After selecting the option, a key materialized in front of Sake. The system notified, you have used the hidden dungeon key rank C. A massive stone gate rose before them. The star orb's eyes widened. You can't be serious, you are really going in right now, you just got back from another dungeon. Sake replied matter-of-factly, that is right. I do not plan to waste a single second. She grinned knowingly. Finally, you are starting to feel it. But Sake quickly ruined the mood. No, I do not feel anything at all. Same as always. The star orb sighed dramatically. The title, The Lone Grand Magus, really suits you. He chuckled. Thanks, star orb. With your help, I will get stronger in no time. She crossed her arms and warned, save your gratitude until you come back in one piece. He grinned teasingly. If I die, I won't be able to say thanks anyway, right? Do not joke about dying, You are not planning to charge headfirst into death, are you? Anyway, go on, just do not forget to bring me some ice cream. Sake nodded. Deal. He reached for the dungeon's doorknob and stepped through without hesitation. Light surrounded him, pulling him toward another area. Gradually, the brilliance faded into the pulsing lines of an electrocardiogram. Kotoha sat alone on her hospital bed, coughing into her hand. Blood smeared across her pale fingers. Meanwhile, Sake had entered the dungeon. He scanned his surroundings and observed, "This place looks nothing like the forests I have explored before. I will need to keep my senses sharp for any movement." Are those Lanaha fruits? The strange fruit caught his eye. He murmured thoughtfully, "I did not expect to see them here again, not in this lifetime." Lanaha fruits are used in alchemy, but they are not particularly rare, so there is no need to travel far to collect them. Still, if they are growing here, that means the monsters that feed on them must be nearby. While manipulating the control panel, Sake simultaneously weaved a spell. Those fruits act as nutrient boosters, they help monsters gain more express. Let us test that theory. He unleashed Shock Burst. Instantly, the effect confirmed his hunch. Looks like I was right, he murmured with satisfaction. A moment later, a speed mouse darted into view. Sake chuckled. Well, that saves me the trouble of having to look for one. He immediately gave chase. As he sprinted after the lightning-fast creature, his thoughts raced alongside him. With my current strength, there is no way I can catch that thing. I will need a different approach. Just then, a prism of 7-colored light appeared beside him. The star orb materialized, offering a suggestion. How about using Ithaca? Still running, Sake replied dryly, so you can manifest inside a dungeon too, huh? She explained with pride, not in regular dungeons, no, but this is a hidden one. It is custom built specifically for you. So how could I, the brilliant manager of seal breaks, not interfere when I want to? Staying home all day was driving me crazy. I was so worried about you that I just had to come guide you personally. He immediately cut her off. Fine, I will thank you in advance. You are about to start rambling again. Changing the topic, he said, all right, if I remember correctly, Ithaca is a carnivorous plant species, right? The star orb nodded after a brief pause. They devour anything that moves. Lure that speed mouse into their habitat, the rest will take care of itself. Got it, Sake agreed without hesitation, continuing his pursuit. A swarm of monsters now trailed behind him. Damn it, I am losing sight of it. The star orb pointed ahead. That is the Ithaca territory up ahead. Understood, he said curtly. Moments later, the speed mouse began to falter, slowing down erratically. It scrambled in panic, its energy clearly spent. Sake narrowed his eyes. Out of fuel already, that means it can't eat any more Lanaha fruits to recharge. He smirked. This is it, I will catch you right here. But just as he lunged, both he and the mouse leapt directly into Ithaca's range. Watch out, the star orb screamed. The massive Ithaca lunged from the ground, swallowing them whole. The star orb stared in shock. Then a system notification echoed. Level up. Inside the plant's writhing mass, an explosion burst forth. Flames tore through its body, forcing it to spit Sake out as its entire form burned away. His status window appeared once again. Name, Sake Iori. Title, Reincarnated Archmage. Level, 32. HP, 321. Mana, 321. Attack, 75. Defense, 65. Agility, 63. Skill, Seal Break. The star orb exhaled in relief. You are still alive. Sake nodded casually. Yeah. He turned to the horde of monsters gathering in the distance. Though, looks like luck's not on my side. The star orb urged, Yori, we should retreat and rethink our strategy. But Sake shook his head. No need. The situation's already changed. Enhance. His body glowed as he cast enhancement, leaping high into the air. From above, he conjured a blazing orb and hurled it down. Crimson Lotus Fireball. The explosion tore through the dungeon, engulfing everything in a roaring inferno. When the smoke cleared, Sake landed gracefully, glancing at his status panel again. He smiled in quiet triumph. 2 levels up at once. Guess the effort paid off after all. The star orb pouted. My lord, guiding you around is exhausting, you know. Sake shot back with a dry tone, all you ever do is yell at me. It is not like you are actually doing anything. Her eyes flared. What did you just say? Nothing, he replied immediately, holding up a hand defensively. HMPH, she huffed. Good, because I did not hear anything either. Sake could not help but chuckle to himself, though his inner voice muttered, she really is noisy. Trying to move on, the Star Orb announced cheerfully, anyway, since that was your very first battle against a speed mouse, I made a little chart to track your growth. Guess who gets to enjoy the results? Oh, and do not forget to pick up all the dropped loot. Obviously, he said, giving a short nod. Though it seems like there is more rare loot this time than usual. That is to be expected, she replied matter-of-factly. Hidden dungeons have an extremely high drop rate for rare items. I see, Sake murmured. Then enough talking, let us start calculating the gains. The Star Orb chimed in with a sly suggestion. If you sell all this and convert it to cash, you could easily make several million yen. Several million yen, Saki's eyes widened. Unbelievable. If I keep conquering dungeons like this, it won't be long before I am a billionaire. But the Star Orb quickly rained on his parade. This is the only Class C hidden dungeon you can clear. Each rank only grants one key, remember. Sake smirked. Then the next step is simple, I will just conquer a Class B dungeon. Wow, confident much, she exclaimed. You do realize how massive the gap is between Class B and Class C, right? Before he could reply, a sinister pressure erupted behind them, thick and heavy like the hiss of venom. Sake instinctively turned his head, eyes narrowing. Looks like we are out of time for small talk. The Star Orb's face drained of color as she recognized the figure slithering toward them. That is Naga. She is the bot of this hidden dungeon. The recommended level to defeat her is 150. That is insane. But Sake only chuckled under his breath. Sounds like a bet worth taking. Are you serious right now? She gasped. We already achieved our objective, you do not have to fight her. Saki's tone remained calm but resolute. Do not worry. Taking her down is the fastest way to save Kotoha. But still. He cut her off with quiet finality. It is fine. To me, that Naga is nothing more than a pile of express waiting to be claimed. Naga's skin was unique, it could absorb magic. That alone made it a natural enemy of any mage. Sake thought to himself, I will be fine, as long as I can land some physical attacks while using enhancement. A moment later, Naga effortlessly blocked his strike. His sword snapped clean in half. So the beginner's sword really can't do a damn thing against a hide like that, huh, he muttered in frustration. The serpent coiled around Naga hissed and spewed a wave of venom. Sake quickly rolled out of the way, but wherever the toxic fluid splashed, the ground began to deform and melt. Tin Cow shouted, the ground, it is melting. Glancing around, Sake murmured under his breath, so her venom can melt through anything. If that hits me, I am done for. No, it does not matter what she attacks with. If I get hit, I am dead. Damn. It has been a while since I have felt this much adrenaline. He reached into his item chest, a function granted by the Sealbreaker skill, which allowed him to store and retrieve gear from a separate dimensional space, and selected a more suitable weapon. Tin Cow gasped, Lord Iori has already mastered a part of the Sealbreaker technique I taught him. But Naga still was not going down. She coiled herself defensively while Sake swung his axe, bringing it down in a fierce arc. The blow landed but did not even leave a scratch. With this kind of stat difference, I can't deal any damage at all, he realized grimly. At that moment, Tin Cow cried out in alarm, Iori, look out. One of Naga's massive tentacles lashed out and sent him flying. Sake hit the ground hard and skidded backward. He cursed, damn it, you filthy Naga, you broke my axe. I could have at least sold that thing for some decent cash. Frustration gnawed at him. None of the weapons I have got will work. Guess I will just have to go all in, fight like hell and see what happens. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward again, leaping higher than Naga's towering frame. Mid-air, he steadied his form and unleashed a resonance shockwave directly into the serpent's face. Naga screamed in pain. Sake followed up immediately, chanting, Crimson Lotus Fireball. Tin Cow warned, magic won't work on her, you will only make her stronger. But Saki's eyes gleamed with determination. I have got a plan, he said. Her ability to absorb magic must have a limit. If I can push past that threshold, she will overload. And since Seal Breaker lets me cast without consuming mana, that means... He thrust his hand forward, voice sharp and unyielding. Crimson Lotus Fireball, Crimson Lotus Fireball. Fire burst from his hands again and again, flooding the dungeon chamber with red light. Tin Cow called out desperately, even if you do not use up mana, your body can't withstand casting that many spells so quickly. Sake suddenly coughed up blood, the taste of iron flooding his mouth. But his eyes stayed locked on the enemy. This pain is nothing compared to the pain of losing Kotoha. Naga howled, her massive form cracking and dissolving into molten fragments. Sake could tell the tide had turned. Yeah. Looks like I finally broke through her limit. Tin Cow's voice rang out, filled with hope. Iori, just a little more you can do it. Naga's mouth gaped wide, venom dripping, ready to strike, but her body had already reached its breaking point. Saki's voice cut through the roar of flames. It is over. Crimson Lotus Fireball. The final blast detonated with an earth-shattering explosion. A system notification appeared before him. You have leveled up. Sake exhaled, half laughing as he read, obtained, Naga's poisoned blade. Then his legs gave out, and he collapsed. Tin Cow rushed over in panic. My lord, are you all right? Sake gave a faint smile. Yeah. I think so. She sighed in relief. You did wonderfully. You can rest now, Iori. Once you defeat the dungeon bot, you will automatically be teleported out. Then she hesitated. Wait, did he not hear me? Her voice grew frantic. Oh no, I messed up the teleport link. This is not home. Someone's coming. In a panic, Tin Cow vanished into hiding just as footsteps approached. Sorry, Iori, she whispered before disappearing. The newcomer was Amami. Huh, Iori-san. Sake stirred awake from his unconscious state, blinking. Where am I? This looks like a girl's room. He immediately scrambled off the bed. Amami smiled, relieved. Sake, thank goodness you are finally awake. He turned to her, still dazed. Amami, wait, do not tell me. She nodded sheepishly. Yes, this is my room. I found you collapsed on the street while I was out for a walk. You looked so pale, so I brought you here. Realizing the situation, Sake smiled weakly. I see. So you saved me. Thanks, Amami-san. She shook her head gently. Do not mention it. I am just glad you are okay, Sake-san. But why were you passed out there in the first place? Sake brushed it off with a casual tone. I tried entering a C-rank dungeon alone. You know how it goes, I ended up completely exhausted. Anyway, this is not exactly the place to talk about a hidden dungeon. Amami gasped in disbelief. A C-rank dungeon, and you went alone. Thank God you are safe. Sake nodded slightly. I am really grateful you brought me back, Amami-san. She pondered his words for a moment. Brought you back? Right. There have been so many incidents with awakened individuals lately. I put your belongings over there. Your phone's broken, by the way. Sake gave her a warm smile. Thank you for everything. Amami quickly waved her hands. Oh, do not worry about it. Ah, come to think of it, are you hungry? I made some porridge, so. Sake blinked in surprise. You made enough for me too. Of course, she said brightly. I have barely done anything to repay you. You saved me in that dungeon last time, remember? Sake chuckled softly. You really do not need to feel indebted. But if something like that happens again, I will count on you to patch me up. I will bring the porridge right away, Amami said and dashed off to the kitchen. Left alone, Sake smiled to himself. She is really such a kind girl. His gaze drifted toward the cabinet and then he froze. He would seen something he definitely should not have. Grabbing his head in dismay, he muttered, oh crap, it fell out. So she just shoved everything in there earlier, huh? Right then, Amami's voice called from behind him. Sorry for the wait. She followed his line of sight, turned crimson, and rushed over. Why, you saw it, did not you? Sake feigned ignorance. Saw what exactly? Her voice trembled. You saw it, did not you? He stammered back, I really did not see anything, or. Maybe just a little. Amami slumped, face buried in her hands. So you did see it? I am sorry, I swear it was not on purpose, Sake said quickly. She took a deep breath, cheeks still red. I understand. It is my fault for not putting your things away properly. Please just forget about it and eat before it gets cold. Saki's mind wandered briefly. I can't tell her this, but for a moment there, I thought about what it would be like to live here rent-free. Out loud, he said, well then, thanks for the meal. Wow, this is delicious. What did you season it with? It has such a comforting flavor. Amami smiled faintly. The secret ingredient is grated ginger. When I was little, I used to beg my mom to make this whenever I got sick. Sake nodded in understanding. I see. So it is a special Amami family recipe. Come to think of it, you live alone, right? Her tone softened as she answered. My parents were killed by monsters 7 years ago. The sky that day was blood red, and the streets were crawling with beasts. I was just a child back then. Saki's expression darkened. I am sorry. I did not mean to bring up painful memories. Amami waved it off gently. It is fine. It happened a long time ago. It does not affect me anymore. He hesitated before asking, is that why you wanted to become an adventurer? She paused, then smiled with renewed determination. I suppose that is part of it. I want to make sure fewer people end up like me. But honestly, on a completely unrelated note, I have wanted to be an adventurer since I was little. I always thought it looked so cool. I wanted to be strong like that. That is why I begged you to take me on as your student. Maybe I am not cut out for adventuring, but I still want to give it everything I have got for myself. Sake thought silently. Amami-san will definitely keep pursuing her dream of becoming an adventurer, no matter the obstacles. She is not driven by greed or fame, her strength comes from conviction. Then he spoke aloud, Amami-san, and bowed deeply. Startled, she blushed. What are you doing? He looked her in the eye. Earlier, I told you that you were not suited to be an adventurer. I want to take that back. Amami-san, would you? Would you like to be my apprentice? Her eyes widened in shock. Wait, what do you mean? Sake continued, the most important quality in an adventurer is not strength or talent, it is courage. And because you have that courage, I want to help you. I am a bit tied up right now, so it might take a while before I can give you proper training. But if you are okay with that. Amami suddenly bowed in return, tears glimmering in her eyes. Sake-san, thank you so much. If you are truly fine with someone like me, I would be honored to be your apprentice. He smiled faintly. All right then. I will make sure to turn you into a first-class mage. Amami nodded, beaming. I will be looking forward to it. At Saki's apartment, he was examining his belongings. Deep in thought, he muttered, when I checked the rewards after that last battle, I managed to pick up a few things. Wonder if there is any rare loot among them. I have got 2 of these, selling one should not be a problem, right? I will keep the other for myself. The weapon I used against Naga broke anyway. So having a rare item like this is a blessing. I will equip it. Just then, a voice star orb cut in. How's your status looking? Sake replied briefly, my level's gone up quite a bit. She commented, your stats are already around rank C. There is still a long way to go, but your growth rate is really impressive. The way you allocate your skill points is also commendable. The spells you currently possess fit your fighting style perfectly. Sake could not help but laugh. Thanks. How much did you get from selling the loot? The number 70 million yen flashed brightly across the screen. Sake chuckled. This much, that'll make reaching 500 million yen a lot faster. Right then, his phone suddenly rang. Star Orb notified him, Iori, someone's calling you. Already, I just sent it for repairs. That was fast. The caller was Kotoha's doctor. Saki's expression instantly changed. Hello, Sake, the doctor said urgently. Sake-san, thank heavens, we finally managed to reach you. Kotoha's condition has suddenly taken a turn for the worse. The more he listened, the paler Saki's face became. If this continues, I am afraid she does not have much time left. We believe the best thing now is for you to be by her side while she is still conscious. His voice trembled. Doctor, could you please let me talk to Kotoha? I will let her know, the doctor replied. Sake heard muffled voices from the other side. Kotoha, it is your brother. Do you want to talk to him now? A faint response came, yes. Her voice was weak. Hello, big brother. Sake gently reassured her, Kotoha, hang in there a little longer, okay, I have found a way to cure you. The doctor interjected, sir, please do not do anything reckless. But Kotoha simply smiled, completely trusting him. Okay, I will wait. Saki's voice softened, thank you, Kotoha. Just a little longer. Yes, brother, she replied faintly. At that moment, Saki's resolve hardened. Star Orb, do you think I could earn 500 million if I clear an A-rank dungeon? It is possible, she said, but that is a death sentence. He nodded. Maybe. But I have to do it. Iori, Star Orb called out in alarm. Going into an A-rank dungeon with C-rank stats is suicide. You can't possibly make it, are you still going? Sake nodded firmly. Of course. There is not much time left. After a pause, she finally relented. All right then. I won't stop you. I will support you with everything I have got. He smiled softly at her. Thanks, Star Orb. Then he pressed the button to open the dungeon gate. The next instant, both Sake and Star Orb were transported inside. Looking around, Sake muttered in awe, so this is an A-rank dungeon. Huh. That is right, she explained. You will have to climb through 5 floors of the tower and defeat the bot at the very top to clear it. Got it, Sake said, beginning to move. Sounds like it is going to take a while. There are safe zones, she added, places where monsters can't enter or attack. I will guide you through them. As they talked, a massive figure began to materialize before them. Sounds simple enough, Star Orb said, but first you will have to get past that. Standing before them was the guardian of the tower, the White Lion, Nemea. At your current level 70 you are far below the minimum requirement, she warned. You would need at least level 320 to take it down. Iori, can you handle this? Sake smirked, his tone cocky and confident. It is just an A-rank beast. I could take it down with my eyes closed. Beating it would be a good start. Huh. In his mind, he was already calculating. It will be troublesome if a mob of monsters attacks while I am fighting this thing one-on-one. But if I can kill it and grab some rare loot, the rest of this climb will be way easier. Nemea let out a deep, rumbling growl. Star Orb called out, it is coming, Iori. I know, he muttered, bracing himself. Let us hope it is close quarters combat. He thought to himself, I used my precious skill points to unlock this ability. Then he activated his spell Heavenly Demon. As the spell took effect, Sake studied Nemea closely, analyzing its movements while thinking. Heavenly Demon is an enchantment spell that dramatically enhances physical attack power by forming a mana aura around the user. Because the boost in attack power is massive, it consumes an equally massive amount of mana. That is why it should only be used in critical moments. Nemea growled menacingly and opened its jaws wide. Dodging swiftly, Sake calculated his next move. But thanks to Unseal, I do not expend any mana to cast it. In other words, I can spam Heavenly Demon as much as I want. Even if my stats are still low, I can fight toe-to-toe with any A-rank opponent. Still, I should not overuse it, or my body could overload. I do not want to repeat the same mistake I made when I fought Naga. Suddenly, a message appeared on the system interface, you have unlocked a special quest. Sake froze, intrigued. A special quest, what kind? Star Orb spoke up, here it is. A special quest is a chance for you to advance rapidly. Hearing that, Saki's eyes lit up. That is great. Nothing's impossible, right? So, what is the quest? The details appeared on the screen. Special quest, summoning magic and spirit beast. Difficulty. Objective, defeat the White Lion, Nemea, and deify it. Reward, spirit beast summoning magic White Lion Nemea. Reading through it, Sake pondered, this summoning magic seems different from what I know. A spirit beast would greatly boost my close combat abilities. That means I have to defeat this lion without killing it. He decided, guess I will have to tweak the plan a little. With that, Sake swung his arm and released a powerful strike at Nemea, commanding, stay down. Nemea hit the ground with a heavy thud, letting out a fierce roar. Sake frowned, analyzing the situation. Looks like it is using wind as a defensive barrier. That'll make it harder to deal damage. Star Orb's voice rang urgently in his mind. Iori, this is not the time to get careless. He smiled calmly. Relax. I just need to teach this beast who is in charge and then I will make it submit. Star Orb pressed him, further, worried. You are fighting an A-rank monster that requires level 320 to beat. Do not you think this is impossible? Sake sidestepped another attack, answering evenly, not really. Most monsters have terrifying strength, but their attack patterns are simple. Besides, taming this lion might be the key to clearing this dungeon. I will definitely make it mine. He lunged forward once again, striking hard as he taunted. Sorry, buddy, but I have got you all figured out like an open book. Nemea roared furiously and pounced. Sake scowled, slightly annoyed. Did not you hear me? I have seen through every one of your moves. Now it is time for your punishment. In a blur, he unleashed a flurry of blows, landing a rapid series of punches straight into Nemea's face. Then, in a deep, commanding voice, he ordered, kneel. His final punch sent the massive creature flying across the battlefield. Star Orb stood there, utterly dumbfounded. You actually beat an A-rank monster. Sake stepped forward and gave another command. You would better listen to me. Down. To her astonishment, Nemea obeyed, lying down submissively and even wagging its tail. Star Orb blinked in disbelief. It is actually listening to you. What is this, some kind of cat-dog hybrid? Then the system notification rang out. Nemea has been successfully subdued. You have completed the special quest. The system notifications appeared one after another. You have acquired summoning magic. You have obtained the spirit beast, White Lion Nemea. You have leveled up. You have received the White Lion gauntlets. Then came the item details, item name, White Lion gauntlets, type, gloves, power plus 50, rank, A, effect pursuit. After casting a spell, the next attack's damage increases by 1.2x. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Sake muttered under his breath as he read through the lines. So I gain experience and loot just by taming a beast. Star Orb, ever the know-it-all, chimed in proudly. Of course, you just subdued a spirit beast outside the dungeon. Remember, plus, you completed a special quest that is even harder than clearing a dungeon. You even got double experience points for it. His updated status appeared before him. Name, Sake Iori. Level, 120. HP, 1150. Attack, 445. Defense, 314. Endurance, 290. Agility, 290. Skills, Unseal, Summoning Magic. Sake nodded in approval. You are right, I leveled up 50 times in one go. Then he thought aloud, I should probably upgrade my skills before heading into the tower. Star Orb, do you know the specifics of each floor? She nodded confidently. Naturally. Sake smiled faintly. Then I will be counting on you. Her tone turned mock offended. HMPH, do not thank me so easily. He blinked. Star Orb pouted dramatically. You are supposed to ask properly when you need my help. Sake sighed in defeat, then clasped his hands together with exaggerated reverence. Please, O beautiful and divine celestial maiden, the most adorable and supreme Star Orb, lend me your aid. I beg of you. Satisfied, she began her explanation. On the first floor, there is a horde of roaming zombies. Their sheer numbers and swarm strength make a C-rank dungeon look like child's play in comparison. From the second floor onward. Sake listened, analyzing her words carefully. Got it. That means this first floor might be the best place to gain some momentum. Star Orb, still wary, questioned, Iori, do not you think your final spell might be a bit too risky? She grumbled, I honestly do not think its effect is worth 10 skill points. It does not seem that useful. He replied calmly, every spell I have unlocked so far has its purpose. I will turn those monsters on the first floor into pure experience points for this expedition. Star Orb raised a brow, intrigued. Really now? His confident footsteps echoed through the dungeon entrance. Trust me. You just sit back and watch. Moments later, he stopped before the massive gate. Alright then, let us begin. They stood before the dungeon entrance when Sata finally spoke up with a casual reminder. Oh, right, I forgot to mention something pretty important. Once you enter the dungeon, you won't be able to leave unless you reach the core at the very top floor. You still want to go in? Sake answered calmly, yeah, no big deal. Sata chuckled teasingly. As you command, Iori, you really are not afraid of dying, are you? He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. Not exactly. I am just more worried about my sister's safety than my own. They proceeded inside, and Sata could not resist poking fun again. Such a siscon. Sake denied it flatly. I am not. The heavy door slammed shut behind them, plunging the area into total darkness. Saki's eyes scanned the faint glowing marks on the wall. Ceiling sigils, looks like we are locked in. Sata warned quietly. Be careful, the zombies are coming straight this way. Sake smirked. His body began radiating magical energy as he prepared for battle. Alright, before we fight, it is time to use this spell. He cast invisibility. Now I am cloaked. Then he chanted, Summon White Lion Nemea, level 320. The majestic creature appeared, and Sake gave his command. Nemea, run around and wipe out every zombie on this floor. The lion let out a thunderous roar and dashed off, leaving luminous white trails where it moved. Watching from a distance, Sake grinned to himself. Zombie-type monsters are strong, but since they are already dead, they have lost all intelligence. Once they lock onto a target, they will chase it until either it or they die. He gave another order. Nemea, charge straight into the central zone and hold your ground. It obeyed instantly. The horde of zombies lunged mindlessly toward it. At that moment, Sake activated petrification. In an instant, Nemea's entire body turned to stone. The zombies, oblivious, crashed into the statue and were caught in a massive explosion Sake had set up. Sata finally commented, that petrification skill is pretty hard to use, it costs 10 skill points. I always thought it was kind of useless. Still holding his sword, Sake replied coolly, but you never thought I would use it on an ally as bait, did you? Then he launched himself into the fight. As he moved, he imbued his sword with magic, muttering, now that all the zombies are gathered, I just need to use Demon's Blessing. Demon Sword activate. He layered another enchantment. Holy Crusade. Sata gasped in realization. I get it, by enchanting Holy Crusade onto the Demon Sword, you can wield both demonic and divine magic at once. A brilliant slash cut through the darkness. Saki's strikes were clean, precise, and devastating, cutting down the zombies before they could even retaliate. Once the last one fell, he sheathed his blade with a satisfied expression. Alright, mission complete. Nemea, restored from its petrified state, patted over and nuzzled affectionately against him. Sake smiled, patting its mane. You did great too, Nemea. A system notification chimed. Level up. Sata marveled aloud. You really took them all down in just a few minutes. But her tone seemed to irritate him. You do not believe me, do you? She flinched. Of course I do, I am just surprised, that is all. Satisfied, Sake nodded. Good. A panel appeared, displaying his updated stats. Name, Sake Iori. Title, The Reincarnated Archmage. Level, 240. HP, 2300. Mana, 2300. Attack, 745. Defense, 615. Endurance, 580. Agility, 580. Skill, Seal Breaker. Sake could not help but grin. Wow, my level literally doubled, and I got a bunch of loot too. Some of these are high-tier rare items. Then he fell silent, deep in thought, before glancing at Sata. Hey, Sata, think all this is worth around 500 million yen. She began doing quick mental math. Let us see. After a pause, she nodded. Yeah, if you sell everything, you would get about 600 million. Saki's eyes widened. Seriously, well then, that is a wrap, is not it? Let us go home. Sata reluctantly reminded him, did you already forget what I told you? You can't leave this place unless you defeat every monster and reach the top of the tower. Sake pondered her words for a moment. The top floor, then he tilted his head back, pointing upward. Look, Sata. She followed his gesture, confused. That is just the ceiling. He nodded. Exactly. She sighed, exasperated. Alright, let us just keep moving then. But Sake continued, what I mean is it is just a regular ceiling. It does not have any ceiling sigils like the walls or the entrance. Her brows furrowed as she processed it. I see. I suppose that is possible. But seriously, you are wasting a perfectly good rank dungeon if you do that. You should not be so impatient, Iori. He raised his hand, and she immediately fell silent. His expression hardened with quiet determination. Since I have already earned enough money to pay for Kotoha's treatment, the rest does not matter. Just tell me about the final bot. Sata reluctantly complied. The final bot resides on the top floor. It commands the entire zombie legion within this tower. Its name is the Tyrant Reaper. Required level, 550. You do not stand a chance against it right now. Or, at least, that is what I can see. But I guess that won't stop you, will it? She smiled faintly, then encouraged him, I won't stop you. Go on, hurry and save your sister. Sake smiled in return. Thanks, Sata. He pulled up his system interface and began calculating. Skill usage. If it is the Tyrant Reaper, then it will definitely use dark arts. In that case, I will counter with this spell. After a brief pause, his lips curled into a confident grin. Alright. With this, I will be able to defeat it. He bent his knees, mana surging through his body as he shouted, Alright then, Heavenly Demon Mode. In a flash, he shot upward like a missile, blasting straight through the ceiling one layer after another, leaving a trail of smoke and debris behind him. Within moments, he reached the top floor. He exhaled in satisfaction. Looks like I just found a shortcut to the rooftop. Sata.'s voice echoed urgently beside him. Please be careful, Iori, this is the bot's domain, he can strike at any time. Saki's response was calm but firm. I know. This is not a fight I can afford to take lightly. As he advanced toward the Reaper, his mind raced. To defeat the Tyrant Reaper with my current power, I have to neutralize every one of its attacks. Across the chamber, the Reaper flicked its skeletal hand. At once, countless bones began to rattle as entire skeletons clawed their way up from the ground, all charging towards Sake in unison. Sake murmured, mind wipe. Instantly, the skeletal soldiers passed by him harmlessly, as though he were invisible. Inside his mind, Sake had already anticipated this. The Tyrant Reaper's magic manipulates the undead to swarm its target. But if I use mind wipe, they will mistake me for one of their own and the spell becomes useless against me. The Reaper leaned lazily on its scythe, watching him with a grotesque grin. Then, in a blink, its form vanished from the throne and reappeared right behind Sake, the blade of its scythe already swinging down. But Sake had expected it. I have fought plenty of Tyrant Reapers in my previous life. He sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the strike. That is why no matter what you try, I can read every move you make. Then he invoked his second spell. Eye of Wisdom First Form. He analyzed the flow of energy in front of him, thinking fast. It took me ages to unlock this skill on the tree. And it was always one of my greatest strengths. The Eye of Wisdom is among the highest tier ocular arts, but I can only use the first form for now. I still can't fully tap into its potential. The first form allows me to see the opponent's mana flow. The Tyrant Reaper does not have a physical body, it shifts in and out of existence, making it extremely difficult to land a hit. Sake slowly drew his sword, his expression calm yet calculating. If I can see his mana flow, he muttered, then I can pinpoint his exact location and strike before he vanishes. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, body tense and ready. When the Reaper lunged, he twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the scythe's edge. The creature struck once, then instantly disappeared into the shadows. Saki's eyes widened, the glowing rings of mana visible through his Eye of Wisdom. He tracked every subtle shift of energy then. In a flash, the Reaper reappeared. Sake spun around, thrusting his sword with deadly precision. The blade pierced straight through the Reaper's chest. I hit him, Sake analyzed coldly, but the damage output is too low. That confirms the massive level gap between us. He tightened his grip on the hilt, quickly adjusting his plan. In that case, I will just have to keep attacking until he goes down. He slashed again and again, each strike faster than the last. Even if my current strength is not what it used to be, I can still counter every move he makes by using the first form of the Eye of Wisdom. Blinding light flashed from his blade, cutting through the Reaper's eerie green aura. The creature twisted away from his strike, but Sake was already thinking ahead. I just remembered something important. The real difference between me now and who I was before is my unbreakable will. His vision blurred. Suddenly, an image pierced his mind: a hospital room, a frail figure lying motionless on a bed. Kotoha's weak voice called out, "Big brother," then her hand slipped, her voice fading. Saki's breath hitched, anguish flooding his chest. "Kotoha," he screamed, reaching forward instinctively, completely unaware that the Reaper had appeared behind him, scythe raised. Just as the blade grazed his back, he twisted away, but not fast enough. Blood sprayed into the air. Satadat's terrified voice echoed, "Iori." The Reaper retreated to its throne, its expression one of hideous satisfaction, mouth stretching into a skeletal grin. Sake staggered, clutching his bleeding side. His mind raced. An illusion spell. Damn it. I can't dodge properly while I am wounded. He clenched his teeth, struggling to stay upright. Think, Sake, what now? And then, memories came flooding back: Kotoha's laughter, her voice full of excitement. If I die here, what'll happen to Kotoha? He could hear her again, clear as day: "Big brother," her face, her smile, her piano. "Guess what? I finally mastered Minute On," she had said proudly. He would smiled, proud. "Really, that is amazing, Kotoha. Let me play it for you," she would begged. "Come on, please, big brother." He could not refuse her then. All right, but just for a little while. Her whole face had lit up like the sun. The two of them had sat at the piano, laughing, playing together. Those were the happiest moments of their lives. Now, in the present, Kotoha's frail body trembled on her hospital bed. Her eyes fluttered shut as tears streamed down her cheeks. Are these the memories we shared? We were so happy once. My piano playing got better and better, and my brother always encouraged me. Her lips trembled. Has my body finally given up? She cried out into the void, her voice raw with fear. I do not want to die. Big brother. Back in the dungeon, Saki's eyes flew wide open, terror and confusion consuming him. What the hell is this? In front of him, the glowing system screen flickered to life, displaying a single line of text. Would you like to activate Unseal? The star spirit beside him furrowed his brow and added, I do not even know how to explain this. Has this possibility always existed? Sake looked at him curiously and asked, if I accept it, will my seal be undone? At that moment, the Reaper swung his scythe again. I really do not get it, Sake muttered, but compared to losing Kotoha, he was determined to seize victory no matter what. Meanwhile, Saki's thoughts burned with resolve. If it means not losing her, I will do anything. Then the system notification appeared. Seal break has been released. A powerful light burst out from Saki's body, forcing the Reaper to halt, unable to attack. Configuration: Unlimited seal break activated. Sake straightened up and spoke calmly, quite the surprise. Now I understand why it is called a seal. This is me, my true self from before, is not it? The Reaper charged at him in frustration, but Sake easily sidestepped. Too slow, his eyes gleamed with sharp focus. He struck forward, landing a direct blow that sent the Reaper sprawling. Sake watched coldly, his hand tightening around his staff as he gathered energy at the tip, preparing his next attack. The Reaper widened its eyes in shock, staring at him in disbelief. It tried to counterattack in desperation, but Saki's voice was steady and resolute as he unleashed his spell. I only want to return to Kotoha as soon as possible. Sorry, but I will turn this entire dungeon into dust. The Reaper's flimsy defenses shattered instantly, and it could only watch helplessly as a radiant blast engulfed it. The impact shook the dungeon to its core. The central core of the dungeon was obliterated in a blinding explosion. At the hospital, chaos erupted. Sake was sprinting back toward his sister. He cast acceleration on his legs, pushing his speed to the limit. His face was tense with determination, his mind repeating, please, let me make it in time, Kotoha. Inside the emergency room, doctors were doing everything they could to save her. One of them urged, hang in there, Kotoha-chan, we have already called your brother. her faint consciousness drifted toward his image. Big brother. Over the phone, a panicked doctor shouted, "Damn it, please, hurry, Sake-san. What the hell are you doing right now of all times?" As he ran, Sake responded while pulling out a vial of divine elixir. His eyes burned with resolve. "I am doing everything I can to reach you, Kotoha." His speed surged even faster, his body slicing through the streets like an arrow. Back in the hospital, the doctors were losing hope. Kotoha's face had turned pale, her life ebbing away. The heart monitor barely flickered. One of them murmured, "Kotoha." Another sighed heavily, her conditions worsening too quickly. "I am sorry, but we have done all we could for her." Just then, the door burst open with a shout. "Kotoha." A doctor looked up, startled. "Sake-san, I am sorry, but Kotoha is not conscious anymore. Please, stay by her side until the end." But Sake exhaled a deep breath of relief. "Thank God, I made it in time." The doctor frowned, confused. "Made it in time? What do you mean? At least you can still feel her warmth." Sake gently lifted her into his arms. "I got here just in time, Kotoha." Then he removed her oxygen mask. The doctor panicked. "Sake-san, what the hell are you doing?" Ignoring him, Sake poured the elixir into Kotoha's mouth. Her body began to glow with a golden light. He did not take his eyes off her even for a second. "Please," he whispered. The flat line on the monitor suddenly jumped. Kotoha's eyes fluttered open. The doctors froze in disbelief. Impossible. Sake stood there, stunned, unable to process what he was seeing. What the hell just happened? Kotoha's eyes widened as she recognized him. Big brother. Tears welled up in Saki's eyes. He knelt down and hugged her tightly, his voice trembling. "Kotoha." Later, Sake stood beside the attending physician. The doctor explained, "Your sister's condition is remarkably stable. I can't find any trace of her previous illness. All her wounds are completely gone, and I am confident her disease won't relapse." Sake let out a long, relieved sigh. "That is wonderful news." The doctor smiled. "I think she can be discharged tomorrow." Sake smiled back warmly. "Thank you, doctor. Truly." The doctor could not help but remark, "Still, for a terminal illness like hers to be completely cured with just a single dose of medicine, frankly, that is impossible according to modern medical science. I can only describe it as a miracle." Then, recalling the event, he asked, "What exactly did you give her?" Sake gave a simple answer. "It was a divine potion, a kind of elixir I found inside a dungeon. I would heard rumors that it could cure any disease. As unbelievable as it sounded, I decided to take the risk." The doctor let out a quiet sigh of relief and smiled. "I see. So things like that really do exist inside dungeons." He added thoughtfully, "Those places truly are mysterious, are not they?" Sake smiled back and nodded. "They are." Before long, the day came for Kotoha to be discharged. Stretching her arms, she beamed and said, "Ah, the air outside feels so fresh." Saki's heart warmed at the sight of her joy. "Looks like you are doing really well, huh?" She turned to him and nodded. "Yeah. It almost feels like all that pain I went through was never real." He smiled softly. "I am so glad to hear that." Just then, a taxi pulled up by the curb, but Kotoha suddenly stopped. "Big brother." Seeing her serious expression, Sake tilted his head. She explained slowly, "Since I am feeling so much better now, I want to walk home." Sake raised a brow. "Walk home? But our house is really far, you know. Are you sure that is a good idea when you have just recovered?" She smiled reassuringly. "It is fine, and if I get tired, you can always give me a piggyback ride." Sake chuckled, giving in. "You really do not let anyone stop you, do you? Alright then, let us go home." Kotoha laughed brightly, gripping his hand. "Let us go." As they walked, Sake asked, "So, what do you want for dinner tonight, to celebrate your discharge? I will get you anything, sushi, barbecue, whatever you want." Kotoha thought for a moment before answering, "Then I want to eat your curry rice, big brother." He smiled wryly. "You do not need to worry about saving money, you know. We can get anything you like." But she shook her head shyly. "It is not about the money. I just want to eat something you made. Your curry rice is the thing I want most in the world right now." Saki's face reddened slightly as he nodded. Then we will have to stop by the supermarket on our way home. The two chatted happily as they walked. We should get you some pudding too, he said. However many you want, I will buy them all. Awesome, deal, Kotoha cheered as they finally stepped through the front door. It has been so long since I have been home. But when her eyes wandered toward a half-open door, she froze, her expression puzzled. Sake quickly reacted. Oh no, star spirits in there, Kotoha, do not go in. Inside, the star spirit was lounging in a makeshift inflatable pool, happily munching on snacks. The scene left Kotoha speechless. This world's snacks are amazing, Star Spirit said with delight. I think I might be addicted. Kotoha blinked, whispering, a fairy. Star Spirit looked up when she heard that, meeting Kotoha's gaze. You must be Kotoha, she said with a smile. Looks like you have made a full recovery. Kotoha's eyes widened. How do you know me? Fairy-san, she blurted out. But the Star Spirit immediately corrected her. Do not call me Fairy-san. My name is Star Spirit. She went on, I have been training your brother for quite some time now. Do you have any idea how many times I have had to save him while he was risking his life to rescue you? At that, Kotoha turned toward Sake, puzzled. Big brother, but she quickly put the pieces together. So that is what happened. Thank you, Miss Star Spirit. Star Spirit smiled, clearly pleased. Well, at least you are a polite child unlike Iori. Kotoha smiled shyly, while Sake, watching from the side, thought to himself, for some reason, they have gotten along really quickly. But I guess that is a good thing. He then shifted his attention to the bag of groceries. Alright, let us get dinner started. Curry rice, coming right up. Everyone, dig in. Kotoha scooped up a spoonful and took a bite, her face lighting up in delight. This is so good, it has been forever since I last had your curry. Big brother. Sake chuckled, pleased. Hearing that makes all the effort worth it. Kotoha smiled brightly. I do not know how to describe it, but I feel full of energy. Star Spirit interjected matter-of-factly, well, considering you nearly died, that makes sense. Kotoha burst into laughter. That is true. Meanwhile, Sake frowned slightly, muttering inwardly, damn it, Star Spirit, did you have to say it like that? Still, as long as Kotoha's smiling, it is fine. Just then, the TV newscaster's voice broke in, we have an urgent announcement. All three stopped eating and turned to listen. The reporter continued, a large dungeon has appeared in the Tokyo metropolitan area. The Adventurers Guild has classified it as a potential ranked dungeon. Recruitment is now underway for guilds willing to participate in its conquest. Between bites, Kotoha commented, it feels like dungeons have been showing up more and more lately, does not it? Sake nodded. Yeah, and a large ranked dungeon will take quite a while to clear. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before Sake's eyes. Emergency mission assigned. His eyes widened. Emergency mission, compensation for restriction release. Difficulty, 6 stars. Objective, conquer the Crystal Mine Dungeon. Remaining time, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Sake murmured under his breath, a mission like the one with Nemea before, why now of all times? But Star Spirit immediately corrected him. No, this one's different. Timed missions like that should not even exist. And look at the name, it says, compensation for restriction release. The restriction seal is a special ability designed to make you stronger. Iori. Her voice trailed off, and Sake began running calculations in his head. If that is the reward, then this compensation. Kotoha called out in worry when she noticed him falling silent. Big brother, that was when Sake came to his senses. Oh right, Kotoha can't see it, huh, he quickly brushed it off. Sorry if I said something weird. Let us just finish our meal. She nodded gently. Okay. That night, after Kotoha had fallen asleep, Sake began discussing things with Star Core. Even the all-knowing Star Core had no idea what was going on. The screen displayed a line of text, remaining time, 29 days, 20 hours, and 27 minutes. Sake muttered, the countdown keeps ticking away. Star Core folded her arms and said thoughtfully, because the mission title mentions compensation, I suspect it is tied to the restoration of your previous life's power during your battle with the god of death. Beyond that, I am in the dark. Sake frowned. But are not you the one managing the restriction seal? Should not you know what is happening? She snapped back irritably. This is literally the first time I have ever heard about any kind of seal release. Nonsense. The only one who'd know what is going on is your previous self. Seeing her visibly upset, Sake quickly apologized. I am sorry. Still, I have a rough idea of what is happening. She tilted her head. You do, he began explaining, yeah. Restriction release, emergency quest. Compensation for lifting restrictions, difficulty 6 stars. There is no doubt it is referring to my transformation into my past self. And if you treat that as a spell, there is only one logical conclusion. Starcore leaned in curiously. And that is, Sake continued, the restriction release might actually be a failsafe mechanism built into the seal itself. I think it is designed to activate automatically when I am on the verge of death. But here's the problem with any spell, there has to be a cost. In my battle against the god of death, I lifted the restriction, yet there was no compensation afterward. That is impossible, it violates the very laws of magic. Starcore's mind reeled as she tried to keep up. So, what does that mean exactly? Sake summarized, it means that in exchange for surviving the fight with the god of death, I now have to pay the price one way or another. Think of it as a post-payment. Her eyes widened as realization dawned. I see. So that is why you were assigned the compensation quest, he nodded. Exactly. But there is still a lot I do not understand. Starcore suddenly froze as another thought hit her. Wait a minute, you said it is a post-payment, right, so if you do not pay. Sake finished her sentence for her. Right. If I fail to complete the emergency quest within the time limit, I will probably die. Starcore immediately panicked. Then we need to hurry and conquer the crystal mine. It must be the same dungeon that appeared on the news since that is when the quest showed up, Sake replied calmly. That is what I was thinking, too. Deep down, he sighed inwardly. I hate to admit it, but it looks like my adventuring days are not over yet. The next morning, Kotoha reluctantly headed off to school, waving goodbye. I am leaving, Sake smiled. Have a good day. Watching her cheerful figure skip down the street filled him with a quiet sense of relief. He muttered to himself, well, I guess it is time for me to get going too. Before long, he arrived at the assessment headquarters. The receptionist, a polite young woman, asked gently, at the moment, you are still ranked E. Are you absolutely sure you want to attempt the rank promotion test? Sake nodded firmly. Yes. Behind him, 2 rude girls whispered snidely. Another talentless nobody with no skills. These idiots show up sometimes just to stroke their own egos. Whatever, let him try. Sake ignored them, though his thoughts were clear. I can hear you loud and clear, you know. Alright then, he mused silently. The crystal mine that suddenly appeared in Tokyo's city district is classified as a large ranked dungeon. Since it is under the jurisdiction of the Adventurers Guild, it is a standard dungeon, not a hidden one. To take part in conquering it, I will need to join at least a B-rank guild. And to do that, I first need to raise my own rank. I have only cleared hidden dungeons before, so my current ranking does not reflect any notable achievements. Looks like I have got no choice but to take the promotion exam head-on. The examiners continued their instructions. To pass the A rank test, you will need to clear both a status assessment and a combat evaluation. Please begin by placing your hand on the assessment crystal. Sake nodded and promptly reached out to touch the orb. The female staffer's eyes went wide with disbelief. Impossible. His level is 240, for someone labeled as talentless. That can't be right, there must be some mistake. Seeing her shocked expression, Sake tilted his head. Is there a problem? She hastily shook her head. And no, none at all. You have passed the status check. Next is the combat trial. Please wait until your name is called. Just then, a heated argument broke out nearby. Of course a worthless brat like you's getting kicked out. Sake raised an eyebrow. An argument? A young man named Shimizu was shouting back at a burly adventurer. You can't seriously pin the entire failure of that dungeon raid on me alone. The large man, clearly irritated, picked at his ear and grumbled. We failed because your damn support skills were useless, were not they? He then puffed out his chest arrogantly. I am Ryuzaki, an A-rank adventurer. Honestly, I should be thanked for letting a weakling like you stay in my guild for as long as you did. Shimizu frowned, trying to reason with him. I already accepted getting only a tiny share of the loot, but I refused to take the fall for the guild's failure or get expelled. I mean, was not the real reason we failed your terrible decision-making. You are just trying to shift the blame. Before he could finish, Ryuzaki's fist swung toward him. Of course you are getting expelled, you bastard, but Sake stepped in, catching the punch midair with one hand. Ryuzaki growled, his voice dripping with hostility. Who the hell are you, punk? Sake replied calmly, just an adventurer passing by. Ryuzaki's glare hardened. Then stay out of other people's business. Sake met his eyes without flinching. If it were just an argument, I would stay out of it. But I can't stand by and watch you throw a punch. At that moment, a voice came over the loudspeakers, interrupting their standoff. A rank adventurer Ryuzaki-sama, please report to the reception desk. Ryuzaki clicked his tongue and turned away, but not before growling, they are calling me. Consider yourself lucky I will let this slide. He shot Sake one last venomous look. Just this once. Shimizu exhaled and turned to Sake. Sorry you got dragged into that because of me. Sake shook his head. Do not worry about it. I heard you mention something about being blamed. What exactly happened between you two? Shimizu hesitated. It might just sound like whining. You still want to hear it? Sake gave a short nod. Yeah. Shimizu began to explain. That man earlier, Ryuzaki, is the leader of the guild I belong to, the Red Dragon Guild. I might sound biased, but it is a remarkable guild, filled with elite adventurers and strong camaraderie. We set out to conquer a high-difficulty dungeon with 10 members. But we got caught in a trap, and everyone died except for Ryuzaki and me. By all rights, the failure was his fault, he was the leader. But because I was a low-ranking support, he has been trying to pin all the blame on me, just like you saw. Saki's brows furrowed. That is awful. Just then, the intercom blared again. Sake-sama, your rank promotion exam is ready. Please proceed to Arena 1. Sake gave Shimizu a brief nod. Sorry, they are calling for me. I have got to go. Wait, hold on, Shimizu blurted, his face turning pale. The combat exam, it is a mock battle against an A-rank adventurer. I bet Ryuzaki was called to the front desk to serve as the examiner. That means there is a very high chance your opponent will be him. He warned anxiously, Ryuzaki's dangerous. Every time he is called as an examiner, his opponents end up seriously injured. I really think you should back out while you can. But Sake simply smiled. I will be fine. I might not look it, but I am a lot stronger than I seem. Shimizu fell silent, realizing there was no point arguing further. Ryuzaki's laughter echoed through the test hall. What a coincidence, he called out loudly. I never thought the useless brat everyone's been gossiping about would be you. His presence felt overwhelming as he loomed over Sake. Do not expect to walk out of here unscathed. I guarantee you will never be an adventurer again. Sake just sneered. I am actually glad you are my opponent. Ryuzaki froze at that. Then the younger man added bluntly, because I do not plan on going easy on a thug like you. That set Ryuzaki off. You bastard, he spat. The referee's signal rang out. Begin the combat trial. Ryuzaki laughed and taunted. Do not keel over right away. Okay. He slammed a fist into the ground and cracks spidered outward. Sake watched, surprised. He can crack the floor with his bare hands. His stats must be pretty high for an A rank. Seeing Sake trying to keep his distance, Ryuzaki used a skill. Run all you want, gravity pull. He gritted his teeth and poured strength into the technique. Sake felt himself being dragged downward. I am getting pulled. Ryuzaki had a fist ready underfoot. This ends now, he bellowed and swung, but Sake dodged with quick reflexes. He planted a hand on Ryuzaki, used the big man's mass as a pivot, spun, and landed to put distance between them. Ryuzaki sneered, lucky dodge. Huh, you timed that well. Sake eyed him warily. That is a gravity manipulation skill, right? It suits your physique. Ryuzaki let out a derisive laugh. You are sharper than you look. If you had not been insolent, I might have recruited you into my guild. Too bad. But today your adventuring career ends. Sake took note of the raw energy Ryuzaki was generating. A lot of power. No wonder he is a rank. He gathered his own mana and activated his technique. Heavenly Demon. Ryuzaki's eyes lit up. That power. You are not just trash. One day you might be trouble for my guild. Luckily I can crush you before that happens. Sake stood ready, arrogant. I doubt your luck will hold. Ryuzaki barked a booming laugh. Let us see how long your swagger lasts. Next Ryuzaki unleashed gravity imprisonment. Saki's eyes widened and he dodged carefully, but his legs sank into the earth. Suddenly his body felt unbearably heavy. My body's so heavy, he took a solid punch from Ryuzaki and staggered, yet managed to block the follow-up. Ryuzaki pressed the assault. Sake kept getting shoved back. Observing, Sake calculated, he uses his skills expertly, and his one-on-one technique is outstanding. I underestimated a rank fighters. He narrowed his eyes and planned. I need to use the Eye of Wisdom to suppress Ryuzaki's skills. Ryuzaki roared and fired gravity pull again. Multiple streams of force surged toward Sake, but he dispersed them with ease. Ryuzaki was stunned. What the? He shattered his own gravity pull and then laughed again. Interesting, turns out you really are not some scrub. But at this point, we will just fight until one of us dies, right? Combat has ended, the announcement blared again. Sake heard the cue and immediately turned, but Ryuzaki was not satisfied. Hey, our fight is not over, he called. Sake shrugged. Cool as ever. They announced it, did not they? It is over. That only made Ryuzaki angrier. I do not give a damn, we are not finished, he shouted. Sake started to walk away. I came here to become an A-rank adventurer. My only concern was to pass the combat trial. Anything else can wait. He left Ryuzaki alone in the hall. The man roared in fury, do not get cocky with me. He ground his teeth and spit venom. Sake Iori, mark my words. One day I will get you. I will make sure we finish this fight. Meanwhile, the clerk handed Sake a new adventurer card. Congratulations on achieving a rank. Here's your new guild card. Sake accepted it politely. Thank you. Shimizu, still anxious, asked, Sake-san, are you all right? Sake answered briefly, somehow I managed. The combat check was pretty short, so that helped. Relief washed over Shimizu. Thank God it was short. I have seen a lot of adventurers get seriously injured during those trials. I can't even see a scratch on you. You might actually have talent, Sake, he added. Sake did not deny the compliment. I suppose I am strong enough to be recognized as an A-rank adventurer. Shimizu chuckled in agreement. I think that is fair. Shimizu warned him, but Ryuzaki has a nasty reputation for being stubborn. He might come looking for you in the next few days. If you run into trouble, contact me. I may have been kicked out of the guild, but I can still help. Thank you, now I can sleep easy. Sake walked on, replaying the conversation in his head. I am a rank now, but I still do not know how to join a guild. I can always ask Takai or Suzukaze about that. Then he paused, turning on a hunch. I sense a monster nearby. Across the street people were sprinting in terror, shouting to one another, run, it is going to kill us. A bulletin alarmed everyone. A monster has emerged from a gate. Evacuate immediately. All nearby adventurers, please respond to this emergency. If I plan my next move and ignore this, and civilians die because of it, I will never forgive myself, he thought. Sake activated Heavenly Demon and moved. When he reached a favorable vantage point, he cast the first form of Eye of Wisdom and quickly spotted the creature. A massive reptile rampaging through the area. Sake frowned and muttered, let us wrap this up fast. Inside the exam monitoring and authorization room, Hamada's voice rang out, unbelievable. His expression was pure astonishment. He used to be so weak, but somehow he has reached a rank-level power in such a short time. Watching the footage of Saki's battle, Hamada was stunned. Is Sake Iori really one of those so-called talentless adventurers with no skills? He is completely beyond human limits. Without hesitation, he bolted from his seat. I would better report this to the higher-ups at the guild right away. Out on the streets, adventurers were struggling against a swarm of stone monsters. One fighter's blade struck a creature's body but barely left a scratch. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn, it is hard as rock. Another attacked and managed to push one back, but it did no real damage. The first adventurer called out thanks, and the other simply replied, do not mention it. Then, the ground trembled. A massive serpent burst onto the main road. Both men shouted in shock, Oh no, another adventurer began casting wind cannon, while a brash young man with messy hair stepped forward, full of confidence. I am B-rank Saito, leave the bot to me, got it? You small fries handle the weak ones, the others grumbled in annoyance. That arrogant B-rank Saito again. I can't stand him. But fine, he is the strongest here. Do what he says. Saito unleashed several wind elemental magic circles, boasting, "Hey, you oversized snake, you do not stand a chance against me." The enormous serpent glared down at the small band of adventurers. Up above, Sake stood on a rooftop, watching quietly. He sighed. This is painful to watch. I am not sure, but if I interfere now, they will probably accuse me of stealing his prey. That'll just waste more time. For now, I will observe and see how strong they really are. From what he saw, Saito was indeed a B rank. The man grew increasingly smug. Even a B rank bot will go down easily before me, he grinned, his thoughts brimming with ambition. If I kill this monster, I will be promoted to a rank for sure. No tests, no trials, just recognition for my achievement. Being an adventurer is so simple. Sake frowned from above. That idiot's still running his mouth. Does not he see the bot gathering power? At that moment, the massive serpent burst out from beneath the rubble with earth-shaking force. Its aura alone made Saito freeze. The creature roared, tearing through the debris and sending Saito flying. Stop, get back. Sake sighed. Looks like he does not use his brain. Below, Saito screamed in terror, his pants soaked. Get away from me. A flash of white light cut across the battlefield. A single clean slash split the giant serpent in two. Saito stared, speechless, trembling. Why you? You saved me. Sake did not answer. His sharp eyes shifted toward the remaining stone monsters. His expression did not waver as he moved. His blade danced through the air, slicing through the creatures one after another. The monsters were severed cleanly before they could even react. When the fight was over, the other adventurers murmured in disbelief. But those stone monsters are tough as hell, he cut them all down in one strike. Sake looked up briefly, muttering to himself, guess I did steal their prey after all. Better leave before they start yelling. He vanished a second later, leaving the crowd staring after him in awe. Who the hell was that guy? One asked. Another answered, voice trembling, he is on a completely different level. Elsewhere, Saki's image appeared on a smartphone screen. A young woman named Suzu grinned excitedly. I got some amazing shots, that swordsmanship so elegant. Is he stronger than me? And he is. Kind of good looking, too. She scrolled through the photos, clearly pleased. If he is an adventurer, he is at least B rank. No, a rank for sure, but I have never seen him before. Could he be unaffiliated? Hopefully, I can find him in the guild database. She typed his name, and suddenly froze. Wait. Is that him? The screen displayed a fresh update. Adventurers Guild portal Sake Iori has been promoted to a rank. Her eyes lit up. It really is him, and he is supposedly one of the talentless, yet that strength, how fascinating. What an interesting man. That night, Kotoha's voice echoed through the house. Big brother, this is bad. Sake, who was calmly eating dinner, reminded her, you know, watching your phone while eating is a bad habit. But she hurriedly cut him off. Forget that, she said, waving her phone in front of his face. Look at this. Sake took it, muttering as he tapped the screen, all right. What is with the noise this time? The post on her phone read. Super powerful adventurer slays monsters in seconds. It was from Nagisawa Suzu's account. Beneath it were hundreds of comments flooding in. What the hell, that is insane. So cool. No way that is real, it is gotta be staged. Look at those moves, awesome. The video was blowing up fast. Saki's face went pale. What the hell is this, he muttered. Kotoha leaned forward, eyes sparkling. The guy in the video, that is you. Right, big bro, you are crazy strong. From the corner of the room, Saisei the small, floating spirit-like creature piped up. Iori, let me see. Sake did not bother denying it. Yeah, that is me. But I have no idea who filmed it. Kotoha's jaw dropped. Wait, you do not know Suzu-chan? Sake blinked. Suzu-chan, who is that supposed to be? Kotoha looked at him like he would grown a second head. Nagisawa Suzu. She is a famous adventurer. She used to be an idol, super cute and super strong. When I was stuck in the hospital, I used to watch her videos all the time. Hearing that, Sake started to piece things together. I see. So that is what this is about. Saisei snickered. Iori, everyone online is saying you look cool and mysterious. Seems like you are pretty popular now. Kotoha chimed in, eyes gleaming. You are going to be famous, big brother. But Sake shot the idea down immediately. Not a chance. Just then, his phone buzzed with new notifications, dozens of them. Amami, Suamuji here. Wait, that is you in the video, right? Suzukaze, Iori-san, I saw that clip. Were you holding back, or are you really that strong? Sake sighed heavily. Looks like the video's gone viral, huh? Kotoha nodded seriously. Of course, it is Suzu-chan who posted it. Sake frowned, thinking aloud. Should I contact the site and request the video be taken down? Kotoha immediately protested. What? But that'd be such a waste. He explained patiently, it will be a problem if people start digging into our personal information. If it were just me, I would not care. But if your info got leaked, strangers might start trying to contact you. That got her attention. She switched sides instantly. You are right, tell Suzu-chan to take it down. Sake exhaled in relief. Thank God, my little sister's got common sense. Saisei crunched on a snack and added casually, good idea. Those sites take forever to respond anyway. Try messaging her directly, her inbox is open to the public, even though she is famous. Sake gave her a suspicious look. And how do you know all that? Saisei shrugged. I have been gathering info online, obviously. You know me. Kotoha giggled. You are really dedicated, huh? Meanwhile, Sake thought to himself, she is probably just killing time. He got to work. Let us make a temporary account and message her. He typed out a polite message. I am the person in the video you posted. I am sorry to bother you, but could you please take it down? He leaned back. Now we wait. Kotoha frowned doubtfully. Honestly, she probably won't reply. She must get thousands of messages a day. Sake nodded. You're probably right. But moments later, his phone lit up again. Guess I was worried for nothing, he murmured. She actually replied. Kotoha gasped. Wait, Suzu-chan replied to you. He read the message aloud. Understood. Please come to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow at 3 p.m. I would like to confirm your identity in person. Sake sighed. Got it. Looks like this can't be avoided. Kotoha practically bounced with excitement. You are meeting Suzu-chan. I am so jealous, maybe I should skip school and come with you. But Sake gently stopped her. I get how you feel, but skipping school over something like this is not a good idea. Fine, she pouted. Still, as Sake looked down at his phone, unease crept in. That reply came fast. Way too fast, almost like she was waiting for me to reach out. What exactly is she after? The next day at the Adventurers Guild, someone suddenly grabbed Sake by the collar. A calm but firm voice came from behind him. Come with me. It was Suzu. He turned his head, nodded lightly, and followed her without resistance. All right. They walked together into the elevator, and before long, she led him into a quiet room. Suzu closed the door, then finally spoke, her tone now polite and measured. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sake Iori-san. Sake returned her courtesy with a small nod. Likewise. So, this room is. Suzu sat down gracefully on a nearby chair and explained, just a regular conference room. You can use one freely if you are ranked B or above. For someone as well known as me, it is hard to have a normal conversation in public. You know, I see, Sake replied, understanding her reasoning. So that is why you brought me here. Exactly, she confirmed with a faint smile. Sake got straight to the point. Then, if you do not mind me cutting to the chase, could you take that video down? As you can see, I really am the one in it. Suzu nodded, already unlocking her phone. I have already done that, she said, showing him the screen. See, the post's gone. He leaned closer, checked it himself, and gave a quiet nod. Yes. Thank you. I feel a lot better now. She smiled playfully. No need to thank me. But do not you think it is a shame that video was getting a lot of attention. Not at all, he replied flatly. That answer genuinely surprised her. Huh, not at all. You really do not care about fame or recognition. Sake took a seat. His tone steady and matter-of-fact. From my perspective, I actually prefer the opposite. Suzu sighed, crossing her legs. Fine, I get it. So you do not like standing out. I take it that means you are rejecting my offer to collaborate. Collaborate, he echoed, curious. Yes, she continued, her tone casual but eyes sharp. Someone as strong as you, especially since you are officially labeled a non-talent, naturally draws attention. You could become famous in no time. So you knew I was considered talentless, he asked evenly. Suzu met his gaze and answered without hesitation. Of course. I only uploaded the video after doing my research on you. You know, it feels incredible to be famous. Honestly, my plan was to use that as an excuse to reach out to you so we could become even more famous together. So you posted that video just so you could make this offer to me, he asked calmly. Exactly, Suzu admitted with a satisfied nod. You are quite calculating, are not you, he remarked. Naturally, she replied without shame. I never do anything without a reason. A pity, though I was really hoping we could form a team, or maybe even start a guild together, Sake Iori-san. And why do you want to do that? He asked, still studying her expression. Suzu spoke candidly, because it would give me more opportunities to put myself out there. If I can attract attention in places beyond my social media platforms, my popularity will skyrocket. Do not you agree? I see, Sake said after a brief silence. I think I understand the kind of person you are now. Nothing's more important to you than being famous. Huh, wrong, she replied, winking mischievously. Her words lingered in his mind, sparking a quiet train of thought. A guild, huh, I do need one if I am going to take on large-scale dungeons. I have never really thought about founding one myself before. Finally, he looked up and answered her suggestion thoughtfully. Depending on the terms. I might consider it. Sake began explaining calmly, there is a dungeon I have to conquer. To do that, I need a guild. That is all. Suzu raised a brow. Would that be the crystal mine, by any chance? He did not bother denying it. So you already knew. She leaned back, crossing her arms thoughtfully. It is one of the largest dungeons around. Of course you would need a guild to take it on. I figured if you could not find one, you would probably try to handle it alone. Sake thought silently to himself. She is right, that is exactly what might have happened. Then, with a bright grin, Suzu suggested, so why do not we start a guild together? Sake held up a hand. Hold on. I have a condition. Oh, she tilted her head. What kind of condition? He answered bluntly, you have to promise never to post anything about me online without my permission. Suzu groaned, visibly disappointed. I knew it would be that, but fine, I will agree. What a waste, though. Good, Sake said with a small nod. That is all. As long as you keep your word. Honestly, I should be the one asking if you are sure about this. Her mood lifted again, and she extended her hand toward him. All right then, I am looking forward to working with you. He looked at her hand skeptically. You are sure, you are making this decision just like that? Well, she said with a shrug, I was the one who asked you to come here in the first place. And I am pretty sure your impression of me is not very good. Sake replied without hesitation, not great, no. She smiled, taking no offense. Exactly why I want to build some trust between us. So I will accept any terms you set. That honesty softened him a little. You are not as bad as I thought, he admitted. They shook hands, and Suzu gave a confident smirk. You will see soon enough. Then Sake remembered something. In that case, there is one more favor I would like to ask. Suzu blinked. What is it? He pulled out a small sheet of paper. Would you sign this for my little sister? She is a big fan of yours. Suzu's face softened immediately, and she smiled warmly. You really are a great brother. What is her name? Kotoha, he said with quiet pride. Please make it out to Kotoha. After writing the autograph, Suzu stood up to leave but paused at the door. By the way, any suggestions for members? We need 5 people to form a guild, so. Sake thought aloud, that means we will need 3 more. Yeah. I think I have a few in mind. Then he looked back at her. What about you? Suzu grinned sheepishly. No one. That actually surprised him. Really, you are famous. I thought you would have plenty of connections. She laughed dryly. Oh, I do. But most people only want something from me. You know how it is. Sake frowned slightly, understanding. I see. Alright, I will try to recruit the ones I am thinking of. Good, Suzu said, turning toward the exit. Contact me when you are ready to get started. Later that afternoon, Kotoha's excited voice echoed through the house. Big brother, she ran up to him, her cheeks glowing red with excitement, waving a sheet of paper in her hand. Is not this Nagisawa Suzu-chan's autograph? Sake gave a small smile. I asked for it because I knew it would make you happy. Kotoha hugged the autograph as if it were treasure. Thank you so much, big brother, I love you. Flustered, he scratched his cheek. Yeah. Love you too. Right on cue, Tenku's teasing voice chimed in, ruining the moment. You really are a siscon, huh? Sake sighed. I am not a siscon. Just then, his phone buzzed with new messages. One from Takai read, Sorry, Iori-kun. I am still recovering from my injuries, so I do not think I can be an adventurer right now. Sake muttered under his breath, so Takai-san's out. But Amami-san and Suzukaze-san already agreed. I only need one more. He paused, remembering someone. Right, Shimizu. I will ask him. Kotoha, still holding her autograph, looked up curiously. So what did you and Suzu-chan talk about? Sake answered honestly, she wants to team up with me. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That is amazing, big brother, you are gonna be famous. But her excitement vanished when he added calmly, I made her promise not to do that. Her disappointment was obvious. Huh, what a shame, but it sounded like you two met somewhere private. I want to meet Suzu-chan like that too. Hearing that, Sake casually tried to comfort her. You will probably get your chance someday. For Kotoha, that one sentence was enough to make her happy. Sake, meanwhile, was lost in thought. She will probably be overjoyed. I will do my best to let her meet Suzu, but before that, we have to finish conquering the crystal mine. With my current power level, I am honestly worried. It took everything I had just to defeat that a rank dungeon bot. I need to get strong enough that the cost might even be my life. That night, after Kotoha had fallen asleep, Sake sat before a glowing screen, reading the message displayed, Hidden Dungeon Key, B-rank mine. The spirit orb beside him spoke up. Did not expect you to go leveling up in the middle of the night. You are really dedicated, Iori. He gave a simple explanation. During the day, I will need time to set up the guild. So nighttime's all I have got for leveling. The orb's tone softened. You really are busy. I guess that is unavoidable when your life's constantly on the line. Then she added a word of warning. Still, do not let your guard down just because you cleared an A-rank dungeon. Right now, your actual status is only equivalent to B-rank. Sake nodded as the heavy stone doors before him began to open. I know. Moonlight blazed overhead, yet the space below was shrouded in gloom. The moment Sake stepped inside, a hulking monster appeared to greet him. A smirk crossed his face. Looks like there are plenty of strong beasts here. The creature roared and lunged. Instantly, Sake invoked his summoning spell. White Lion Nemea materialized and charged forward. Every time one of my summons kills a monster, I gain experience points. It is an incredibly efficient way to level up, Sake muttered, dodging each incoming strike with precision, staying just outside the impact zones. Seems like a lot of these monsters love to brawl, too. He drew his sword, eyes narrowing with focus. That just means I can level up even faster. Sake darted through the battlefield, cutting down everything in his path. And so, I spent the entire night hunting monsters. By dawn, only one enemy remained: the dungeon bot, the Great Demon Lord. The creature towered over him in size and power, yet Nemea did not hesitate for a second before charging headlong into battle. Their clash was explosive. The Great Demon Lord struck Nemea square in the face, laughing as the white lion was sent flying. Nemea, Sake shouted. The beast crashed into the ground, dust erupting into the air. Sake ran toward it, kneeling beside his summon. Are you all right? You did your best. Leave the rest to me. You can rest now. He rose to face the towering demon alone. All right, let us finish this. The monster bellowed and charged. Sake gathered all his energy into his blade. Sorry, but I do not have much time. I will end this in one strike. As the great demon lord lunged, Sake swung with full force, his blade slicing clean through its massive body. The creature's roar broke off in a strangled gasp before it collapsed, lifeless. A notification flashed before him: level up. Acquired, Royal Sigil. A sharp wave of backlash hit him, making his body tremble. The power of this spell. It is terrifying, he murmured. I am still not strong enough to handle the full recoil. But for now, this will do. 2 more system messages appeared. Item name, Royal Sigil. Rank A. Type, Pursued Artifact. Sake Iori. Title, Rebirth of the Sealed Archmage. Level, 400. Vitality, 3000. Mana, 3000. Attack, 925. Morning light began to spread across the sky. Sake muttered, I am back. Then he frowned. Wait. Was not I supposed to be teleported into an alley whenever I returned from a C-rank dungeon? The spirit orb answered calmly. That is because your coordinates inside this dungeon did not shift much, similar to the A rank 1. Right, Sake mused, nodding thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, I realize that the C-rank dungeon was the only one where I actually moved around a lot. Just then, Saki's phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Shimizu. Can I ask for more details about your guild? Sake smiled faintly. Looks like Shimizu's getting interested, he muttered. The spirit orb beside him spoke in a bright tone. If you can convince him, that'll make 5 founding members for your guild. Sake nodded. Right. Plus, Shimizu has tons of experience as an A-rank adventurer. He has even been to the crystal mine once before. If I can recruit him, he will be a huge help. Before long, the two met in person. Shimizu started, you mentioned it in your message, but you are planning to form a new guild, right, since I owe you. Sake-san, I would be honored if you would let me join. Sake replied politely, I appreciate that. But you do not have to push yourself if you are not truly interested. Shimizu smiled. Thanks for being considerate. Then he asked, have you already gathered the rest of the members, aside from me? Yes, Sake explained. Counting me, we have 2 A ranks, 1 C rank, and 1 F rank. Shimizu frowned slightly. That is quite a wide range in rank. Do you already know them personally? Sake nodded. Yeah. But they only know me, they do not know each other yet. I see, Shimizu said, rubbing his chin. Still, with 3 A ranks including me, we are definitely going to attract attention. His expression hardened. To be honest, sooner or later, Ryuzaki will probably try to mess with us. Sake tilted his head. You think Ryuzaki will actually go that far? Shimizu nodded grimly. After the last time we met, he contacted me and demanded I tell him everything I knew about the person I would been talking to. Naturally, I did not say a word. Sake sighed, half amused, half annoyed. That does sound like him. He probably will come after me sooner or later. But since he was my opponent in the promotion exam, his grudge is with me, not you. So do not worry about taking any responsibility, Shimizu. Shimizu smiled gratefully. Thanks. Then, his tone softened as he went on. I was treated pretty badly in my old guild. I do not ever want anyone else to go through that. That is why I want to be someone useful in the guild you are leading, Sake-san. He added with quiet sincerity, honestly, I was drawn to your character. Please let me join your guild, Sake-san. Sake extended his hand toward him. Shimizu, of course. I look forward to working with you. Shimizu's face lit up immediately. He clasped Sake's hand firmly and replied, I am looking forward to it too. That night, somewhere in the same city, Sake walked through the quiet streets, deep in thought. So now, I have gathered all the initial members for the guild, he murmured to himself. All that is left is to conquer it. Before him, a shimmering gate materialized, radiating raw energy. Sake observed it carefully. This portal is giving off an enormous amount of power for an A-rank dungeon. A system window appeared before his eyes, time remaining, 26 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes. He frowned, calculating quickly. Amami-san and Suzukaze-san still are not strong enough to enter an A-rank dungeon. Considering how much time I will need to train them. It is going to be tight. Damn it. Looks like I will have to rely on some unorthodox methods this time. The city sky was clear, and Kotoha's excited voice rang out along the street. I can't believe I get to meet Suzu-chan so soon. She spun to look at Sake. Thank you, big brother. Sake replied calmly, I figured this would be the right time for you to meet her. Kotoha tilted her head and remarked, everyone should have a brother, do not you think? Sake chuckled. What do you mean by that? At the Adventurers Guild, passers-by whispered among themselves. Hey, look over there. That really looks like them. Sake felt their eyes on him. I did not expect to be recognized. The video was only online briefly. Social media really is scary. As they stepped out of the elevator, Sake noticed something odd. The door's already open. Inside, Suzu greeted him. Hello, you are here. Sake was not particularly surprised. So you came first, huh? Suzu smiled. Of course I did. Before he could respond, Kotoha interrupted. It is really Suzu-chan, she was practically glowing with excitement. She looks even prettier in person. Suzu's eyes softened as she asked, and this adorable little one? Is she your sister? Sake glanced at her and nodded. Yes. Kotoha, still overwhelmed with excitement, squealed, Suzu-chan said I am cute. Suzu smiled warmly. I am glad it makes you happy, Kotoha. Kotoha's joy only grew. You even remembered my name, thank you so much. Suzu chuckled. Having a lively little sister like you must be fun, huh? Sake replied without hesitation. Looks like she is your biggest fan. The door opened again, and Shimizu stepped in. Hello, he greeted. Sake turned to him. Shimizu-san, you are right on time. Then another voice chimed in. Excuse me. Suzukaze appeared hesitantly at the doorway. You are here too, Suzukaze-san, Sake said. She blushed lightly. Of course. You invited me so sincerely, Sake-san. I had to come. Finally, Amami arrived. Thanks for waiting, Sake-san. Have the others all arrived? I hope I did not keep anyone waiting. Sake waved his hand. No worries, Amami-san. We just got here too. She exhaled in relief. That is a relief. Sake began, now that everyone's here, let us start with introductions. Most of you know me, but I think not everyone knows each other. Let us go clockwise. Kotoha interjected eagerly, Big brother, I will introduce myself. She curtsied politely. I am his little sister, Kotoha Sake. I am not an adventurer, I am just tagging along today, but I am very happy to meet everyone. Suzukaze's eyes widened. Kotoha. So you are the little sister Sake-san has mentioned, close to my age. Sake nodded. Exactly. I am surprised you remembered. Shimizu and the others smiled warmly. Nice to meet you. You are very polite. Pleasure to meet you. Amami spoke next. Then I will go. I am Amami Sumuji, an F-rank adventurer. I will do my best. Suzukaze followed. I am Suzukaze Mio, AC rank. I am quite skilled with a bow. Shimizu added. I am Shimizu, an A rank. But since I specialize in support, everyone can rely on me. Finally, it was Suzu's turn. Amami and Suzukaze exchanged glances, hesitating. We have been trying to figure out. Is she? Suzu laughed softly, removing her hat. I guess that answers it, huh? Then, stepping forward, she introduced herself confidently. Hello, I am Nagisawa Suzu. Everyone was immediately astonished. She is real, the aura of an artist is really something else. Suzukaze leaned forward, curious. Now that I think about it. Nagisawa Suzu, you are the one who posted that video of Sake-san, right? Was there any particular meaning behind it? Sake chimed in calmly. Yes, tell us exactly what happened. He then recounted everything in detail, how she had been there by chance and filmed it, their subsequent contact, the decision to form a guild, and ultimately, their goal of conquering the crystal mine. Amami, intrigued, asked, the crystal mine. That is the newly discovered dungeon, right? Sake nodded. Exactly. It is a large, A-rank dungeon. Only guilds can enter, which is why we formed this one. At this, both Amami and Suzukaze froze. A rank, that place is far too dangerous for me and Amami-san. Amami shuddered. Yes, it is terrifying. Suzukaze tried to soothe her. It is understandable to feel that way. Saki's expression grew serious. That is why the guild's first objective is to train both of you. Suzukaze crossed her arms and exhaled before responding. You make it sound easy, but there is no way we could ever be strong enough to fight rank opponents. Suzu interjected. No, it will happen faster than you think. After all, Sake-san achieved the incredible feat of going straight from F rank to A rank. I am certain you two will grow at an unimaginable pace. Still hesitant, Suzukaze replied, no matter how fast, it is impossible. Sake reassured them calmly. No, it is fine. Nagisawa-san is right, you will be strong enough to fight A rank opponents in the blink of an eye. I can assure you that is entirely feasible with my skills. Amami's eyes widened. Your skills, but you do not have any skills, do you? Sake sat up straight, clasping his hands and speaking earnestly. I apologize for keeping it a secret, but I do possess a skill that only I can perceive, a hidden skill. A voice rang out in surprise. Suzu's. A hidden skill, you have something like that. Shimizu, sitting nearby, commented, so you are not just an ordinary incompetent person, Sake-san. Suzukaze added, you kept it a secret from everyone, did not you? Amami was spinning with thoughts. Is not everyone staying so calm? I am completely shocked. Kotoha piped up. Big brother. You have a skill. Amami, still processing, muttered to herself, oh, at least Kotoha is surprised like me. Sake responded gently. Yes. I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. Kotoha gave a sheepish smile. It is okay, I understand now. You used that hidden skill to heal me, did not you? Sake smiled. Something like that. Amami, observing quietly, smirked to herself, realizing something. She is not as surprised as I am. Then she recalled, that skill must be why he can help me perform magic so effectively, right? Suzu leaned on her chin, curious. So, what exactly does that ability do? Sake frowned slightly. I can't reveal all the details, but I can assure you that my skill allows me to fully utilize capabilities from all skill groups. The skill groups, everyone gasped. Suzu laughed loudly. That must be the most incredible skill ever. Sake stood, his expression serious. Even with such power, there are weaknesses. But the skill is extremely versatile. As long as I am aware of that, it is already more than sufficient. Suzukaze crossed her arms. I do not fully understand, but I already knew from the start that you were talented, Sake-san. How exactly does this help Amami-san and me grow stronger? Shimizu murmured, she is right. Not to mention Suzukaze-san, Amami-san is completely inexperienced. Sake replied coldly, because the inexperienced have no innate skill, they can use magic. Amami stammered. Magic. What is different about it? Sake explained, exactly. But actually, I do not think the word magic alone can make everyone understand what I mean. A skill is essentially a form of magic. Therefore, magic can only be properly wielded by those without skill. He continued, in fact, Amami-san has experienced casting magic before, even if only once. Amami nodded softly. Yes, but more accurately, it was you who helped me do it. Sake began explaining, I just cast a spell, and I created one powerful enough to defeat a minotaur in a single strike. Shimizu's eyes widened in thought. Defeat a B-rank monster like a minotaur in one blow, he commented, that is pretty strong. Sake continued confidently, that is enough firepower, is not it? She nodded eagerly. Yes, more than enough. Raising his voice, Sake declared, that is why I will help Amami-san learn magic. Amami's determination shone through. I will do my best. Suzukaze asked, and what about me? Saki's eyes narrowed, his gaze unwavering. I will help you gain a deeper understanding of your own skill. Suzukaze blinked in surprise. What do you mean by that? He explained carefully, this is just my hypothesis, but I believe all high-rank adventurers have a certain level of understanding about the nuances of their skills. So, if you can comprehend your own skill more fully, it will become stronger. Suzu interjected with a grin, pointing a finger, exactly. A skill can evolve depending on how you use it. Sake nodded solemnly. That is why I will help you deepen your understanding of your skill while also giving you time to level up. Suzukaze whispered, can your skill actually support that? She added in awe, your skill really is astonishingly versatile. At that moment, Suzu dashed forward. I can help too, like giving advice on skill usage and so on. She beamed with excitement. I am overjoyed. Sake sighed helplessly. She is getting such a different reaction than I do. Is this the power of an idol? He spoke, that is the plan to increase their power. Then he turned to Kotoha and asked, Amami-san, are you free? I want to start teaching you the basics of magic right away if you have the time. Amami's eyes lit up. I am free, I have been looking forward to this so much. Suzukaze quickly added, hey, can I come watch too, since you are teaching anyway, I want to see. Kotoha chimed in excitedly, me too, me too. Sake laughed. No problem. Suzu was about to leave but turned back, saying, I am interested too, but I will sit this one out today. Shimizu added, same here. I have other things to take care of. Sake smiled. Understood. He instructed them, I will update everyone on guild activities later via the group chat. As everyone slowly moved into the room, Tin Cow, who had been lounging and eating, peeked out. Guests. Suzukaze and Amami froze, staring in disbelief. What? They glanced at each other silently, no matter how we look at it. That is a fairy, right? Amami whispered, Sake-san, what is that tiny, adorable thing? Sake replied calmly, that fairy is part of my hidden skill. Kotoha added, her name's Sia. Suzukaze gasped. Your hidden skill. Amami's eyes widened. That is adorable. Tin Cow giggled, promising, is not she can even recognize my cuteness. Saki's eyes swept over them. From now on, I will be teaching magic to Amami-san, so try not to disturb us. Tin Cow pouted, who do you think you are talking to? Do you realize how rude that sounds? He lowered his voice, sorry. He then began teaching Amami. Now. We have already completed the first step to help you use magic. Amami blinked in surprise. Are you talking about when you touched my back? The others whispered nervously behind them, her back. Sake stammered awkwardly. Could you not react like that, it is very misleading. Amami hurriedly apologized, I am sorry. Sake explained, at that moment, I intervened in your magical flow so that mana could circulate more easily. From now on, what you need to learn is how to move mana yourself and how to create a spell. Amami listened intently. I understand, but I do not even know where to start. Sake reassured her, I know. That is why I will let you feel the mana gradually, step by step. He began instructing, now, like when we faced the Minotaur, I am going to stir your mana. He infused something into Amami's body. By maintaining this state, you will get a sense of what mana feels like, he added. She looked puzzled. So. I will actually cast a spell like before. Sake shook his head. I won't be creating a full spell formula this time, so it is fine. Then he murmured, I am sorry, but I will need to touch your back again. As soon as he did, Amami let out a startled shout. Kotoha's voice followed loudly, Big brother, this is getting awkward. Suzukaze interjected, Sake-san, is not this sexual harassment? Sake sighed helplessly. To stir her mana, I need to touch the skin near her magical flow, okay. They reluctantly accepted, still uncertain. Is that really necessary? Tin Cow commented, seems Iori is not exactly a sister-obsessed guy after all. Sake raised his hands in protest. I said do not jump to conclusions. He gently asked, how do you feel, Amami-san? Can you sense anything? Amami blushed and responded softly, oh, I can feel it. It is similar to last time. My body feels really warm. Suzukaze frowned skeptically. So. It really does feel like using a skill. Sake nodded enthusiastically. Your body feels warm because your mana is being stirred. You might feel extremely drained, but I will fix that immediately, so just relax. Amami added softly, please. Do not say things that sound so concerning. Sake continued teaching, this is the fastest and easiest way to learn. While your mana flows through your body, imagine yourself strengthening that flow. Amami nodded. I understand. She closed her eyes, focusing on feeling the mana. Sake assessed her carefully. Amami is really good at concentrating. That is an essential trait for any mage. On top of that, she is already controlling her mana remarkably well for her first attempt. He concluded, it is possible she could advance at an astonishing pace. The system countdown displayed 26 days, 4 hours remaining for Iori. Amami was still practicing mana control. As she cast her spell, she groaned, "Sake-san, I can't take it anymore." Sake responded calmly, "Alright, then imagine applying an equivalent force to your mana. Do not let the flow stop." She followed his guidance, continuing until she finally collapsed. Shivering, Amami said, "Sake-san. I am sorry." Sake turned to her with a smile. "That is fine. For your first time, doing this well is already impressive." He handed her a mana-restoring potion. "Here, drink this. You will feel better." Amami accepted it gratefully. "Thank you so much." The room fell silent for a few seconds before she spoke again. "Wow. I feel so much better." Suzukaze looked skeptical. "Wait, where did you get that mana potion? It is amazing." "Must be some luxury item, right?" Sake replied coolly. "It is part of my skill." Kotoha clapped her hands, excited. "That is amazing, big brother." Suzukaze, still curious, asked, "What kind of skill exactly is that?" Sake stepped forward. "Now, Amami-san, let us try again." Feeling powerless, he explained, "This training is very effective for teaching magic. With the mana potions we have, we can keep practicing until you are proficient." Amami looked worried. "You mean I will have to keep practicing over and over?" "Exactly," he said. The two younger girls behind them muttered in shock, "Big brother. Sake-san. You are so cruel." Sake replied lightly, "Really, I think this is normal. Maybe even easy." Everyone else shouted, "Nothing about this is normal." At that moment, Tin Cow floated over, commenting, "It seems you do not understand what normal is, Iori. Your sense of normal is not normal at all." Sake grinned, "You are right. Fine, we will reduce it to 50 repetitions." Amami's eyes widened in disbelief. 50 times. Suzukaze scolded, "I told you, this is far from normal." Sake stepped closer and asked, "Then how about 5 times?" Amami reluctantly agreed, "All right. I will do my best." After 5 rounds, Amami was utterly exhausted, drained of energy. By the end of the session, she had grasped the basics of mana control. Sake then planned to improve her precision by having her repeat the exercises. "Next, we move on to a B-rank dungeon," he announced. Suzukaze hesitated, I am looking forward to working with everyone, though." Suzu cheered enthusiastically, "I am so excited to help adorable Mio-chan." Sake turned to Suzukaze. "You seem worried." She replied softly, "I am. Because I saw how strict your training was yesterday." Sake explained, "I do not really know formal methods for skill training. I usually figure it out as I go, so I can't train you in the same way from the start." She exhaled in relief. "That is a weight off my shoulders." Suzu interjected, teasing, "Iori-kun, are you a little violent? I will record it." Sake quickly intervened, "Nagisawa-san, no, please do not post it online." She laughed, "I am just kidding. I will take responsibility for skill training, so just relax." Suzu began her practice. "First, can you tell me everything you know about your skill?" Suzukaze answered promptly, "My skill is called Love Arrow Magic. It allows me to control my bow and arrows. I can apply elemental attacks and status effects. I can make arrows fly farther or even fly in circles." Suzu's eyes lit up. "Nice, that sounds like a very versatile skill." She then asked, "Have you ever thought about using it in other ways?" Suzukaze looked puzzled. Using it differently. What do you mean?" Suzu analyzed, "Controlling your bow and arrows is convenient, sure, but are you really satisfied with just that?" She continued, "If you try to find different ways to optimize your skill, you will be able to take on much higher ranked monsters, even if your level is still low." Suzukaze blinked, "I do not really understand." Sake interjected, "Would not it be faster if she demonstrated it for you?" Suzu nodded enthusiastically. "All right, let us do it." She turned toward the centaur. So. She focused her attention, "I will try to take down that centaur." She dashed forward as the centaur fired an arrow at her. She dodged skillfully, gripping her dagger. My phantom dance skill is normally a support ability that buffs allies, she explained as she moved, but by altering its use, I can fight on my own. She rushed at the centaur, explaining, I will buff the rear leg's speed, so it can't balance its front legs properly. With that, the centaur toppled violently to the ground. Suzukaze gasped, the centaur fell. Sake evaluated, so she can buff a specific part of the body. That is impressive. Suzu continued, next, I will buff my own attack. She slashed decisively, finishing the centaur with a spectacular strike. She glanced at Suzukaze and emphasized, there, that is done, then she approached her. Like this, she explained, I used Phantom Dance, a support skill, and found ways to apply it offensively. She smiled. So. Do you get it now? Suzukaze admitted, you did amazing, but I do not even know how to start trying that myself. Suzu reassured her, I am sure you will figure it out soon, Mio-chan. Sake added, did you watch closely, Iori-kun? He nodded. Of course. Using insight vision as well. He added thoughtfully, thanks to her, I realized a few things. Suzu asked, what is that? Sake replied, skills are not tied to level. Their strength increases with practice. Suzukaze, still unsure, said, so, through training rather than level, I could really do that. Sake continued, that is just a hypothesis. But if it is correct, this method will make Suzukaze-san much stronger. He crossed his arms seriously. You can strengthen your skill without leveling up. Suzukaze was surprised. That sounds hard to believe. Are you sure? He calmly asked, Nagisawa-san, did not you feel your skill grow stronger? Suzu chimed in, yes, but I always thought it was because I leveled up, or my stats increased. Sake responded, that is what most people assume. But I think it might not be entirely accurate. He explained carefully, it seems skills can also level up when our stats increase. In other words, there is something like a skill rank. Suzukaze rubbed her head. Wait. You are saying skills have levels too. Can you explain why you think that? Sake said gently, because skills are like magic. He emphasized, I know a lot about magic, do not ask why, and so I know that skills are essentially similar to stats. He paused, thinking, it is slightly inaccurate, but for now, this will help them understand. Suzukaze still questioned, but then, why do not the examination items show skill levels? Sake assessed, they are similar, but different. Essentially, they are distinct concepts, so they won't appear together on one status item. He continued, you will need another tool to view skill levels. Suzu interjected, but that does not exist. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Sake waved dismissively. Maybe it has not been created in this world yet, so I will make it. Suzu giggled. If you can do that, it will be an amazing invention. But I believe you can. Sake led them onward. Now, let us go level up Suzukaze's skill. She followed, asking, but how exactly are we supposed to do that? He explained, like Nagisawa-san said, just try exploring new ways to use your skill. He continued, if skills have levels, there will be experience points gained by using them. Using your skill in novel ways will give you more experience than using it normally. Suzu spoke up, so that is why you asked me that question earlier. Exactly, Sake replied, turning his head slightly. Now, remember what I have said, and go take on the monsters around here. Suzukaze lowered her head. Sounds difficult. But I will do my best, she added. Sake thought for a moment. Now, while we are clearing this dungeon, let us see if we can find a good way to level up skills. Night fell, and back at his house, Sake opened the system. Suddenly, he froze. What is this? The screen displayed item exchange, and he stared in shock. A status examination item. That makes sense, since I created it in my previous life. But why is there also a skill examination item? Tin Cow flew over. Probably because you made both back then. Sake frowned. Wait. I made both. Yes, Tin Cow confirmed. He rubbed his chin. I do not remember any of that. So I must have lost the memory of creating them. Most likely, Tin Cow replied. Sake continued pondering. But why would my previous life know about the world's skills? There was only magic back then. He frowned deeper. Not good. I do not know what I was thinking back then. Tin Cow waved a hand. I do not think you need to worry. It is convenient, just use them. Looking at the items, Sake nodded. She is right. He stared thoughtfully. Time is running out. The only thing I need to focus on now is conquering the crystal mine. He emphasized, this is the skill examination. At that moment, Suzukaze stepped forward. You created something like this in just one night. Tin Cow beamed. All thanks to me. Suzukaze asked, so? You are really that talented, huh? Of course, Tin Cow replied proudly. Sake spoke up, first, let us see what her skill level is. Understood, Suzukaze said, lightly waving her hand. Tin Cow absorbed the energy before assessing. Skill, Love Arrow Magic, Rank B, Level 3. Suzukaze's eyes widened. It actually shows up, she frowned, cautious. Even though my level is low, the rank seems pretty high, right? Sake analyzed, ranks go from F to S, so your rank is quite good, Suzukaze-san. She replied softly, but I am still not ready for a B-rank dungeon. Let alone an A-rank one. Sake evaluated, it is fine. Any skill will grow stronger with mastery. I think your skill has special potential. Her face flushed at the compliment. Really, if you say so, I feel relieved. Sake smiled. Now that we have confirmed your skill level, let us head to the guild training room. She was silent for a moment, then asked as she followed, the training room. He replied gently, if we want to level up your skill, the training room is better. You can also train alongside Amami-san. Two birds with one stone. She bowed slightly. I understand. But I have a bad feeling about this. Sake chuckled. It is just your imagination. They arrived at the training room. Amami looked nervous. What are we doing today? Suzukaze thought to herself, Amami-san scared. A bright light filled the room, painting it in vivid colors. Sake, standing in the midst of the power, spoke, his voice echoing, you too. He furrowed his brows and declared, will fight me. They gaped in shock. Fight you? He confirmed coldly, yes. This is the fastest way to make both of you stronger. Are you seriously saying we are going to fight you? Amami asked, trembling with worry. Sake-san, you are joking, right? Suzukaze added, unnerved. Sake gave a cold smile. Not at all. I will fight both of you at the same time. He continued, Suzukaze-san, you should focus on leveling up your skill. And Amami-san, you should get used to using magic. His expression turned serious. Fighting together will also improve your teamwork. And yes, I will be attacking, not just defending. Suzukaze spoke up, that makes sense, I guess, but... Right, and both of us at once, Amami echoed. Sake remained calm. Amami, do you remember the incantation I taught you earlier? She hurriedly answered, yes, of course, I have to let the mana flow through my whole body and recite the incantation. That should be enough, right? Sake started to move and said, yes, that is called verbal magic. It is activated by chanting. But because I thought you might not manage that yet, I have something else prepared for you, do not worry. The two of them fell silent. Suzukaze picked up her bow. You could get hurt, you know. He scoffed, do your best and hit me with everything you have got. If you actually wound me, I will buy you coffee. She brightened. I want extra syrup and milk. With that, she drew her bow and loosed a volley of arrows at him. He dodged while thinking, same as always. He kept evading, then suddenly froze at one shot, an arrow that had turned into water. He blocked it and murmured, oh, that is interesting. Turning arrows into water is pretty unique. He admired it inwardly. No wonder it is love arrow magic. To give her the feeling of success, I won't dodge that one. Suzukaze beamed. Success, right, she fired a few more arrows. How about this, she called, continuing her barrage. Amami watched, smiling to herself. Suzukaze-san is amazing, but I won't be outdone. She observed, she wets me to amplify electric damage. She not only increases damage effectiveness but also the number of hits. Pretty good. Then she shouted, if it misses, it is just a failed cup of coffee. Suzukaze laughed with pride, and he dodged another arrow midair. She shouted, but you can't dodge in midair, he assessed, so she changed its trajectory. Clever plan. He added, too simple. Then he spun and redirected himself. Blink, and she was stunned. Impossible. Meanwhile, Amami was silently manipulating her mana. "Oh, crimson flames that burn deep, arise from my magic and turn all to ash," she cried, launching a spell. Blood-linked fireball. A pillar of flame burst from her hands. Sake watched and thought, Amami-san's doing excellent. She succeeded on her first try. He casually formed a blood-linked fireball himself, and the two spells collided and exploded. Suzukaze commented, "So that is magic. Amazing." Smoke billowed everywhere. He reflected, "You two are really something. It gives me chills how well you both performed in such a short time." Suzukaze frowned. "I do not like how relaxed he seems." Amami called out, Sake-san loudly. "You can use magic too, so there is no reason I should be the only one casting earlier," she accused. "You just wanted to tease me, did not you?" He blinked in surprise. Slowly, he replied, "Wait, at that time I really could not use magic," she giggled. "I am just teasing. I was a little annoyed that you resolved everything so easily, so I wanted to poke fun." She laughed. "What a relief." Suzukaze smiled approvingly, thinking, "Well done, Amami-san." Sake then said, "All right." Next he instructed, "I want both of you to come up with a new way to attack me. Work together with the other person to limit my ability to react." He emphasized, "Understood." Both of them answered in unison, "Understood." The training session drew to a close, and Sake finally spoke, "You two did well today. On the first day, I expected less than what you managed." Suzukaze panted, wiping sweat from her brow. "We attacked you so many times, but not a single hit landed." Amami, standing behind her, nodded in agreement. "Sake-san, you really are strong." Sake replied, "I will at least help you both reach this level." Amami forced a smile. "I can't even imagine that." Suzukaze groaned, "That is impossible." Sake thought for a moment. "But I am serious. Sometimes people get stronger without even realizing it." Suddenly, a voice called urgently from the door. "Sake-san, there is bad news." Everyone turned in surprise. "Shimizu-san." Sake asked, "What happened?" Shimizu stammered, "Ryuzaki." He paused, then continued. "He has entered the crystal ore mine. It has been 2 days, and he still has not returned." Sake froze. "What?" Meanwhile, the afternoon sun illuminated the Adventurers Guild building. On the rooftop, 2 people were engaged in a conversation. The man seated in the chair was Agami Yoshito, speaking seriously. "The mission to clear the Arank dungeon, Crystal Mine, has hit a dead end. We have lost all contact with the Arank teams that entered the dungeon the other day." He leaned on the railing, thinking. "After receiving that news, we decided to upgrade the Crystal Mine to an S-rank dungeon." Agami Yoshito's expression darkened. If monsters escape from a dungeon like this, it would be catastrophic. That is why we need an S-rank adventurer like you to handle it. The adventurer in question was Satsuki Ren, an S-rank. He nodded, "Understood. I do not mind." Facing Agami Yoshito, Ren asked, "Since S-rank adventurers are allowed to handle large dungeons alone, it should be easier to send the request to me, right?" Agami Yoshito met his gaze silently. Ren did not respond immediately. Instead, he quietly assessed the situation. There are only 9 S-rank adventurers nationwide. There is no formal test to reach S-rank. Only individuals whose abilities surpass the A-rank standards are recognized as S-rank by the council. Agami Yoshito thought, in other words, each S-rank adventurer has the strength of an entire army. He continued mentally, Ren does not have to follow the usual dungeon rules set by the guild, such as the requirement for team numbers to enter large dungeons. Ren interrupted his thoughts. "I will depart tomorrow." "That is fine, right?" Agami Yoshito responded, visibly relieved, "No problem. I appreciate your swift action." Their conversation ended, and Ren moved toward the door. Before leaving, he looked back at Agami Yoshito. "I am glad to hear that." Inside the elevator, Ren pondered, "I wonder why Agami called me. Thinking about him sending me to clear an S-rank dungeon." The elevator doors began to open, and Ren's expression lit up with excitement. "I have another plan in mind. I need to move fast and get this done." He stepped out, energized and ready. Cut to Suzu. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shimizu hurriedly replied. I apologize for calling you here so suddenly, Nagisawa. She smiled warmly. It is fine. So, what happened? Shimizu hesitated. The guild I used to belong to, the Red Dragon, lost all contact after entering the Crystal Mine dungeon. Suzu nodded, understanding. Oh. So you were part of the Red Dragon? Shimizu looked at her, puzzled. You know about it. Suzu pointed, replying, I am sorry, but I have heard many bad things about the Red Dragon. Under Shimizu's worried and cautious gaze, she continued, I was mostly concerned about their leader, Ryuzaki, more than the guild itself. Listening to their conversation, Sake thought, this was predictable. Suddenly Shimizu spoke up, yeah, honestly I am in. His face fell. Ryuzaki is such a rotten person, it is desperate. Under the warm late afternoon light, the conversation continued. That is why I am really sorry. Shimizu went on, I am sorry for being selfish asking you all this. He asked anxiously, but I was wondering, could you help me save Red Dragon? After he said that, the room went completely silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Suzu casually brushed her hair back. He is a bastard. Why would we risk our lives to save him? Hearing that, Shimizu's eyes widened. He could not believe what he would just heard. Then he grew solemn and answered, you are right. I know it is selfish to ask. He remembered the past. I was treated badly too. Ryuzaki used to beat me. His voice broke. But he is someone I could rely on, so if there is any way, I want to save him. That is how I feel. Suzu looked at him and said, but you are not only risking yourself, you would be risking everyone here. Shimizu, worried, replied, I know. But I am okay with it so long as we limit how dangerous it gets. The only objective once we get inside is to rescue Red Dragon. I won't force any of you. Suzu folded her arms, curious. I see. What does everyone else think? Two teammates immediately voiced their concern. Sorry, but with that dungeon as the target, we are not strong enough to go in. It is too early. They continued, you need at least 5 members in a guild to enter the crystal mine. The image of the crystal mine flashed in Saki's head. Hearing that, he frowned and thought, an A-ranked guild already failed to clear it. It is way too dangerous to go in with only 2 competent people. Saki's gaze hardened as he looked ahead. And even if we save Ryuzaki, there is a chance he will repay kindness with hatred. Shimizu interrupted Saki's thoughts. I get it. You guys do not have to risk your lives for this. Shimizu bowed his head and quietly proposed a plan. If you can't help, I might have to go in alone. Sake looked him over, as if understanding everything he was thinking. He looked Shimizu in the eyes and asked one last time, do you really want to save Ryuzaki, Shimizu? Not keeping Sake waiting, Shimizu answered, yes. He stared back firmly, if I can, I will save Ryuzaki. His mind drifted back. Ryuzaki was not always like he is now. A picture of Ryuzaki surrounded by people surfaced. Shimizu continued, his skill was not amazing when he was a rookie. Other adventurers used to laugh at him. But Ryuzaki never stopped training, improving both skill and body. Punches, sweat, the cost of relentless practice, each scene replayed. Now he is strong. The image of a relentless, powerful Ryuzaki appeared. In the end he trusted no one but himself, became contemptuous, and lashed out at people. The silhouette of a lonely man in life took shape. Since I learned what he would been through. Finishing the memory, Shimizu said quietly, I can't help but feel sympathy for him. Sake replied gently, I get it. I can understand how you feel, Shimizu. Saki's eyes became firmer than ever. So I will help you. Shimizu was stunned. He looked at Sake as if he could not believe what he would heard. Amami and Suzukaze stared at Sake in disbelief, and Suzu's expression was hard to read. Suzu asked, but even so, what about not having enough people to enter the dungeon? Sake shrugged. We will just go in anyway. Suzu blinked in surprise. Sake smiled with a dangerous edge. We will go in without asking anyone so long as we are not spotted by the guards. Suzu looked at his face and let out an incredulous laugh. You have got some interesting ideas, Iori. Outside, the sun was dipping low, casting warm rays. Inside, someone said, usually, if you break the law, you get punished. But if Shimizu's decided, then the 2 of us will go save Ryuzaki. Hearing that, Shimizu's eyes filled with tears. He looked at Sake. Sake, thank you so much. Sake smiled and met his gaze without answering. Seeing this, Suzu gave in and said, I do not get it, but I will help too. Shimizu asked in disbelief. Really? Suzu pointed and grinned, that place is dangerous. If you two die in there, I would regret it forever. Amami and Suzukaze, seeing how committed everyone was, spoke up. We are sorry we can't help more no matter how hard we train, we are still not strong enough. Sake gave them a smile. Do not worry. I know how hard you two have been working. Night fell. The rescue began. Alright, let us go. Rescue the Red Dragon. The scene shifted inside the S-rank dungeon, the crystal mine. Someone spoke up, I will make you two invisible now. Try not to get spotted and sneak into the dungeon quietly. Suzu looked at Sake in surprise. So you can use invisibility too? Shimizu admired him. You are amazing, Sake. Sake's expression turned serious. Once I cast this spell, we won't be able to see each other. Each of you will have to rely on yourselves. We will meet again once we are inside. Both answered in unison, understood. After the instructions, Sake whispered, all right, let us go. He began the incantation, Invisibility Tang Hin, a spell that made the target completely transparent for 1 minute. As soon as the words left his mouth, all three vanished. Suzu exclaimed, we disappeared, that is incredible. Sake, now invisible, swiftly passed by others around him. He heard their chatter, but this dungeon is still pretty tough. Standing before the dungeon gates, Sake listened. Rumor has it has been upgraded to S rank. It has been a while since we have seen a dungeon like this. Sake's face darkened as he thought, S rank. I thought I could clear it today, but this looks tougher than I expected. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts. What happened to the Red Dragon Guild? They have been inside for a while now, right? Another replied hesitantly. Yeah, long enough for us to realize. They paused, then continued, they have died in there. The conversation went on, and Sake's mind churned. Ryuzaki may be a scoundrel, but at least he is an adventurer brave enough to risk his life in dungeons. How can the guild members speak so casually about that? With a snap of his fingers, Sake sent the first speaker sprawling forward, eliciting a pained cry. The companion asked, what the hell did you do? The first one stammered, it was not me, someone pushed me, the other laughed. Sure, like there is someone else here. Sake ignored their chatter and stepped through the gate, leaving it all behind. Inside, he reunited with his friends. Suzu cheered, perfect, we entered without being detected, Shimizu said. Sake, thank you so much, Sake replied calmly, it is a bit early for thanks. He turned serious. The hardest part has not come yet. Shimizu hesitated, then nodded. You are right. Looking around, Shimizu analyzed the dungeon. The crystal mine is huge, it will be difficult to locate Red Dragon. And now that it is S rank, it is extremely dangerous. His worry was evident. But this is Red Dragon's second time here. They will surely choose a different route. Last time, I also know they were aiming for an unexplored area. After hearing Shimizu's analysis, Sake made up his mind. Then let us start searching from the opposite side. Suzu replied enthusiastically, agreed. Shimizu, still anxious, said, me too. I do not see many monsters nearby, so going deeper should be easier. Sake frowned. I assume there are only a few left, since Red Dragon has cleared most of them. Sake led the two friends, saying, even so. Right then, a crystal deer appeared before them. Looks like a few were left behind after all. Shimizu's eyes widened. A crystal deer, that is the strongest creature in areas like this. The massive deer radiated a terrifying power as it charged. Sake stood alone, intercepting its attack. Shimizu gawked, stunned. Did he just stop it? With his bare hands. Sake answered without emotion. I will handle the monsters alone, leave the searching to you two. While fighting the crystal deer, he thought, since we snuck in without forming a party, I will get all the experience for dealing with these monsters myself. A vivid image of Sake battling the creature alone flashed through his head. Suddenly he launched upward. Then he cast enhancement flow on his legs, thinking, good thing I cleared that B-rank hidden dungeon. That lets me finish these guys with a single strike. His eyes went cold. Tenma enhancement flow boosts the accumulation of energy in Tenma and channels it rapidly through my body to increase physical strength. A flash of blue streaked down at high speed. Sake struck with it. HUD definitely stronger than just using the weapon. The attack made a huge impact, and the crystal deer vanished from the dungeon. Shimizu gaped at the powerful blow. Suzu could not believe her eyes. After the kill, Sake leveled up. He looked to his two companions and said, "Shall we keep going?" Shimizu stammered, "Yeah." That power. In his eyes, Sake seemed to be radiating light. We are both a rank, Shimizu thought, but he is absolutely on another level. Suzu, surprised, thought, he is even stronger than I imagined. Iori keeps to himself. There is no way the world will leave someone that strong alone. She shook off the thought and joked, I bet he will be famous one day. Outside the Adventurers Guild, reporters clustered under the stairs and fired questions at Ren. Satsuki, the guild calling you here, does that mean you are going to clear a dungeon? The whole country's watching, superstar. Ren frowned, glanced back up at the building, and thought, amazing, someone always leaks it to them. Then he gave a standard smile and said, I will take a shot at the crystal mine. Dangerous dungeons like that should be destroyed as soon as possible. Another reporter asked, what about your acting career? Ren replied, I have got a break in my schedule. I will use it for this. Somewhere, Ren's image played on TV. Tin Cow, slurping noodles, said, becoming S-rank really pulls in the media. He is a different type than Iori. Kotoha laughed and replied, but Ren has a lot in common with my brother. Tin Cow teased, hey, Kotoha, that is a weird comparison to make. Do you know Satsuki Ren? Kotoha thought, then answered, yeah, Ren and my brother were classmates. We used to hang out. Tin Cow, surprised, really, Satsuki Ren was classmates with Iori? Kotoha hesitated. If Ren knew my brother became an adventurer, I do not even know what he would think. Images of Ren and Sake appeared together. A lively, outgoing guy and a quiet, introspective one. Would they be surprised to meet again? Shimizu, moving through the dungeon, observed, we made it, there are not any monsters left here. This is a safe zone. He kept going but worried, the deeper we go, the stronger the monsters get. A flicker of unease crossed his face. I hope Ryuzaki is here, but if he went deeper. Sake looked at Shimizu and thought, Shimizu has only been here once, but he knows the routes by heart. His memory must be incredible after just one trip. Suzu folded her arms and said, something about this dungeon feels off. Apart from its weird layout. Shimizu answered, last time we stopped at this spot. Sake listened to their exchange and thought, the monsters here are strong and dangerous. If we meet two at once, even with Sake it will be tough. He asked aloud, so Ryuzaki actually got this deep? Shimizu confirmed, exactly. Then he rallied, but I have got a perfect plan. Suzu brightened. Tell us. Shimizu laid out his idea. Using hypnotic smoke, I will lock onto Ryuzaki's position and the guild's. Sake repeated, curious, hypnotic smoke. The scene ends with the three preparing to move deeper. Tensions high and plans made to locate Ryuzaki and the missing guild. Shimizu explained, it is actually a support skill. I can boost teammates by surrounding them with smoke, but I will let the smoke spread through the dungeon. He went on, let it dissipate and use it like a radar to detect any adventurers. Suzu, a little worried but impressed, said, nice idea, that must use a lot of mana. Then she brightened and offered a practical remark. Luckily Iori cleared out those monsters for us, so we have not burned any mana yet. True, Shimizu replied. I really appreciate that. Sake chuckled and added, no problem. I also gained a good chunk of experience from that, so it should not be an issue unless a whole gang of monsters shows up here. After they talked it through, they all agreed that using a skill like that in a massive dungeon was risky. Still, Shimizu raised his hand. A power began to build in the air around him. With absolute determination he released that surge. I will find them, I have to. That is the only way to save them. Smoke started coiling into existence, hypnotic smoke. Suzu and Sake watched as it spread. It is dispersing fast. At this rate we will find them soon, someone said. Saki's face went serious as he scanned their surroundings. It depends how far Ryuzaki pushed in. This place is huge, we have not even touched the surface yet. Shimizu stared into the drifting smoke, steadying himself. Ryuzaki would not wait around somewhere like this, he thought. Memories from childhood surfaced, the conversation with Ryuzaki. What, you want to be S rank? The gap between A and S is like a sky, someone had scoffed. Ryuzaki, gruff, answered, I do not care about fame. But if I become S rank, I get more freedom. He would continued, then those worthless nobodies will know why they should bow to me. Ambition lit his grin. I won't take this lightly. Shimizu had cut him off, asking, how do you plan to do that? Ryuzaki looked ahead, steady as ever. I will beat every other adventurer and prove I am the strongest. Shimizu asked, so you want to be champion of the world? Ryuzaki snapped. I do not want, then corrected himself with a stinging barb, I said I will. Are you stupid? He sat down and laughed, his back set in resolve. I guess you are the same. Old memories rolled through Shimizu's mind. A little bit I respect that burning hunger for power he had. Now Shimizu was sweating from sustaining the skill. That is why I kept supporting him quietly, even after he forced me out of the guild, he thought. Suzu panicked. Shimizu, you are draining my mana. Shimizu gritted his teeth. Hold on, Sake moved over and handed him a small blue vial. Drink this, it will restore your mana. Suzu blinked. Where did you get that? Sake smiled. I have not shown you everything I can do yet, but this is part of my ability. Suzu's eyes widened. Your power does everything. Shimizu took the vial gratefully. Sake, thanks. You have really helped me. No problem, Sake said. He turned to Shimizu with a steady look. Find Ryuzaki and the others, whatever it takes. Bolstered by Sake's words, Shimizu nodded with firm resolve and downed the mana potion. His energy rebounded. Of course, he replied, and they resumed the search. Shimizu pressed on, thinking, where are they? Where are they? Then a solid silhouette appeared ahead in the smoke. Found them, he cried, pointing. Ryuzaki's at the end of this smoke trail. Following his finger, they saw the direction. The problem is there are monsters along the route. I want to avoid them as much as possible. Sake said, leave that to me. I will follow the smoke alone. He looked seriously at the two friends. You two wait here. Suzu admired him. Iori, you are amazing, just like I expected. Shimizu hesitated, then turned to Sake and asked, thanks and I am sorry, but can I come with you? If something happens, let me be your decoy so you can escape. Sake's voice went cold. I won't use you like that. Shimizu pleaded louder, please. I am the one who selfishly dragged you two into this. I won't let you die for me. Suzu watched, feeling uneasy, and called out, Shimizu. Sake sensed his determination and spoke softly. All right, his voice serious, but I am not going to sacrifice you. You will support me, and we will both make it out alive. That is my condition for you. Shimizu smiled, relief and gratitude in his eyes. You are really something, Sake, he said, then added, okay, I promise. Suddenly, Sake hoisted Shimizu onto his back. Under Shimizu's astonished gaze, Sake said, good, then it is decided. He turned to Suzu and instructed, Nagisawa, you stay here. She replied firmly, got it. Stay alive and come back, of course, Sake answered, and with that, he charged forward, carrying Shimizu deeper into the swirling smoke toward the people they were searching for. Shimizu's mind raced as he clung to Sake. So fast. At this speed, we might be able to avoid every monster along the way. Suddenly, a massive creature appeared in their path, letting out a deafening roar. Shimizu's heart sank, and he thought, oh no. This is the strongest one we have ever faced. Unlike Shimizu's worry, Sake looked almost pleased at the prospect of leveling up. Shimizu warned anxiously, Sake, we can't possibly fight that thing. He stared at the monster and said, we have to avoid engaging it at all costs. Our only hope is to run right now. Sake cut him off. Hold on tight, Shimizu. His expression went serious as he looked forward. I am going to fight properly for a bit. Shimizu swallowed and replied, okay, got it. Sake thought back to the crystal stag and assessed the creature in front of them. It is a lot stronger than that stag. The memory of his fight with the stag flashed through his mind. His eyes went cold as he stared straight ahead. If I use too much power, I will burn through a significant amount of stamina. After a beat he made a firm decision, so I will take it down with a single strike. Shimizu panicked. Shouting, "It is attacking!" The monster charged, its crystalline jaws wide. Suddenly it spewed a blast straight ahead. Sake calmly lunged at it. He dodged the attack and fast as lightning cleanly slashed at the beast, sending it flying high. Shimizu stood there with his mouth wide open in shock. Sake kept a serious look as he watched the monster. He did not answer immediately. Shimizu, dumbfounded, finally blurted out, "Sake, what was that just now?" Sake smiled and looked at him. "I told you I just took things a little more seriously." Shimizu was set down by Sake, still astonished. "You said, a little, that was not even your whole ability." Sake answered Dan-ly, "About 30%, I would say." 30%, Shimizu repeated, incredulous. "Seriously, your power is way beyond what I expected." He added, "But now, maybe we can go rescue Ryuzaki and the others." Saki's face grew somber. He thought, "I hope so. Even if that was only 30% of my total power, I am not sure I could use all of it right now." He and Shimizu pressed on. He reflected, "If I go all out, the backlash will be so strong I won't be able to lift a finger with my magic. It is a double-edged sword, best to use maybe 60 to 70% at most." Sake stopped and said, "The smoke stops here." Shimizu pointed ahead, There, look, people." In front of them stood one figure. The others lay on the ground. Sake said, "Only one standing. I bet that is Ryuzaki." Shimizu, unsure, agreed, "Probably. Looks like the rest of his group were downed. Let us get them out." Sake nodded, alert, and answered, "Right." Shimizu ran up to the standing figure and shouted, "Ryuzaki, are you okay?" Suddenly Ryuzaki split into a villainous grin and a lightning-fast punch came flying. Sake yelled, "Shimizu, watch out," before he could do anything. Sake yanked Shimizu back just in time to avoid the blow. The punch slammed into the wall with such force it blew a hole clean through it. Ryuzaki laughed maniacally, looking at them, and called out, "Sake." Sake's face hardened as he assessed the man. Shimizu, still trying to make sense of things, pleaded, "Ryuzaki, this is not the time to fight." Ryuzaki kept shouting, "I will destroy you. I will destroy you." Both Sake and Shimizu stood there stunned, barely able to believe what they were seeing. "Ryuzaki, you." After observing for a moment, Sake explained, "Shimizu, he has completely lost his mind. Trying to reason with him now would be pointless." He looked at Ryuzaki, raging before him, and thought, but it does not seem like he is out of control by choice. His mana has spiked unnaturally, someone must be manipulating him. Yet I can't sense anyone else here. He frowned, muttering to himself, "What the hell is going on?" Shimizu, in disbelief, muttered, "Wait. We have come this far already." Saki's voice became firm. "Step back, Shimizu." He activated his stance and spoke seriously. "I am sorry, but I will have to take him down." Shimizu nodded. "Sake, I understand. Please. Defeat him." Suddenly, Ryuzaki lunged forward in a frenzy. Sake blinked, then teleported behind him, calmly telling Shimizu, "Leave this to me." He struck, sending chunks of earth flying in all directions. Watching Ryuzaki lie on the ground, Sake thought, normally, a few hits like that would be enough, but now, I do not even know if it is enough to stop him. Suddenly, Ryuzaki shot into the air, and Saki's expression stiffened. "I see. That barely did anything." Ryuzaki plummeted toward him at an impossible speed, the impact of his descent shattering the surrounding ground. Shimizu was thrown backward by the shockwave. Sake assessed silently, he just created a seismic shockwave with a single attack. His eyes sharpened. He is considerably stronger than before. Hovering in the air, he analyzed Ryuzaki's abilities. Gravity. That is his power. If I get pulled into that pit or try to flee, I will be struck by every attack. It is like stepping into a nest of fire ants. Ryuzaki slammed into the ground, cracking rocks around him, and roared, "Sake, I will destroy you." Sake raised an eyebrow, thinking, has he turned into a beast or something? He remained calm, silently replying to himself, "Looks like he wants a proper fight. Then he will have to taste defeat at my hands." Shimizu watched the melee unfold, Analyzing, Ryuzaki and Sake are fighting close quarters. Ryuzaki specializes in this type of combat. He frowned. But Sake's strong too. Observing the scars left in the ground, he added, still. Ryuzaki's strength is abnormally high, Sake. Shimizu's eyes pleaded silently toward them. No. Please. Wait. Sake's gaze stayed icy, locked on Ryuzaki. The other man glared back with intense hostility. Suddenly, Ryuzaki leapt high and dove straight at Sake, but something blocked him. Sake had kicked him mid-air before he even landed, sending Ryuzaki screaming in pain. Infuriated, Ryuzaki roared, Sake, and charged again. Sake surveyed the battlefield, analyzing the situation. Shockwave. His attacks are dragging me in to prevent me from evading his gravity magic. He straightened, resolute. Fine. No more bare-handed dodges, I will meet his method head-on. Sake unleashed a powerful punch to Ryuzaki's abdomen. The single blow forced Ryuzaki to spit blood from his mouth and sent him flying several dozen meters, crashing into the ground with a massive explosion that flung debris everywhere. Yet even this was not enough to fully subdue him. Ryuzaki suddenly burst into loud laughter, exhilarated. Standing tall, he exclaimed, incredible strength. This is exactly the fight I have been seeking. It is an honor to battle you at full power. Sake spoke gravely. Ryuzaki, you. The man snapped like a lunatic, roaring, Sake, I will kill you. Watching the power erupting out of Ryuzaki, Sake allowed a faint nod of respect. I will give you that you are a real fighter for clawing yourself back up, even if only a little. In a situation like this. His voice went cold. Alright then, your move. He dashed forward, closing the distance with Ryuzaki, and faced him squarely. Let us end this. Their blows met, producing a massive flash of light. From above, Shimizu watched the duel with grim concentration, hardly able to believe his eyes. The force is insane, he breathed. Even from his distance he could feel the shockwaves. The fight sped up until the human eye could barely follow only two surges of blue and gold power crossing the battlefield. Sake vaulted, kicked, and that single kick saved Shimizu from being crushed by a falling boulder. The rock flew back and shattered. Ryuzaki laughed maniacally. This is the best fight I have ever had. I never thought you were this strong. Iori realized. He has come back to himself. While Ryuzaki hollered, Shimizu had already slipped behind him. What are you babbling about? All I care about right now is taking you down. He snapped at him. Ryuzaki, now is not the time. The man refused to listen. Shut up, Shimizu, he snarled. Suddenly something streaked in a violet-pink light slammed straight into Ryuzaki's neck, cutting off his words mid-sentence, I will. Shimizu went pale as Ryuzaki collapsed before him, struggling to form words until finally he managed, want. Both Sake and Shimizu looked at Ryuzaki, speechless. A strange power was coming toward them. Sake frowned. What is that energy? From high above a pinkish-purple crystal descended. A voice sneered, what a nuisance. The mysterious speaker continued, so selfish, too selfish to be brainwashed. Sake glanced up in confusion. A speaking monster, a hideous black creature answered. Monsters who develop language are rare, nothing to be surprised about. Why are you? Shimizu demanded, why did you do this to Ryuzaki? The black creature pointed at its own head and said, did not you hear, he escaped my control. I remove worthless things. Hearing that, Shimizu lost his temper. How dare you, you freak. Sake urged calm, stay calm, Shimizu. Do not rush in. The boy's composure was gone. He stammered, I am sorry, Sake, for dragging you in here to save them. The creature sneered, fighting a weakling like you is a waste of time, and then it launched an attack straight at Shimizu. So you would better shut up. Shimizu, Sake screamed his friend's name. The creature, almost casual, said, do not worry, he is not dead. Sake turned back and said, understood. I guess I will have to beat you quickly, then patch him up. The creature replied, that seems unlikely. Sake thought, no way. His eyes hardened. True enough. He looked at the faceless black monster and thought, it is laughable, this thing is clearly stronger than me. Still, he steeled himself. But I have to try, there is no one else to help me. Sake's gaze flicked back toward where Shimizu and Ryuzaki lay. realizing he alone now had to face the black monster. He assessed the creature coldly. It is a magical beast. And far stronger than me. The monster launched an attack at him. I will put an end to this, just as you wish. A surge of energy shot straight towards Saki's position. Saki's eyes glimmered with resolve. I can block this from here. Thanks to the eyes of insight, he dodged the incoming strike. The monster let out an approving chuckle, clearly intrigued, and watched Sake approach. You do not seem as weak as the others, it commented, then immediately sent another attack his way. How about this? Sake tilted his head, analyzing. I can still see it. He leapt upward with astonishing speed, drawing his sword midair. The blade reflected the violet light before him. Sake swung, tracing an arc of green energy across the battlefield, then brought the sword down upon the monster. Observing its shield, he thought, as expected, it triggers a protective barrier when I channel force through the tip. The creature growled in irritation, you are troublesome. The attack had cost Sake a few strands of hair. He stepped back, putting a safe distance between himself and the beast. I thought it would be weak in close combat since it uses magic, but clearly, that is not the case here. Sake studied the monster's immense mana silently. I understand its combat style now. Yet he remained serious. All I can do now is prepare for the worst. The monster seemed to notice something. You have unusual eyes, do not you? It attacked again. How about this? Black spheres swirled around Sake. The creature added, I will strike from all sides even if you can see, you won't escape them all. Saki's eyes widened, each word sinking in. It is still nearly impossible to block everything. A pillar of violet light descended upon him. The monster sneered at the display. In the end, humans can never match me. Challenge like this, but I will defeat you. The monster blinked in disbelief. What, you are still alive? Sake answered calmly, I used your own magic against you. The energy from each of your attacks self-destructs. The image of Sake surrounded by attacks played in his mind. In theory, yes, but in practice, it is absurd. You can't control all of them. The creature demanded, how did you do that? Saki's eyes sharpened. I simply applied an impossible theory to reality. The black beast asked again, incredulous, do you really think you can do what I cannot? Sake smirked. Well, I just did not I? The monster erupted in rage. A weak human dares mock me. Sake responded, ready for the next strike. I have seen through your attacks. Launching himself, he drove the sword Tenma into the beast. The strike produced a pillar of blue light below. The sword's edge clashed against the monster's shield. I have not even fully summoned Tenma to suppress its power yet. But I must give it everything to break through this armor, Sake thought, bracing himself for the battle ahead. Sake focused intently, pouring all his strength into the sword, betting everything on this single strike. The black monster, now missing both arms, sneered, you have not learned your lesson yet, have you? Weak attacks like that won't harm me. It continued taunting, a human's energy can only go so far. Breaking through my armor is impossible. Saki's expression darkened. That is true. For most people. His resolve firm, he added, but unfortunately for you, I am not like most. My magic does not rely on conventional energy, I can wield it without limits. Just like this. He had unlocked all the magic from his previous life, and now he could freely use it without restraint. The monster could hardly believe it. What? Impossible. Its immense power began to be painfully overwhelmed by Saki's energy. Desperation filled its roar, this power. I can't regenerate my shield in time. Sake leapt toward the creature, thinking, this is the end for you. He delivered the finishing blow, shattering the purple crystal within the monster into countless fragments. With the beast defeated, Sake felt the surge of a level up flowing through him. Looking back, he whispered to himself, you were stronger than me, but so what? You are a mage, and as a mage, I won't lose to anyone. He hurried to Shimizu's side. The boy lay motionless on the floor, blood pooling around his chest. Saki's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Shimizu's chest is pierced, and he is losing blood rapidly. This wound is not just physical, his energy channels have been severed. His mana is depleting. If this drags on, things could get critical. He paused for a moment, then reassured himself, I still have time. Like a gust of wind, Sake rushed to Shimizu's side, thinking, reconnect the energy flow. I need to stop the bleeding. A tiny flame appeared in his palm. First, I will shrink it to the smallest possible size and detoxify the wound. He continued calculating, then he can take the healing potion, and the external injuries will recover naturally. He began immediately, pressing his hands against Shimizu's wound, channeling magic. Now for the energy channels. After a moment, he exhaled in relief. Alright, this will save him. Suddenly, Suzu's voice rang out. Wow, you can do all that too. Shimizu was badly injured, but you healed him in an instant. Sake blinked, startled by her appearance. Nagisawa. Why are you here? Suzu replied frankly, of course I am worried about you too. Looks like you have cleared all the monsters along the way. Sake closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the compliment, then said, bold of you to show up. He added, but I am glad you are here. Can you keep watch and alert me if any monsters appear? Suzu smiled, agreeing, sure, leave it to me. Sake grinned, thanks. The scene shifted. Ryuzaki lay motionless on the ground. Sake stepped forward to inspect him. His breath is still there, but it looks like his heart's been pierced. He is gone. He silently sat beside Ryuzaki, gently closing the man's eyes. Sake murmured with sorrow, I am sorry. We never got to have a proper fight. Suzu, moved by the moment, had tears welling in her eyes. Before departing, Sake looked back at Ryuzaki's body one last time, then closed his own eyes, turned away, and thought, all the other Red Dragon members have exhausted their energy. They are not in mortal danger, they just need rest. Sake walked forward slowly, when suddenly a voice called out urgently, hey, where are you going? Without hesitation. He replied, to destroy the dungeon core. Suzu's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, what about the bot? Sake answered calmly, I have already defeated it. The core is right over there. Suzu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, I see. Well, of course, with you here, that was bound to happen. Sake tilted his head slightly, puzzled by her words. Bound to happen because it is me. What do you mean? Suzu did not hold back. She raised her hand to summon her magic and teased, is not it obvious? I am really curious to see what you will do next. Sake sighed inwardly. Great, I already told her I do not want to be famous. He refocused his attention forward. Standing before the chamber holding the deep purple crystal, he reminded himself, more importantly, I need to destroy the dungeon core immediately. He activated his power, drawing the glowing orb closer. Curiously, he wondered, what is inside this beautiful thing? Then he pushed the orb forward. Suddenly, the system panel appeared, announcing that he had obtained the Grimoire's liberation. Surprised, Sake exclaimed, Grimoire's liberation? What kind of item is this? Shaking off the curiosity for now, he focused entirely on the chamber. I will figure that out later. Right now, the priority is destroying the core. The deep purple crystal shone brightly. Inside the chamber, chaos erupted. People shouted, what the hell? The dungeon core's being destroyed, the gates are closing. Others panicked. Do not tell me the red dragon did this. Golden beams of light swirled together, forming a blinding display, and everyone fell to the ground, unconscious. Sake turned to observe. Everyone's panicking. Voices asked, who are they? Another speculated, not the red dragon. Wait, all the red dragon members are down already. Ignoring the chatter, Sake commanded, they are weakened. Get them to the hospital immediately. Everyone responded in unison. Understood, his eyes hardened with resolve. After this, Shimizu and the others will be saved. And I have achieved a feat by destroying the crystal mine. I thought this would be the end. But then, a system update appeared. 3 A-rank explorers entered the dungeon illegally. In truth, breaking into the dungeon was a serious crime. Sake realized that now both he and Suzu would face court proceedings. Suzu scrolled through the news on her phone and sighed, complaining, we only broke the rules to save people, why can't they just forgive us? Iori Sake, unsurprised, replied calmly, I expected as much. It is likely others will imitate our actions and endanger themselves. It is not surprising we succeeded, but the association won't allow this to set a precedent. Suzu huffed in frustration. You do not have to be so cold about it. A man should indulge a girl a little in moments like this. Sake immediately apologized, sorry. She waved it off, changing the topic. Never mind, whatever. Sake glanced at her phone screen, puzzled. What is it? Suzu explained, reactions online. Everyone's amazed by what you did. Just read them. Comments flooded the screen, crazy, an A rank almost completely cleared an S rank dungeon. This guy is insanely strong, lol, wow. Is not this the dungeon Satsuki Ren was going to enter? He got scooped. Suzy added, I am surprised they did not reveal our identities. Sake read the comments, frozen in thought. Satsuki Ren. Did not expect him to target the same dungeon. Suzu, excited, asked, pretty awesome, right? Sake responded frankly, not really. Disappointed, Suzu shouted, come on, you do not want to brag at all. Suddenly, the door opened, letting light stream into the room. A voice called, long time no see. Hamada entered, greeting politely. Sake, he exclaimed with joy. Yes, if I remember correctly, you are Hamada, right? It has been a while. Hamada laughed heartily, then honestly added, I am honored that you still remember me. Like last time, I will be asking you a few questions. Sake did not hesitate to agree, sure. Hamada smiled, satisfied. He thought to himself, he was the fastest to reach a rank before, and now again. He can't be ordinary. There is no doubt that Sake Iori has supernatural abilities. Hamada stared intently at Sake, sharp eyes narrowing, and today, I will finally see the truth for myself. Hamada continued thinking, if there is anything else, I will ask later. Meanwhile, Sake had his own calculations running through his mind. Hamada will surely try to see if I am really an ordinary person or not. The two of them sat across from each other, eyes sharp, probing one another. Sake glanced at the video recording of his battle on the phone, his expression deepening. The problem is, lately I have become far too prominent. Next came images of the fight and even selfies of Suzu. Sake reasoned silently, and if my hidden abilities are exposed, I will draw even more attention. His eyes scanned the screen filled with online comments about his heroic actions. Anxious thoughts gnawed at him. If that happens, I won't be able to act freely anymore. And Kotoha. She might get approached by dangerous people. The image of Kotoha gently gripping his hand surfaced in his mind. After weighing his thoughts, he reminded himself, that is why I must keep my abilities hidden at all costs. Resolute, he looked at Hamada with a steadfast gaze. Just then, Hamada spoke, I will start by asking this: how did you get into the dungeon? We checked the security cameras and found no trace of you. A holographic simulation of the dungeon doors appeared, glowing with swirling light. Hamada continued, getting inside that dungeon, by any method, should have been impossible. So how did you do it? Sake answered calmly, we relied on a friend. She can render others invisible. Hamada quickly followed up, is this friend also an explorer? Sake replied immediately, no. He imagined a fictitious companion, reasoning internally, dungeon laws only apply to official explorers, so if I say she is an outsider, they won't be able to interrogate her further. Hamada seemed satisfied with the explanation and cheerfully moved on, I see. Fascinating ability. Next, why did you decide to enter the dungeon in the first place? Saki's face remained impassive. Because the interrogations were still ongoing. Hamada asked his question, and Sake answered sincerely. Nagisawa, also present, was questioned, but she appeared to understand the implication. Sake observed her with a glance. Suzu winked at him, and he thought, her experience as a former idol must have helped her develop such professional deception skills. Finally, Hamada spoke, the investigation will stop here. He bowed politely. I apologize for taking up your time, especially since you have just come out of the dungeon. Sake bowed in return, sincerely admitting, we also apologize for breaking the rules. Suzu added, we have nothing to argue with either. Seeing their earnestness, Hamada felt a little awkward. Do not be so formal. Though you broke the rules, it was to save lives. He explained further, as a member of the association, I would never get angry at brave explorers. But we also cannot ignore your lawbreaking, so there will still be some minor penalties. He looked at them seriously. However, I will try to minimize them as much as possible. So there is no need to worry. Both Sake and Suzu listened attentively. Suzu's face lit up with joy. That is wonderful, Thank you so much for your help. Sake, too, spoke sincerely. Hamada, thank you very much. Hamada exhaled, modestly replying, that is all I could do. He added earnestly, thank you both for taking the time to answer my questions. With that, Sake and Suzu were released from the court. That evening, the full moon cast its light over Hamada's face. He watched the two of them walk away, thinking silently, in the end, I still can't confirm whether Sake is an ordinary person or not, but clearly he is hiding something. Hamada glanced at Saki's expression, pondering further. Even though I do not know what it is, it does not matter. As long as he cooperates with the association with that power, that is enough. Finally, Hamada suddenly exclaimed, truly, a rare talent, difficult to come by. He mused, the number of people aspiring to become explorers is going to skyrocket. The city streets were already lit up at night. Suzu strolled alongside Sake, stretching her arms and exclaiming, I am exhausted. Sake offered a word of encouragement, you did really well today. Suddenly, Suzu held her phone up to him. On the screen was a news headline, 3 A-rank explorers enter dungeon illegally, along with a stream of comments. The article was clearly about Sake and their group. Comments scrolled by, and they even broke into the dungeon to rescue people. Wow, what an amazing guy, that is Sake for you. Sake read the comments and sighed, exasperated. They are already causing a commotion. Suzu chuckled, well, it is a big deal after all. At that moment, Sake spoke honestly, I still do not know. There is one person we could not save. Suzu recalled and said solemnly, Ryuzaki, a professional explorer, always faces death. He will gradually get used to it. Her words offered some comfort to Sake, though worry still lingered. I know. But thinking about Shimizu's feelings. Suzu nodded in understanding. Then, she gently suggested, Iori, look over here. Sake tilted his head, confused. Over here, Suzu rose onto her tiptoes and stroked his head, softly reassuring him, you did really well. Sake, slightly embarrassed, asked, what are you doing? She grinned, this is my special reward for you. You should feel honored to have a beautiful girl like me pat your head. Sake closed his eyes, enjoying it, and replied, fair enough. Suzu quickly added, hee hee, see you later, my place is this way. Sake offered, I can walk you home. Suzu brushed him off, insisting, no need, I can manage. I am not weak at all, you know, I am an explorer after all. She winked and smiled at him, which caused Sake to groan. Right. The scene shifted to their apartment building. Sake called out, I am home. Kotoha greeted him with a radiant smile. Welcome back, I have made dinner, so come eat, Sake replied immediately, okay. Tin Cow cheerfully welcomed him as well, great job, you returned safe and sound, just as expected, Iori. She asked, so, how was the mission? Sake honestly admitted, I have not checked yet. Tin Cow urged him, come on, let us see. Sake opened the system interface and reported, alright, looks like the compensation mission was a complete success. Oh, that means. She leaned closer. He continued, yes, I am safe, Tin Cow beamed, great, everything's fine, she praised him, well done, Iori, Sake laughed heartily, haha, thanks, Fia. Kotoha carried over a bowl of pasta and said, today's really a day to celebrate, so I made a proper meal to honor you. Sake was moved, exclaiming, wow, it looks delicious. The table was adorned with beautifully arranged dishes. Tin Cow added, hee hee, I also helped guide her in making it, putting our hearts into it. From their small apartment, cheerful voices rang out, okay, eat before the food gets cold, got it? Sake, Kotoha, and Tin Cow all shouted in unison, then let us enjoy the meal. Meanwhile, Ren, towel in hand, scrolled through the latest news on his phone. He pondered deeply for a long moment before a cryptic smile formed on his lips. Stepping to the window, he gazed into the distance, reflecting, so the dungeon has been broken into. On his phone, the headline flashed, 3 A-rank explorers enter dungeon illegally. He considered, they even needed help from someone like me. I thought no one could possibly breach that dungeon. And yet, it is just 3 A-rank explorers. He shook his head. Interesting. I am curious who these people are. Maybe I can arrange a meeting. Night had fully fallen over the apartment complex, and Sake remained deep in thought. Strange, he murmured, staring at his system interface and analyzing the situation. I should have accumulated quite a few skill points by now, yet I still can't unlock certain spells on my skill tree. He gazed distantly out the window, reflecting further, there is no way for me to regain the power I had before. Carefully scanning the information on the interface, he quietly reassured himself, at least Kotoha has been saved. That alone is already more than enough. Suddenly, a voice cut through the stillness. Iori, wait, Tin Cow appeared, calling after him. Sake turned, puzzled. What is it? Why are you suddenly here? Tin Cow quickly explained. The reason you can't unlock further branches on your skill tree is because you have not upgraded it yet. Saki's eyes widened as realization struck. Upgrade, Tin Cow continued. You were left with too much from your previous life. If you tried to learn everything at once, your body would not be able to handle it. Think of it like the straw that broke the camel's back. She spoke seriously, in other words, your limits will be raised gradually. Each time I upgrade it, you will regain part of your power. Sake quickly spoke up, wait a minute, so that means when I first met you, and I was suddenly able to exchange items, it was thanks to your upgrade, right? Tin Cow confirmed immediately, exactly. Sake rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, then asked, I see. In that case, I must have accumulated quite a few skill points. Can you upgrade it now? Tin Cow looked puzzled. What do you mean? She asked, before explaining, your first upgrade was a special case. For subsequent upgrades, I will need a specific item. Saki's expression fell, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. What kind of system is this? Tin Cow, frustrated, shouted, who knows, if you want to complain, go argue with your previous life. Sake quickly bowed his head, acknowledging his fault. Alright, fine. That was my idea, was not it, sorry. Then he asked, so what item do you need? Tin Cow promptly replied, it is quite rare in dungeons. It is called the Grimoire's Liberation. Saki's eyes lit up. I actually found that in the crystal mine. Tin Cow's eyes widened in shock. What? Why did not you say so earlier? Hand it over now. Sake placed the item on the table. Here, he said. Tin Cow was astonished. Oh. It really is the Grimoire's Liberation, now I can upgrade your skill tree. She focused all her energy on upgrading the system. The interface displayed, use Grimoire's Liberation. After completing the process, Tin Cow announced cheerfully, done. Sake scrutinized the interface thoughtfully, then suddenly spoke up. Wait. It seems this is not the only thing I need to upgrade. Tin Cow blinked in confusion. What is going on? Sake brought the information closer to her, pointing out, look. It says, do you wish to begin the Liberation Challenge? Tin Cow frowned. Puzzled. The Liberation Challenge, what is that? She admitted honestly, I have never heard of it before. Sake smirked faintly. So you do not know either, huh? He fell silent for a moment, staring intently at the ominous prompt. But this does not look good, he murmured. Tin Cow, noticing his concern, tried to clarify, you created this system in your previous life. If you have a bad feeling, it is probably accurate. There is nothing good about this. Sake nodded in agreement. Likely, he replied, lost in thought. I do not want to take unnecessary risks. But why now? His eyes hardened with determination. Staring at the system, he reflected silently, is the mage blood in me stirring again? He continued to reason with himself, could it be possible that by taking this path, I might surpass even my previous life? Without hesitation, Sake pressed the button on the system interface, telling himself, I can't refuse this challenge. Seeing this, Tin Cow smiled approvingly. Finally, you are starting to act like yourself. Saki's resolve remained unshakable. Tin Cow encouraged him further, that is the real you, Iori. A brilliant light enveloped Sake, and he vanished. The magical doorway opened to reveal a completely new world. Stepping through with Tin Cow, Sake looked around in bewilderment. Where is this? He asked. Tin Cow offered her insight, it seems like it is inside the subconscious of your previous life, Iori. Sake pieced it together, nodding slowly. The subconscious. I see. So this is exactly what I need to do. He suddenly exclaimed, HMPH, before him, a flame erupted, shimmering with vivid colors. Sake watched intently, then his eyes widened in realization. No way. The flame began shifting, morphing from pink to blue, until it finally took the form of a massive, mystical beast, Suro. Tin Cow gasped in astonishment. Iori. Now I understand what this challenge is. She continued, besides upgrading your skills, this trial has another purpose. Her gaze followed Suro's fierce posture. It is also a challenge to reclaim the spirit beasts who had pledged allegiance to you in your previous life. Sake processed this quickly. Spirit beasts that made a contract. I do not clearly remember the details, which means this challenge is a series of battles I must win. The spectral dragon Suro let out a menacing roar. Tin Cow studied it carefully. This Suro has not fully matured yet. But even so, you must not underestimate it. Sake responded confidently, I know it is strong. But I also know how to handle it. Suro fixed its gaze on the blue light before him. Sake struck rapidly, his attacks precise and unrelenting, causing the creature to recoil in shock. Suddenly, a massive beam of blue light surged toward him. Yet Sake remained unnervingly calm, calculating his counter. With a decisive motion, he delivered a devastating kick to Suro, forcing it to retreat. That is the reinforced flow strike, he murmured, recalling the techniques from his previous life. He reminded himself, these are the strategies I set up back then. Now, I have to surpass him. His eyes locked onto Suro, thoughts turning inward. That is why I must limit the memories I inherit from my past life. Gathering his resolve, he flexed his limbs and whispered, now. It is time to fight. Suro fixed Sake with blazing eyes, the two of them facing each other in tense standoff. Sake studied his opponent carefully, analyzing every detail. From what I can see, the most effective weapon against Suro is Tenma's blade, he thought. But to wield Tenma's blade, I will need to summon multiple spells, putting immense strain on my body. I have to channel everything into a single, decisive strike. He continued observing, calculating, to maximize accuracy, I need to exploit the dragon's moments of weakness. At that moment, Tin Cow suddenly shouted, it is coming, Iori, be careful. Suro, summoning its full power, conjured multiple miniature magic circles at once. Tin Cow's eyes widened in shock. What is that? She exclaimed. Sake quickly explained, that is the Holy Rain Suro's signature attack. Even one hit will drain all your energy, not to mention the damage you would take. Streams of blinding light erupted from the magic circles, illuminating the battlefield. Tin Cow shook her head in disbelief. You do not need to explain everything. There is no way to dodge all of that at once. Sake remained composed. True, but it still has a weakness. The golden force from Suro pierced through the protective barrier, yet Sake skillfully evaded the attack. Tin Cow cheered, you dodged the first strike, amazing, Iori. Sake mentally mapped out each of Suro's attacks. With precise movements, he continued to evade while advancing. The weakness of Holy Rain. It tracks energy sources. If I leave a decoy just before dodging, I can manipulate its targeting, he reasoned. One by one, he placed small blue energy sources strategically across the battlefield. Repeat this pattern and I can avoid all of its attacks, he concluded. Step by step, Sake and Tin Cow executed their plan, dodging Suro's relentless assaults. And after it finishes Holy Rain, its opening will appear, Sake noted. With the beast momentarily blinded by his energy manipulations, he drew Tenma's blade from his side, striking in a brilliant arc. The blade's radiant energy forced Suro to roar in pain as shards of energy fractured around it. Suro began to break apart, gradually disintegrating into nothingness. Both Sake and Tin Cow stood in awe after the battle. Tin Cow gasped, incredible. You completely dominated it. Sake remained calm, explaining, I was already familiar with its abilities. As the small blue energy sources converged on him, the system notification appeared, acquired summoned beast, Dragon God Suro. Sake's eyes lit up, now I can summon Suro at will. Finally. Returning home, he exhaled in relief. We are back. He immediately opened the system interface. Tin Cow, beaming, pointed to the screen. Look, your skills have been upgraded, Iori, check it out. Sake examined the interface carefully, a smile spreading across his face. Yes. You are right. It is developed quite a bit. He nodded seriously. This spell consumes a significant amount of skill points, though, he noted. Tin Cow, nibbling on chocolate, glanced at him. Did you find what you wanted? Sake replied earnestly, yes. This challenge was worth it. Tin Cow smiled warmly. Good. That is great. The next day, in the sprawling hospital, Sake quietly made his way to visit Shimizu. The young man still lay unconscious in the hospital bed. Saki's gaze softened, tinged with worry. Shimizu. Just then, Hamada appeared seemingly out of nowhere, greeting him warmly. I have been waiting for you, Sake. Sake blinked in surprise. Hamada. What brings you here? Hamada replied earnestly, there is something I need to discuss with you. He offered a bright smile. Would you come with me? Sake paused briefly, then nodded. All right. The two of them began walking down a quiet side street. Hamada broke the silence first. I apologize for the sudden invitation. Sake maintained a calm, composed demeanor but replied politely, it is fine. What is this about? Hamada explained. Members of the association, explorers, they want to measure your strength. As a normal person. He continued, however, we can't assess you using the standard strength evaluation orb. That is why we would like to invite you to a simulated duel with someone. Saki's eyes widened slightly. A duel with someone, Hamada confirmed, yes. This person is quite strong, and also very well known, you will recognize them immediately. Soon, they arrived at the destination. Sake looked around, perplexed. Where is this place? Hamada analyzed. A special facility, even more advanced than the association's training room. Sake observed the surroundings carefully. They want to test my strength. I only recently passed the level A test, so they must be surprised by my abilities. Could this be a test for promotion to level S? From a door inside, a man stepped out. Saki's eyes sharpened. So this is my opponent. The man greeted him immediately. Sorry to keep you waiting. I will be your opponent. My name is Satsuki Ren. Sake froze for a moment. What? Ren's surprise mirrored his own. Iori, then he laughed, continuing. Ah, I see now. So you are the one who broke through the crystal mine. He added, and now you are preparing to duel me, a rather awkward reunion, is not it? Sake did not hesitate. Yes. Ren smiled, more intrigued than before. But honestly, that just makes me more excited. He declared firmly, since you are my opponent, I will fight seriously. Sake returned the challenge with quiet confidence. Ren, the gap between level A and level S is massive. It is an honor to duel with you. Ren's eyes flickered with recognition of the subtle implication. That only applies to normal people, right? Surely not for you, Iori. Sake averted his gaze, silent, thinking, Ren is always cautious around me. Ren's expression hardened, his tone decisive. That is why I won't just fight seriously. I will go all out. As a level S, I will not lose to you. Sake chuckled dryly. I can't seem to argue with that. Meanwhile, Hamada quietly observed the pair through his monitor. The result of this duel does not matter. What matters is seeing how Iori handles facing one of the 9 level S explorers nationwide. At that moment, a loudspeaker announced, let the duel begin. Sake immediately assumed a ready stance. Hamada, still watching, pondered, but if Sake Iori manages to defeat Satsuki Ren, he will be promoted to level S immediately. Ren wasted no time, summoning a small fireball in his hand. With a swift motion, he launched it skyward, creating an expansive, spreading effect. I will start lightly this time, it should be easy for you, he announced. Instantly, the fireball condensed into a massive beam of red energy, hurtling toward Sake. Reacting quickly, Sake drew his sword from his side, blocking the red blaze with a surge of blue light. Says one thing, does another, he thought, bracing against the onslaught. Channeling all his strength, he held the attack at bay. Ren's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. As expected, Iori. A bit stronger this time, huh? Sake shot back with confidence. Looks like you still have some energy left. Not going all out, huh? Ren remained calm, replying evenly, soon enough. But I do not intend to fight you recklessly. Sake quickly analyzed the situation, so he is controlling his speed, conserving his strength, keeping a clear head. In that case, I will force him into close combat and make him expend all his power. Without hesitation, Sake surged forward, sprinting straight at Ren. Sensing the imminent threat, Ren did not hesitate either. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a deep crater brimming with raw energy. Manipulating his power, he shifted the crater, gathering immense force before launching a devastating strike directly at Sake. Despite the overwhelming attack, Sake remained composed. He recalled the system update from the previous day. Thanks to the skill tree upgrade, I have unlocked the second level of the Eyes of Wisdom. Observing the massive fireball forming behind Ren, Sake's mind raced. This second level will let me analyze everything precisely. He immediately applied this insight to Ren's abilities. S-Class Primordial Flame, granting control over fire at unlimited intensity. Sake skimmed through the system report, pondering. So that is his power. Level S. It seems deceptively simple. Ren unleashed a barrage of flames, shouting, "Heat it up," yet Sake easily dodged each one. Carefully calculating, he thought, it is just a shield. That skill does not self-amplify, so I can evade it without trouble. Hamada watched the duel through the monitor, eyes wide in disbelief. He is even stronger than during the level test. How could he power up so fast? Moments later, realization struck him. No. Wait. He is still holding back some of his power, is not he? Ren, meanwhile, was cautiously assessing, his mind tense. This is only the opening phase. But what is this pressure? I am a level S. I should be stronger than this. Facing Iori, he felt the reverse, overwhelmed, as though he were the one being dominated. He actually broke through the crystal mine. Exactly as I expected. Sake channeled the massive blue energy, bracing his sword, and surged through Ren's wall of fire with ease, his body as solid as steel. Now face to face, Ren could only exclaim in surprise, "Interesting." Without a word, Sake swung his sword. Ren countered immediately, summoning a flaming spell with his hands. The two attacks collided simultaneously, the powers clashing in a dazzling display. Their eyes met, fierce and unyielding, filled with battle intent. Sake's eyes widened in sudden realization. What? The system flashed an analysis of S-Class sword summoning, a skill that disassembles any blade. Horror struck him. He has another skill, struggling to defend, he thought, but each person should only have one skill. Right. Ren laughed loudly, a challenging glint in his eyes. Exactly as expected, Iori. I never imagined I would have to truly unleash everything. The tension between the two was palpable, each flexing against the other. Suddenly, Ren unleashed a blinding crimson firestorm, forcing Sake to shield his eyes. The massive conflagration surged directly at him, exploding with tremendous force. Sake braced himself, pushing up from the ground. He spoke with determination. "I see now." He continued, "I understand. So this is everything you have got. To counter two skills at once, I still have not found a weakness." Ren's enigmatic smile widened as he calmly declared, "Then, Iori. Now the fight truly begins." At that moment, Ren was visibly unsettled, his thoughts in turmoil. Iori's power. It does not make sense. He alone should not be this strong. He studied Sake closely, silently assessing, "Just wait until I fully convince myself that I will win this fight." With a surge of determination, Ren conjured a massive magical vortex, naming it Leviathan, and shouted, "Go!" From the swirling energy emerged a flaming blade, which he seized with fierce intent. Sake stood silently, observing, and suddenly recognition struck him. In my previous life. That is. He stared intently at the weapon and affirmed, "One of my own relics." Emotion welled up inside him. "I can't believe I found this artifact here." Ren, brimming with energy, lifted the blade and spoke with authority. "I want this fight to be fair, so I will explain first. This is Leviathan, a legendary sword from Norse mythology." He continued, "Its power is real. Wielding it significantly boosts my strength. It was forged by the trickster god Loki himself." Ren's voice rang with pride. "Behold, Iori. I have only ever used it once before, against another level S." He emphasized again, "In other words, I am betting everything I have." Ren's expression darkened, and he clasped his hands before his chest. channeling magic to infuse the sword with energy. With a mighty roar, he shouted, "Take this, Iori." An incomprehensible surge of power erupted from the divine sword, forming a colossal energy mass that surged directly towards Sake, forcing him backward. Yet Sake remained composed, drawing his own sword to block. Such incredible speed, he thought, alarmed but calculating. Ren relentlessly swung Leviathan again, sending another blinding surge of energy across the battlefield. Hamada, watching the intense duel, broke into a sweat, awestruck. Incredible. I never imagined a fight like this could take place outside of two level S combatants. Observing Saki's fierce response, he silently concluded, Iori has to be promoted to level S. Sake maintained his icy demeanor, yet his mind raced with analysis. Every strike hits hard. Leviathan suits Ren perfectly, amplifying fire damage. Ren, driven by pure combat fervor, charged with all his might. Sake felt a flicker of worry. It is just like the sword from my previous life. I am in danger. Surrounding him were countless phantom flaming blades, projections of Leviathan, raining down simultaneously. Sake skillfully dodged each strike. Before he could fully regain his bearings, Ren launched a surprise rear attack, shouting, "Good dodge, but I won't miss a single opening." He slashed decisively, unleashing a blinding golden strike. Sake took the hit without any defense, collapsing painfully to the ground, hacking and gasping. Struggling to rise, he assessed the situation. His offense is overwhelming. My position is deteriorating. Observing Ren advancing relentlessly, Sake knew he had no choice. I did not want to go all out here. But there is no alternative. I have to fight seriously. Closing his eyes, he summoned his energy, letting streams of blue light envelop his entire form. With the upgraded forbidden spells, I can defeat Ren, he told himself, bracing for the next exchange. Suddenly, Ren sensed something was off. He noticed his hands trembling and thought in alarm, my hands are shaking. I am a level S, why am I feeling fear? His eyes scanned the battlefield, and he exclaimed, "What is that?" He watched Sake standing perfectly still and wondered in confusion, what is he planning? At that moment, Hamada shouted in panic. All the cameras are down, every screen has gone completely black. Internally, he lamented, from now on, I won't be able to monitor this battle at all. Sake finally spoke, calm but firm. Ren, this time I will fight at full strength. He added with a request, can you help me keep my true power a secret? Ren tilted his head in curiosity. Why? Sake replied earnestly, I want to keep this as quiet as possible. I do not want Kotoha to be in danger. Hearing this, Ren nodded. I understand. Alright, I will keep it secret. Then, with a spark of challenge in his eyes, he said, but it seems like you are assuming victory a bit early, or not you? Fueled by determination, Ren declared, I will show you what I truly have in my next strike. Let us decide it here. Saki's gaze burned with equal intensity. Alright, let us fight, he shouted, and both of them took their battle stances. Ren leapt as high as he could into the air, gathering momentum. With all his strength, he launched an attack. The energy sphere transformed into a massive black cannonball. Watching this, Sake acknowledged silently, this is his true power. Yet he reassured himself, but I will be the one to win. Refusing to back down, Sake propelled himself into the air as well, launching a counterattack. Their strikes collided mid-air. The overwhelming blue energy from Sake surged forward, completely overpowering Ren, leaving him unable to defend. He froze in shock. Impossible. That power is so immense it tore a huge hole in the ceiling. After neutralizing Ren's attack, Sake called out, looks like you have lost. Chunks of debris fell from the ceiling, forming a pile of rubble. Flustered, Ren demanded, what was that attack just now? He frowned, questioning, Iori, why did you hide this strength from me? Sake responded plainly, I was not hiding, I have just grown stronger. Ren exhaled, acknowledging defeat. I suppose you were right. I have been completely outmatched. At that moment, Hamada pushed through the damaged doorway, black smoke swirling around him, leaving his face smudged with grime. Shocked by the scene, he exclaimed, what is this? He craned his neck to look at the ceiling, stammering, you two tore a hole in the ceiling. Internally, he He noted that ceiling was reinforced with special materials. Sake communicated with Ren through a glance, silently pleading, "Please, Ren, help me keep this secret." Ren understood immediately, replying, "Got it, I understand." He quickly added an explanation, "Our attacks simply veered toward the ceiling, which is why it got damaged this way." Ren continued, "Mostly my fault, and I sincerely apologize." Hamada listened and nodded, understanding. "I see. Unavoidable, I suppose. So, what was the outcome of the battle?" Ren hesitated. "It is still unclear." Hamada frowned, thinking, they must have stopped to prevent completely destroying the place. Then he added, "It is fine. At least we now understand Saki's true abilities." He continued candidly, "Though honestly, I never expected this match to end in a draw." Ren chuckled at that. "A draw, actually. I lost." Then Sake spoke up, "By the way, you mentioned evaluating my power. What was that for?" Hamada explained, "The guild needs to fully understand the abilities of top-tier adventurers." He continued, "Since your strength had not been clearly measured yet, this match served as the gauge." Satsuki Ren also added, "Iori, to put it simply, this was effectively a level S assessment." Sake frowned. I guessed as much. Is that really the case?" Hamada beamed. "Hee, why do you look regretful? You passed it." Satsuki Ren glanced at Sake with concern, while Hamada excitedly announced, "You are officially the 10th level S adventurer in the country's history." Sake was not particularly thrilled to hear the news and hesitated before speaking. About that, he began cautiously, "Can I refuse to become a level S?" Hamada froze, startled. He exclaimed, pressing further, "But why?" Sake replied earnestly, "I think being level A is already more than enough for me." Hamada looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Quickly, Sake explained, "I have my personal reasons. I just do not want to stand out too much." Hamada's eyes widened in astonishment. "Unbelievable," he exclaimed. Then he softened his tone, clarifying, "Still, the guild can't force you to ascend to level S if you have decided to stay at level A." He tried to persuade him gently. "Even so, as a member of the guild, I would advise you to become a level S." Sake answered plainly, "All right, but only on the condition that you keep this a secret." Hamada's excitement returned. "No problem. But are you really sure?" he added. "Becoming level S is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You would even be recorded in history." Sake chuckled lightly and lowered his voice. "I know, but I must decline." Hamada felt a mixture of disappointment and confusion but nodded. "I understand." He watched Saki's figure fade into the distance, silently admiring him. He is an adventurer, yet he does not care about fame. That is unusual. Outside, Ren descended the steps, teasing lightly. "Not surprising that you refused level S." Sake did not hesitate. "Yeah, I am not interested." Ren smiled warmly. "You really have not changed at all since we were kids." Sake reflected and responded, "But you have. Ren, you have become someone I can't quite reach anymore." Ren laughed heartily. "What are you talking about? I am still far behind you, Iori." He added, "It is really great to see you again. Next time, let us talk more casually." Sake replied, "Sounds good. You can come by any time." Suddenly, Ren spoke up. "Oh, right. As promised, I will keep the earlier fight a secret, so do not worry." Sake smiled. "Thanks, I appreciate it." The two waved goodbye. Ren watched Saki's retreating figure and thought quietly, "I know Iori does not want fame for Kotoha's safety, but this won't be so simple. The world needs adventurers, and Iori's strength is not something to be hidden." Meanwhile, on the way home, Sake wandered and thought, "I have kept Kotoha and my life safe. But honestly, I have no real reason to be an adventurer." He reflected further, "Yet I can't give up. I have met too many people along the way. To protect them, I must continue being an adventurer." Lost in these thoughts, a man suddenly appeared before Sake. He stepped forward and greeted, "Oh, long time no see." Sake froze, questioning silently, while a sudden voice rang out. "That is the rookie soldier who is no good." The man laughed loudly and shouted, "What a coincidence." Two burly subordinates followed him. Sake responded politely, "It has been quite a while." The man, Fukumoto admitted sincerely, I still owe you from the Minotaur disaster. He recalled the scene and continued, thanks to you, we survived. Hasegawa added earnestly, I must have looked pathetic. He pointed at Fukumoto and mockingly said, this guy fell as soon as he entered the battle and remembered nothing. Sake observed them quietly, chatting back and forth, internally assessing, my first impression of them was not good, but they seemed to be decent people after all. At that moment, Fukumoto leaned close to Sake and whispered like a word of thanks, I will teach you a few adventurer tricks. Even someone ordinary like you could make a decent profit with them. Sake replied straightforwardly, then go ahead and tell me. Fukumoto laughed confidently. Hee, trust me. Before they could do anything, a system announcement blared, a new monster has appeared from a portal. Citizens are advised to evacuate immediately. All nearby adventurers, please proceed to the location at once. Fukumoto perked up with excitement. Perfect timing, we should go help. He analyzed further, they will reward any adventurers present, no matter the rank. You can easily make some money by taking down a few weak monsters. Hasegawa and Yamada immediately started preparing for battle. Fukumoto bellowed, this is one of the ways I know to earn some cash. Sake, not particularly enthused, replied politely, I understand. Fukumoto then shouted enthusiastically, all right, let us get moving. Sake pondered silently, I do not know why I am getting involved. But luckily, these monsters do not seem strong. It should be quick. The adventurers gradually arrived at the gathering point, including Sake and Fukumoto's group. Fukumoto scanned the crowd and smirked confidently. We are in luck. Look at all these people. Sake, curious, asked, so, the more the better. The man glanced at him and replied, exactly. More people means easier monster hunting. Of course, the amount of money you earn scales with the number of monsters you defeat. But the catch is, you get a participation reward even without fighting 100,000 yen just for showing up. That is a lot, is not it? Hasegawa forced a smile and added, after all, this is a life-risking job, so the rewards are high. Sake muttered softly, I see. Internally, he thought, so there are many ways for an adventurer to earn money. I might actually be interested. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. Fukumoto smiled confidently. And now, that is everything I owe you. The monsters are coming. Leading the charge was an old wolf, followed by a swarm of giant scorpions. Hasegawa panicked. They look strong. Around level C, maybe. Fukumoto let out a short sigh. Really, looks like it will be a tiring day. The four of us will take care of one each. He then pointed at Sake and shouted, you too, rookie. Confident in your sword skills, huh, normal human, I am counting on you. Sake smiled lightly. I will do my best. In his mind, he thought, I am already level A. Anything I do will draw attention. I only aimed for level A to enter the crystal mine, so keeping a low profile is best. Hasegawa grabbed his shield and charged forward. Alright, the shield projected a gust of wind toward the scorpion stinger. Fukumoto swiftly swung his sword, slicing it off. I will handle the stinger, go ahead. Hasegawa nodded. Got it, he furrowed his brow, warning, careful. The scorpion raised its pincer, preparing to strike Fukumoto. At the critical moment, Sake intervened, blocking the sharp legs with his sword. Hasegawa could not help but praise him. Well done, rookie. He quickly unleashed a flame, engulfing the scorpion's body. Fukumoto pressed the attack, swinging his sword and shouting, saved me again, rookie, leave the rest to me. Compared to the shell, the belly is softer. Hasegawa understood immediately and cast another flame. Good, again. A massive explosion followed. Perfect, we did it. Wait, what? Fukumoto found himself pinned under the scorpion's body. Hasegawa felt helpless. He got crushed. I should have attacked later. He quickly added, Sake, come over. Are you okay? Sake smiled and replied, do not worry, rookie, I am fine. Then he scolded them, you all need to be more careful, Hasegawa, do it properly. Sorry, I will be more careful next time, Hasegawa said with a smile. Anyway, we took one down. Let us retreat until it is safe. Agreed, Hasegawa chuckled, nodding. Sake silently observed them, thinking, Level C monsters are not threatening at all. This should be fine. Elsewhere, the other adventurers were taking down the wolves one by one. Phew, almost done. Suddenly, one of the wolves emitted a dark, ominous energy. Screams erupted. Watch out, that one's mutated. What, mutated? I thought it would end smoothly. Fukumoto looked in its direction. Is not that a diamond wolf? No way. We can't take down a level A monster. Before he could finish, the diamond wolf swiped its claw, launching a powerful attack toward them. Panic and shouts erupted all around. Fukumoto's eyes widened as he shouted, honestly, nothing good ever happens when I am with you guys. Let us get out of here. Sake, standing at the back, frowned and thought. If I run now, not only will the other adventurers be in danger, but the civilians too. I might draw attention again. But I have no other choice this time. At that moment, a girl suddenly streaked past him, charging straight at the diamond wolf. The wolf swung its claws, but she leapt into the air just in time. Bring slash, streams of golden light shot from her body toward the wolf, causing it to shriek in pain. Other adventurers watched in shock, eyes wide. What? Is that a superhero? Even Fukumoto's expression turned serious. Looks like a hero's come to save us. Sake glanced at him and asked, you know who that is? Yeah, that is S-rank adventurer, Kanda. Hearing this, Sake furrowed his brow. S-rank. Like Ren. Kanda stood alone atop a height, slowly turning her head to look at Sake. He quickly noticed her gaze. Is she looking at me? Kanda remained silent, simply glancing his way. After a few minutes, she turned back without a word. Sake could not help but wonder, why did she do that? Meanwhile, Fukumoto's group was ecstatic over the reward money. They shouted with excitement. Thanks to that mutation, our reward doubled. Add in the money for the other monster, and we are getting 250,000 yen, and the mutated monster went down in an instant. So lucky. In contrast, Sake remained calm in a corner. That is quite a windfall. But thanks to the restricted zone, money is not an issue for me anyway. At that moment, Fukumoto leaned toward him and whispered, so, rookie, you think that was a good deal? Want to grab a drink with us? Sake replied politely, thanks, but maybe next time. My little sister's waiting at home. She lives with me and is in high school, so I need to get home to make dinner. Both Hasegawas raised a thumbs up. You are a good brother, sorry for the offer earlier. Fukumoto smiled. Then you should go home and cook for your sister. Sake thought to himself, you really can't judge people by appearances. Thank you, everyone. Not long after, it was late afternoon at Saki's apartment. He stood quietly before the door, his eyes glinting. I can sense the presence of an S-rank inside. Looks like we have a guest. The person's arrival he did not know if it was Ren made him cautious. He slowly opened the door and stepped inside. I am home. Kotoha smiled as she saw him. Welcome home, your friend's visiting. She held a cup of water in her hand. Sake asked, Ren. No, it is an older sister. Contrary to what he expected, the figure in the living room was Kanda, not Ren. She looked at him without expression. Sorry for coming without notice. Sake pursed his lips, realizing that is the S-rank girl from before. Kotoha, looking between them, said, your friends are all cute girls. Big brother. I do not think this is good. He quickly shook his head. Wait, hold on. You are mistaken. I do not know her. Really? Kotoha looked at Kanda in confusion, then shouted, what is going on? Kanda remained indifferent, as always. Sorry, I lied because I just wanted to talk to your brother. Kotoha shivered. Big brother. You are really famous, huh? Sake furrowed his brow and asked, I am going to talk with her for a bit. Kotoha. Is that okay? Of course, she replied without hesitation, closing the door behind her as she left. Sake turned his gaze back to Kanda. How did you find out where I live? She replied softly, I am an S-rank. With the help of the guild, it was not difficult at all. Sake let out a quiet sigh. The guild really should not make personal information so easily accessible. So, what do you want from me? Kanda's eyes narrowed slightly. I am just curious. You were the only one who dared to face that diamond wolf. When I checked the adventurer data, I saw that you are a normal human who has reached a rank. That made me even more curious. Sake thought to himself, I see. The system's records about me must look suspicious. So that is why you came to see me. Kanda frowned. What exactly are you? He replied honestly, just an adventurer. I am not as strong as other ranks. Outside the door, Kotoha was still standing, listening to their conversation. Kanda continued, her tone firm, if you were truly strong, you should fight properly and set an example for others. I believe that is the duty of every high-ranking adventurer. Sake frowned, thinking, what is her deal? Is she some kind of justice fanatic? Yet he replied calmly, I understand. From now on, I will do that. Kanda fell silent, staring into the distance. I am glad to hear that. She stood up and walked straight to the exit. Sorry for taking your time. After she left, Sake exhaled softly. The floating Tenma orb hovered nearby and asked, who was that girl just now? Kotoha added, mysterious, is not she? Yes, Sake replied, his expression serious. Huh, Kotoha quickly noticed a shimmering guild card lying under the chair. She dropped something. Is not this a guild card? I have never seen a card like this before. Saki's eyes narrowed. Why did she leave it behind? Well, I will return it to her. He immediately stepped outside. He extended his hand to sense her energy. She is quite far already. But she managed to get there so quickly. Using Tenma, he traced Kanda's movements. A blue streak of light instantly shot across the golden afternoon sky. In a nearby alley, Sake caught up to Kanda where she had stopped. This guild card seems important, so do not drop it again. Kanda picked it up and said, ah, right. I did drop it. At that moment, another voice cut through sharply, hey, do not bother us. It was Noda, another rank adventurer, scowling at the two of them. Sake glanced at Kanda. Am I really interrupting something? She simply shook her head in response. Then Sake looked at Noda. I do not think so. But. Noda frowned, raising his voice. You absolutely did. I was about to duel Kanda. Sake's eyes widened in surprise. Duel. Sake tilted his head, puzzled. Why does he have to do something like that? Noda pointed a finger at him and declared, I will defeat her and prove that I am strong enough to reach S rank. Kanda closed her eyes, resigned to the situation. This is getting ridiculous. Seems like some people really overestimate their own strength. Her words only fueled Noda's anger. Veins bulged on his forehead, his facial muscles twitching. Clenching his staff tightly, he shouted, oh yeah. Why do not you come over here and see if I am delusional or not? Sake tried to diffuse the tension. You should stop. But Noda did not care at all. Flames erupted in his hands as he charged forward. Shut up, get out of my way. In an instant, Sake leaned to the side, easily evading the strike, thinking, this is not good. He is way too hot-headed. Noda lunged wildly at Kanda, screaming in rage, who do you think you are calling delusional? Kanda merely closed her eyes calmly. A moment later, Noda was suddenly impaled, struck with a blindingly fast attack. His hand still gripping the weapon, he screamed in disbelief, what? How? How could she take me down like that with her condition? Kanda's expression remained icy. Have you realized now, if that is enough, accept your defeat? Noda spat out a frustrated, meaningless threat. Damn it. I will remember your face. And just like that, the duel ended in the blink of an eye. Sake stepped forward and voiced the thought on his mind. Kanda. You are really not normal, are you? She blinked, caught off guard. Huh. He recounted what he had observed. The way you dodged the attack. That is not something every rank could do. Your reflexes, your vision, your physical strength. Kanda analyzed him with a calm, clinical tone. From what I have seen, that level of skill is not just from natural ability alone. Sake silently thought, do not tell me she figured all that out just from dodging. Outwardly, he tried to downplay it. You are exaggerating. Suddenly, Kanda took a few steps back, pivoted, and pointed her golden sword at him. Then let me test you. Sake remained calm. I will pass on that. Her expression did not waver. Sake let out a quiet, helpless sigh, but before he could do anything further, Kanda lunged. Her sharp tip pointed straight at his throat. Silence hung over the city streets in the late afternoon. She looked down at him. You are not going to dodge. Sake glanced at the sword casually and murmured, Awkward. Seems a bit fast for me to react. A flash of dissatisfaction crossed Kanda's eyes as she reached out and steadied him. Internally, she thought, even if he could not react in time, he should at least show some anger. But he is completely calm. He really is not normal. Finally, Sake spoke, concluding the encounter. Satisfied now, I am not as skilled as you think. He turned his back. Anyway, I have returned your things. I am heading home. Kanda paused, surprised, and tried to stop him with one question. How did you catch up to me in such a short time? Sake glanced back at her and offered a casual explanation, just enough to satisfy her. Ah, speed is my strength, that is how I reached a rank. Kanda did not press further. I see. So you are not entirely normal either. I get it. Speed is my strength too. Sake nodded politely. An honor to be complimented by an S rank. I can show that off later. But now, I should get home to make dinner. Excuse me. Kanda nodded in farewell. All right. See you next time. Sake gave a courteous final reply. Yes, see you. In the moment Kanda was not looking, Sake quietly muttered a name, Sake Iori. Moments later, he slipped out of the alley, merging into the bustling crowd on the street. But the calm, cold composure he usually wore was gone, replaced by a trace of worry and beads of sweat on his brow. Looks like another troublesome person has taken notice of me, he thought. He opened the door and stepped inside. I am home. A faint aroma hit his senses, and he smiled slightly. Smells like grilled meat. Kotoha peeked her head out from the kitchen. Welcome home, dinner's almost ready. I thought I would finish just in time for you, since you have been so busy today. Sake grinned. I understand. Thanks, Kotoha. Just then, Sphere appeared seemingly out of nowhere, cutting in. You look happy. The little sister fanatic, she teased. He lowered his voice. She made dinner for me, so of course I am happy. And I am not a little sister fanatic. Sphere raised an eyebrow. You are stubborn, huh? Sake immediately defended himself. You just said it wrong. A few minutes later, dinner was laid out. Hurry, or the food will get cold. Enjoy your meal. As they sat down together, Sphere's gaze was glued to the floating information screens hovering in the air. Sake glanced at her and thought, Sphere seems addicted to the net, huh? Kotoha, curious, asked, Sister Sphere, is there anything interesting up there? Sphere's eyes widened as she examined the screens. It seems the number of gates has been increasing rapidly lately. Sake added, yes, this will cause more monsters to appear. Sphere smiled, moving closer to Sake. And because of this, you will have to participate in more guild activities. Exciting, is not it? Not really, he muttered. Then he turned to Kotoha, warning, stay away from the gates. You could get hurt. Confidently, she replied, do not worry, big brother. I won't let any monsters take me down easily either. Sake furrowed his brow. I am asking you seriously, do not get involved in fights. HMPH, got it, Kotoha said, puffing her cheeks. While clearing the dishes, she added, actually, I am pretty strong, you know. You know that. You can help me carry stuff too. Of course. You are my sister. There is no way I would let you be weak. Kotoha beamed. Absolutely. Sphere quietly observed their interaction, thinking, looks like Iori still has not realized it. He only does this for Kotoha. He is always protecting her. A week later, after they cleared the crystal mine, Shimizu had regained consciousness. When he learned that Ryuzaki had not survived, a deep sadness immediately clouded his face, barely masked by a forced smile. I am not entirely responsible, but if I had been a bit stronger, maybe I could have saved Ryuzaki. After checking on Shimizu, the afternoon sun began to dip. Sake and Kotoha walked along the river path. He smiled. He is recovering well. He will probably be discharged soon. Kotoha's eyes widened. Oh, that is great. By the way, are you planning to continue as an adventurer? Sake gazed ahead. Well, I can't quit entirely yet. I still need to train Amami and Suzukaze first. Her eyes lit up. Because you promised them, right? Exactly. He offered a gentle smile. Once they are strong enough, I can step back and operate more quietly. Huh, she looked puzzled. But are not you already stronger? Yes, but only to protect you. I do not really have a goal beyond that. I see. Sake lightly warned, do not let them know, okay. Why should I? She teased. He did not get angry. Alright, I will buy you anything you want but just one thing. She squealed with joy. Success. The scene shifted. Night had fallen over the city, its streets glittering with wealth and extravagance. Alright, the gate I found yesterday has not been discovered by the guild yet, one of two fully cloaked figures murmured, standing before a shimmering spatial portal. Now we can monopolize all the items without competing with anyone. Lucky us. Feels like we just struck gold. I figure it will take about a day. But we still do not know how dangerous it really is. Do not worry. We can scout it easily as long as we steer clear of the bot. Other than that, this is definitely a gold mine. With that, both of them darted toward the gate. Times now, let us go in. The world inside was completely different from the outside. Endless greenery stretched under a limitless sky, and harmless slimes slowly crawled across the ground. The two cloaked figures frowned. Seriously, just an F-rank dungeon. Even if we clear everything, there is hardly any reward. Better to report it to the guild and collect the bounty instead. Let us head back. Unbeknownst to them, a dark, black energy was gradually creeping over the landscape from behind. In moments, everything was shrouded in gloom, wilting and lifeless. A faint, sinister giggle echoed from somewhere unseen. This is not going well. Humans will regret underestimating me. Meanwhile, information about the dungeon had already reached the guild. Another new dungeon, there are so many now. The monsters are just slimes, not very dangerous. F rank, huh, but these easy dungeons are rare. I will recommend it for the next adventurer recruitment cycle. At the B rank dungeon, the Serpent Lord's lair, the dungeon bot a massive sea serpent opened its jaws wide, ready to strike its prey. Standing opposite it, Suzukaze planted her feet and leapt high into the air. Paralysis bow, she shouted. An arrow shot straight into the center of the sea serpent's body. She smiled and said, tough luck for you. My skill is not something to underestimate. The serpent writhed violently, trembling as powerful arcs of electricity began to envelop its body. Amami, standing nearby, could not help but praise her. Still amazing as always, MI, leave the rest to me. He quickly unleashed a surge of energy, and red sparks engulfed the sea serpent, scorching it relentlessly. Suzukaze nodded approvingly. Still as strong as ever. Amami laughed. Thanks to your paralysis shot, MI. Just then, Sake approached. Well done, both of you. I am surprised you managed to clear a B-rank dungeon on your own. Both of them beamed at him. It is all thanks to your training, big brother. Amami added, I have become much stronger than before, all thanks to you. Sake smiled warmly. I am glad to hear that. 2 weeks had passed since the crystal mine was cleared, and Amami and Suzukaze had grown immensely powerful, so much so that even Sake found it hard to believe. After this latest battle, their strength rivaled that of a rank adventurers. Looks like my time as an active adventurer will be coming to an end soon, Sake thought silently. The scene shifted to the first floor of the Adventurer Guild headquarters. Amami and Suzukaze stared in awe at the reward slip in their hands. Amami exclaimed, this bounty is huge, I have never earned this much before. The reward totaled about 1 million yen, meaning each of them would receive 500,000. But I should not take any of it, since I just observed, Sake thought. He stepped forward. I did not do anything, so you two do not need to split it with me. Amami immediately protested, no, we only managed this thanks to you, understand, Suzukaze added, from the start, having you with us to protect us was already invaluable. Sake smiled. Alright, then I will accept it if you insist. Amami grinned, use this money to get something nice for Kotoha. Sake then suggested, why do not you two come over to my place, we can celebrate this victory together. Sure, let us go, Suzukaze let out a small sigh. You only loosen up a bit when it comes to your little sister, but I am still happy. Let us invite Nagisawa and Shimizu too, the more the merrier. Bring on the meat, Amami added enthusiastically. Then we will pick a day later. Today, let us just rest. Just then, Hamada appeared. looking slightly bewildered as he scanned the room. When he saw Sake, he hurried over. "Oh, Sake, perfect timing." Sake asked, "Hamada, what is going on?" Hamada furrowed his brow and glanced toward Suzukaze and Amami. "I have something to ask you. Are you free today?" Sake raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, I am available." The two of them then left the waiting hall together. Suzukaze and Amami watched their backs. Suzukaze asked, "Do you think something's happened?" Amami shrugged. "I do not know, but he looks a little annoyed." Later, in a secluded spot, Sake got straight to the point. "So, what did you want to ask me?" Hamada pulled out a folder. "This is a request to survey a dungeon. Could you take a look? It has been getting a lot of attention lately." It is a C rank dungeon, but it was originally F rank. Sake skimmed the documents. "From F to C, what happened?" Hamada lowered his voice. "This dungeon is very strange. The more people enter, the more we discover, yet we can't locate the bot or the core." Sake continued, "Was this dungeon created according to standard procedures?" Hamada replied, "We are not entirely sure. But the guild won't ignore a dungeon with uncertain danger levels. That is why we have invited a high-rank adventurer to survey it. If you can find the bot and the core, we will be able to accurately assess its danger level." Sake slowly lifted his cup of hot coffee. "You are just asking me to locate it, not destroy it, right?" Hamada replied promptly, "That dungeon contains a lot of items, so keep it as intact as possible. But if you judge it to be high rank, then go ahead and dismantle it." Sake nodded. "Understood. I accept the request." His gaze fell on the report in his hands. Hamada's expression brightened. "Thank you very much. If possible, finish the assessment before the end of the month." "Understood." Without lingering further, Sake turned and left, thinking to himself, "I could have refused, but I still feel indebted to Hamada." By the time he finished his errands, the afternoon had already deepened into evening. Sake walked slowly out of the guild headquarters. "I must be somewhat famous compared to before," he mused. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Sake." He saw Kanda appear and was slightly surprised. "Oh, Kanda. Long time no see. Why are you here?" Those around them were equally shocked. "Huh, is not that S-rank Kanda? Who is she with? He looks familiar." "Is that Sake?" Whispers spread like wildfire. Sake thought, this is not the best place to talk, but Kanda seemed completely unconcerned. "I just saw you at the guild, so I wanted to talk to you for a bit," she said. The onlookers, overhearing her, broke into murmurs of astonishment. "She wants to talk to him. What is their relationship?" All eyes turned toward Sake. He quickly took Kanda aside. "I get it, but we should find somewhere else first." "Okay," she agreed. Sake pressed his lips together, thinking, this might be more troublesome than the survey request itself. They arrived at a nearby cafe. Without beating around the bush, Sake asked, "So, what do you want to talk about?" The late afternoon sun streamed quietly across them through the glass windows. Kanda took a slow sip of her coffee before speaking. "Do you know the dungeon called the Treacherous Forest?" Sake thought. "That is the dungeon I was just assigned to assess." "Yes. It has been getting some attention recently. But that dungeon is very strange. There is no verified information about it at all," she said. "Really?" he asked, meeting her gaze directly. Kanda's expression turned serious. "There are many types of monsters there. Each spawn point is random, there is no pattern. The terrain and difficulty fluctuate constantly. Have not you noticed, there has never been a dungeon like this before?" Saki's face mirrored her seriousness. "Makes sense. That explains why the difficulty has increased to C rank, right?" "Exactly. But it has also caused far more casualties than a typical C rank dungeon." "More than usual?" he asked. "Of the adventurers who returned from that dungeon, 10 of them went insane. They no longer retain normal cognitive abilities," Kanda added. Sake lowered his voice. "That is only a few, though." Kanda continued, "What is scarier is that this dungeon was only discovered 2 months ago." He frowned and thought. "So the guild has it sealed off?" Kanda's response was immediate. "The guild does not know anything about those who returned. I have not reported the 10 cases yet." Sake nodded. "I understand. How do you know all this?" She did not hide anything. "My father is a researcher. He gathered this information from across the city." Sake pursed his lips, thinking, she speaks so coldly. Probably only families of S-rank adventurers have this kind of access. He spoke gently, as I said, I have something I would like to ask you. Another request, I suppose, he thought, but he asked aloud, what is it? Kanda's tone was extremely serious. I want us to form a team and clear the treacherous forest. The air between them fell completely silent. Sake let out a soft sigh. I figured as much, but I am not sure I can accept I was only asked to evaluate it. Besides, if she finds something out about me, that could be bad. He refused bluntly. Sorry, but I have been swamped with guild stuff lately. Kanda replied, I understand. That is too bad. He even offered, I am really sorry, do you want me to ask someone else? But Kanda stayed silent. She set some money on the bill. All right then. Let us leave it at that. If you do not mind, I will take care of the payment. Fine. She stood up and walked away, thinking to herself, that is fine, I am used to fighting alone anyway. Left alone, Sake sipped his coffee and muttered to himself, I feel kind of guilty. Then his face grew serious, like he would just made up his mind about something. Cut to evening at Saki's apartment. It is getting colder. Kotoha, her mouth still messy from dinner, grinned ear to ear, carrying a stack of dirty bowls and chopsticks. Wow, big brother, you are the best cook, this is so good. Sake washed the dishes and said, I am glad you like it. Hearing his tone, Kotoha asked, what is wrong, big brother, you look sad. He went expressionless. Nothing. Right then Sphere appeared. Hey, Kotoha, have you ever seen Iori actually happy? Nope, right, Sake shot back, do not say that out loud. Kotoha immediately smiled again and hugged him from behind. As long as things stay the same, I am fine. I just thought you seemed kind of down. He smiled at her and said, thanks for worrying about me, Kotoha. It is nothing. He finished washing the last of the dishes and thought, am I sad? Maybe Kanda's request bothered me more than I realized. I always try to be calculating and keep a cool head, but this one's messy. When the dishes were done, he opened the door. I am going out for a bit. All right, Kotoha replied. Sake told himself, at the very least, I should make sure Kanda's safe. I will go clear it myself. There are already 10 victims, the dungeon's core should be destroyed as soon as possible. With that, he moved toward the dungeon gate. I am sure Kanda thinks the same. Just then, a stranger's voice called out, are you okay? Get higher-ranked adventurers here. A crowd had gathered at the gate. 3 people were lying unconscious and a man was kneeling on the ground, shouting in a panic, there is only one person inside. Seeing that, Sake stepped up and asked, what happened? The man hurriedly said, S-level adventurer Kanda Sake is fighting alone in there so the rest of us could escape. Hurry, contact the guild. Sake blinked in surprise, frowning. I did not expect her to go into the dungeon so early. He murmured, I will go help her. I am an A-rank adventurer. But before he could move, the man grabbed his arm to stop him. You can't go in alone. This dungeon's insane. Even AS rank like her barely managed to get us out. 1 A rank alone won't be able to do anything. Sake frowned and stared at him. What? The man added, voice urgent. Everything the dungeon shows you is just illusions, everything's fake. This place is seriously dangerous. Sake did not waste a word. He dashed forward. With a hard expression he thought, sorry, Kanda, for not going with you. Hold on a little longer. Then, without hesitation, he leapt straight into the dungeon. The moment Sake stepped into the dungeon, he was immediately enveloped by an oppressive, dark energy that seemed to press down on him from all sides. The energy here. It is overwhelming. There is no way this is just a C-rank dungeon. And Kanda. I can feel her power fading. I have to move fast. Just as he thought this, a massive wolf lunged at him from behind, jaws wide, aiming to sink its teeth into him. In an instant, Sake swung his sword, cleaving the creature in two. Sorry, but I do not have time to mess around with pests like you. Kanda, wait for me, I am coming. An hour earlier, Kanda slowly entered the dungeon. At first glance, everything seemed utterly normal, lush greenery stretched in every direction beneath a vast sky. She scanned the area carefully. So this is the cunning forest dungeon. It looks perfectly ordinary, but judging by the number of victims, something's definitely off. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Startled, Kanda sprinted toward the source. That has to be an adventurer. The scream is not far, I can get there in time. Ahead, a man sat on the ground, shaking, beside two other adventurers who had been knocked unconscious. His voice trembled as he spoke. What? What is that thing? It took down 3 people in an instant. Before him stood a monster with skin like iron and a body radiating a palpable, terrifying aura of lethal intent. Its voice was low and menacing. Of course. This is not a place for games. You are standing before the scythe of death. The man screamed in panic, stay away from me, but the monster calmly advanced. You have learned your lesson, have not you? You have outlived your usefulness. You are nothing but bait now. Time to die. With that, it swung its arm, preparing a lethal attack. The man's scream echoed through the chamber, panic written across his face. At that critical moment, Kanda arrived, cutting through the monster's strike with her sword just in time. The man looked at her in astonishment. The monster arched an eyebrow. Oh. You are faster than I thought. Kanda frowned and spoke to the man, get the wounded out of here. I will handle this place. Yes, he replied, hurriedly helping the others. The monster flicked its wrist, sending a bolt of lightning toward her. Do you think I will let you escape? Kanda countered swiftly with her whip, shielding the other adventurers. No. But I will. The monster smirked in approval. Quick. With that speed, you're sure to get them out safely. Kanda's brow furrowed. The bot. Is it intelligent, tough, but that does not matter. If anyone's in danger, I will save them. It is my responsibility with this power. The monster then suddenly grinned slyly. Too bad. But today is the day you die. Kanda scowled. What nonsense are you spouting? Our fight has not even started. It is already decided. Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped in. I lured you here myself. Kanda ignored his words. Raising her arm, she said, the rest does not matter, before charging forward with her whip. Yet the monster swiftly dodged her attack. She paused for a moment, eyes wide, stepping back. Strange. Why does my body feel so heavy? The monster's voice seemed to read her mind. Still have not realized, this place is saturated with a gas that weakens humans. Even someone as strong as you is affected. Without another word, Kanda swung her whip again. Just wait until you bring me down, then we will talk. To her shock, the wounds on the monster's face healed in seconds. Her eyes went wide. The monster grinned in triumph. Too bad for you. All the energy I absorbed from those adventurers has made me much stronger. And you have grown weaker. There is no chance of victory for you now. Her body felt heavier and heavier. Her legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. Damn it, at this rate I can't keep fighting. I have to run, she thought. Even as she resolved that, her eyes grew heavier and heavier. It felt like every last bit of strength was being drained from her. The monster stepped toward Kanda slowly, lifting her up with one hand. The oppressive energy radiating from its body was enormous. And now, thanks for the energy, it said. The monster's eyes flashed. At that split second, a massive fireball shot toward it. The creature casually stopped it with one hand. Well, look who it is, it murmured. Kanda forced her eyelids open. Tears rimmed at the corners of her eyes. Not far off, Sake was walking toward them, his face dead serious. Sorry I am late, Kanda. I am here to save you. Although the scenery inside the dungeon still looked like an ordinary forest, in truth the place had been withered by the monster's energy. There were poisoned plants and other small monsters lurking. Once he broke through, Sake could see the trick for what it was. So the whole dungeon is just an illusion, and there is a gas that weakens adventurers. I need a spell to dispel it. I will reserve 120 skill points, and spend 10 of them now. A jade blue light quickly wrapped his body. The monster admired, interesting. Sake narrowed his eyes and conjured a flame. Immediately there was a huge fire explosion. Every illusion the dungeon had been projecting vanished. The monster still held Kanda in its grip. From above it looked down at him and asked, you can see through every kind of magic, can you? No one's realized that until now. Sake did not answer. He teleported to the monster's front. All his movements were lightning fast. He raised his leg as bolts of lightning crackled around him. Let her go. The monster could not dodge in time. It stumbled backward from the impact and its grip on Kanda slackened. Without hesitation, he spread his arms and caught her, then gently set her down on the ground. Are you all right? He asked. Kanda, weak, replied, I am okay, but I feel weaker. Sake glanced at her. That thing was draining your energy. You should stay here until you recover. You have been through a lot. I will handle the rest. Kanda's eyes widened in alarm. No, you can't beat that alone. Run. He asked calmly in return. If you were in my place, would you run? But I am just doing my job. Rest. I am strong enough to deal with this. The monster let out a soft laugh. Is that it? Too bad for you, you can't beat me. Adventurers, do you know what mutations are? Monsters rarely change and evolve into a new species, but my purpose is to create those mutations. Sake frowned as he listened. The monster went on, to do that, I siphon energy from you and store it in my body, like I just did with her. And now, her energy will be the final ingredient. Suddenly, the monster's energy surged explosively. Both Sake and Kanda stared, unblinking, as a blazing crimson-black aura enveloped its entire body. For my mutation, my power will reach new heights, it roared. In an instant, its body transformed, jagged, quill-like spikes erupted along its back, and its head contorted into a terrifying new shape. Saki's eyes went wide in shock. What the hell is that? He muttered. The monster smirked triumphantly. I would bet I am far stronger than any of you so-called S-rank adventurers now. No one can stand against me. Sake lowered his voice, calm but resolute. You will see soon enough. Humans are creatures capable of turning the tide. Let us see how you handle it. With that, the monster lunged at him, throwing a fist with a speed almost impossible for the human eye to track. Sake struggled just to dodge it. But it did not stop there. The creature pressed forward relentlessly. A tremendous shockwave erupted as their clash sent vibrations through the ground. Small wounds began appearing across Saki's body, and he swung a punch in return. Yet the monster blocked it effortlessly. With a powerful kick, it sent him flying back, shouting triumphantly. Sake quickly planted his feet, anchoring himself to the ground, furrowing his brow. It is completely overwhelming me without even using magic. I never expected this. The monster narrowed its eyes, mocking, what is the matter, can't keep up. Sake thought to himself, it seems overly confident after its transformation. But that is my opportunity. I can't beat it through sheer physical strength. I have to turn the tide on my terms of battle of magic. The monster slowly advanced towards Sake, its presence radiating sheer menace. What is the matter, tongue-tied, are we? It taunted. Sake remained silent, thinking to himself, it is bound to expose a weakness out of overconfidence. I will use my skill points to counter its power. Stasis costs 30 skill points. Its effect nullifies the target's kinetic energy, essentially freezing them in place. It is a gravitational skill that can halt the opponent's movements, but only temporarily. Judging by appearances, it is a very difficult spell to execute. The monster noticed Saki's silence and sneered, you're just going to stay quiet, how boring. Fine, then I will make you scream. With that, it lunged forward. At that instant, Saki's eyes snapped open, glowing with brilliance. Time seemed to slow around the monster as if all its movements froze. He quickly swung his fist, delivering a powerful punch that sent the creature flying back. Thanks to that brief moment, its strength has weakened, and I can counterattack. With the eyes of insight, I won't waste a second, he thought. Kanda, observing from the sidelines, could not help but exclaim, amazing. But only a few seconds later, the monster recovered and charged again. This time, Sake was able to dodge with relative ease. He raised his hand and landed a strong blow to the monster's neck. The creature, still stunned, muttered, what is happening? How can it keep up and fight back? They exchanged a flurry of strikes, most of Saki's landing true. He glanced at the monster and asked, seems like you are the one who should be screaming now, huh? The monster chuckled lightly, not so fast. Do not underestimate my perception. I have analyzed your skills during our earlier exchange. You can temporarily freeze my attacks, right? I wonder if your skill is just combat-oriented, but you have displayed some suspicious maneuvers. Sake furrowed his brow. It figured it out. Even understood the mechanics of my skill. The monster, visibly smug, added, I am impressed by your combat ability, but that is nothing to me. No matter how many skills you have, they are useless against overwhelming power. Observing the monster's power continuing to surge, Sake asked under his breath, still holding back, huh? In a flash, the massive creature appeared right in front of him. Endure a little longer, it growled. Sake extended his hand, attempting stasis again, but this time, it had no effect. He quickly dodged a punch, muttering, impossible. It is completely unharmed. The monster smirked, taunting, what is wrong, that all you have got? It raised a leg and stomped with full force. Sake had no time to evade. He was sent flying, and a deafening crash echoed through the dungeon. Even Kanda, watching nearby, had to squeeze her eyes shut against the shockwave. Her eyes widened as she saw his body increasingly marked with injuries. Sake frowned, calculating, its attacks are faster now, I can't time them anymore. One mistake, and I could have been done for. Weakly, Kanda called out, Sake, stop, leave me and run. Sake struggled to his feet, taking a few seconds to regain balance. No, I won't lose. She continued to plead, I know you are strong, but that thing is truly a monster. Saki's red eyes ignited once again. Yes. I understand the vast gap between us. But I can't abandon Kanda. I still have 90 skill points. I need to figure out a way to defeat this thing and use them all. There has to be a way. At that moment, a sudden blue window appeared before his eyes. What the? The message read, the dungeon's consciousness has contacted the Forbidden Realm. Would you like to respond? Below it were two buttons, yes and no. Sake thought to himself, is the dungeon's consciousness a separate entity from the bot in front of me, and it is appearing like this? Just like the first time I activated the Forbidden Realm, let us see what happens if I respond. Then, Sake reached out and pressed the yes button. Immediately, his consciousness was transported to another place. He glanced around, taking in the surroundings. Is this my subconscious? A strange voice suddenly spoke, a pleasure to meet you, Sake Iori. Surprised, he looked to the side and saw a floating spherical orb with a halo of light hovering above, gently flickering. Silently, he concluded, this must be the consciousness of the dungeon. The voice continued, let us begin. I have a proposition for you. What do you think about unlocking all of your power from your previous life? Sake furrowed his brow, asking, why? How do you know about my past life? The voice replied calmly, have not you realized yet, the connection between the Forbidden Realm and the dungeon? He paused, startled. So, what exactly are you? I am the dungeon. I exist here only to speak with you. Just as the Forbidden Realm has a steward, the dungeon has its own consciousness. Sake muttered under his breath, impressive. He thought to himself, this consciousness must be a higher-level entity, very likely connected to the dungeon and magic itself. Then he smiled and asked, so, you think your proposal is a good idea? In the past, I have defeated that monster, and the dungeon's core would be destroyed as a result anyway. The voice replied matter-of-factly, I do not care whether the core is destroyed or not. I am not speaking to you for such trivial matters. Sake furrowed his brow, fully alert. What do you mean? Let me be clear. If you, Sake Iori, continue fighting like this, you will fail and die. I do not want that to happen, so here is my proposal, for this battle alone, I will restore your former power. In exchange, within 3 months, 4 dungeons will appear, and you must destroy all of them. He asked, curious, like the mission from before. The dungeon's consciousness responded, but far more difficult. The 4 bosses in each dungeon are gods. Unless you, Sake Iori, genuinely strive to become stronger, humanity will be annihilated. Sake pressed further, so, if I fail to meet your conditions, I will die. Yes. Consider this a warning. Sake Iori, you are too weak. Show me that you can grow stronger, even if only a fraction of your previous power. Saki's expression turned serious as he thought, I understand. The dungeon's consciousness acts as a kind of messenger. This seems almost too easy. Yet, the thing I blame myself most for is my own weakness relying on outside help. Honestly, I was pitiful. I could not even save Kanda and nearly died. I had been far too confident in my strength. I truly believed I was strong enough to defeat anything. There should have been a limit to show me how powerless I really was. Even the shadow of a proud archmage pales in comparison. His eyes briefly shone with resolute determination. With firm conviction, Sake answered the dungeon, "Very well, I accept your proposal." The dungeon asked once more, "The four gods possess tremendous power. Do you, in your current state, have the strength to face them?" "I will give everything I have to grow stronger and ensure I do not lose," he replied. "I am counting on you." "Very well." The Archmage's reincarnation is transferred. Sake closed his eyes tightly. This illusion. It is correct, it is my rebirth. Then he smiled and said, "All right. See you soon." Immediately, his consciousness returned to his body. His attire had also changed. The monster in front of him stared in utter shock. What? Sake felt stunned too, not understanding what had just happened to him. What? The monster narrowed its eyes and said, "You look different and fully recovered." Sake curled a half smile. "Not just how I look," he said. The creature pressed its massive bulk down on him, sneering, "So you have grown stronger, you still do not grasp the gap in rank, do you?" Sake said nothing. He snapped his fingers, baiting it. Instantly the monster surged forward, lunging straight at him. "Do not taunt me, fight," it roared. "Kanda, watch out," she cried in alarm. But the strike slammed into an illusion that looked exactly like Sake. "What the?" the monster spat. Sake easily caught the blow with his hand. He fixed the creature with a hard stare. "And where did your confidence go?" he asked. The monster flew into a rage and flailed a massive arm. Its momentum carried it off balance and it toppled to the ground. It tried to capitalize, hammering its fists into the earth, but not a single hair on Sake was ruffled. Not a scratch. Kanda's eyes widened. A blinding light flared from him. "Get lost," Sake shouted, and the monster was slammed aside. It scrambled to regain footing, bracing itself to avoid rolling. Sake did not stop. He raised his hand again, and a crushing weight bore down on the creature's body. It screamed in pain as he pressed down relentlessly. The monster went limp and rolled, groaning. Sake spoke in a low voice, "You are strong, I will admit it. I lost before. Now I will give you a merciful end." The monster begged frantically, "Please, spare me," but Sake remained cold. "I am not stupid enough to be fooled again," he said. Enraged, the creature cursed, "Damn it, am I really going to die in a place like this, even in its transformed state?" Sake formed a blue barrier around it. "Shut up," he ordered. The monster ground its teeth, thinking, "I can't move if not for you. I could have destroyed humanity." It started to panic. "No, this can't be the end." It wailed as Sake clenched his fist. The creature's body began to disintegrate. "Damn it, I refuse to die here." Within seconds, it had crumbled away into dust. Sake could not help but murmur, "Odd, so strong. God, I had to get that strong again." Sake sat on the ground, staring blankly at Kanda's retreating figure. He lowered his gaze and asked, "Are you okay, Kanda?" She furrowed her brow, giving him a wary look. "Yeah, I am fine. But what was that transformation just now?" Sake replied calmly, "It is part of my magic." Kanda could not help but exclaim, "Your power. It is incredible. I have never seen anything like it." Turning his back to her, he spoke in a low voice, "I can only use that strength in certain situations. I won't be able to use it again for a while. But even before that, I was already as strong as stronger than you. The association should have ranked me S-class." Sake fell silent, watching her for a moment before turning his face away. "Actually, I refused the rank for a few reasons." Kanda did not press further. She closed her eyes slowly. "I understand. Then I won't pry. Thank you. Now let us destroy the dungeon core and get out of here as soon as possible." She quickly stood, brushing the sand from her dress. "Right," she said, but after kneeling for so long, her legs trembled slightly from numbness. She lost her balance and began to lean to one side. Saki's reflexes were swift. He caught her before she fell. Kanda blinked, startled, and looked straight into his face. "Ah. Sorry." Without emotion, he advised, "You just used a lot of energy. Do not push yourself. I can carry you if you do not mind." She blushed slightly. Thank you. Let us just go with that. With that, Sake gently lifted her onto his back. Kanda wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and, summoning her courage, asked, "Why did you come here, Sake?" He answered honestly, "I felt guilty for refusing your offer, so I intended to clear the dungeon before you arrived. But it seems you got here first." Kanda looked a little surprised. "Oh. I see. But I am glad you arrived in time." She could not resist resting her head against his back. "I am really happy. Thank you." Seeing this, Saki's face suddenly flushed. "Anytime you need me." Kanda's voice softened. "Sake. Huh. Would you want to go out with me?" Sake froze, completely stunned by her sudden question. She continued, pressing him gently, "Or do you already have someone else?" "No. Not really," he replied. "Then why so suddenly?" "I just thought I wanted to be your boyfriend," she said candidly. Sake felt a little embarrassed. "That is too fast. So, no, can we at least start as friends?" "All right. Let us do that for now." She smiled softly. Sake carried Kanda over to the dungeon core, gently setting her down. "Wait a moment." A brilliant golden light shone across the area, revealing a sparkling crystal below. Kanda spoke softly, "Is that the grimoire's liberation?" Sake glanced at her. "You know about it, that is a rare item in high-level dungeons used to awaken hidden magic." "How do you know?" "Only a few people know. Such info is usually shared internally among S-class members." "I see," he thought. "So if I become S-class, I will gain access to more useful information." That means Ren's two skills came from using the grimoire's liberation. Sake slowly reached for the crystal. In an instant, it shattered into countless small fragments that fell gently to the ground. The scene shifted. Outside the dungeon gate, a long line of people had already gathered. Only 4 A-rank and 2 B-rank hunters truly understood how dire the situation was, but they had even called in an S-rank. Satsuki Ren. The crowd murmured restlessly among themselves. "I heard an A-rank went in alone." "Yeah, but even S-rank Kanda struggled in there. He is probably not going to make a difference." Hearing that, Ren narrowed his eyes. If even she had trouble, then none of these people stand a chance. Lucky me, I happened to have some free time despite my packed schedule. Just then, a brilliant golden light burst from the dungeon entrance. Everyone turned toward it in shock. "Looks like we came for nothing. I guess she handled it after all." Ren's expression hardened in confusion. Moments later, Sake emerged slowly from the dungeon carrying Kanda on his back. Gasps erupted throughout the gathered crowd. "Is that guy carrying Kanda?" Ren's eyes widened the moment he recognized him. "Iori." Sake noticed him and called out, "Ren, you came to help too." Ren hurried over. "Yeah, but if you were the one who went in there, then that explains everything." Sake lowered his voice. "I will explain later. Right now, I need to take Kanda to rest." Without another word, he turned and walked away. The onlookers were drenched in sweat, staring after the two of them. Who is that guy? He even knows Satsuki. Meanwhile, Sake was thinking, damn it, I drew attention again. But this is not the time to worry about that. The city at night glittered under the vast sky, its towers glowing in warm light, a strangely peaceful view after the chaos. Following Kanda's directions, Sake carried her to her home. He stopped in front of an impressive mansion radiating wealth. He blinked, surprised. "Wow. Seriously?" "That is right," she said softly. He stared at the house, eyes wide. "So this is where you live?" Her voice trembled. "My father's a researcher." Sake turned toward her at the sound of her voice. "Wait, did I say that out loud?" "Amazing," he thought to himself. Kanda gave him a cold look. "No, but your face might as well have said it." "Is that so?" he muttered awkwardly. She slowly pushed open the gate. "Before you go, would you like to be friends with me?" "Of course," Sake answered immediately. Her cheeks flushed bright red. "Then let us go out together sometime soon." He hesitated. "Right now, I have got a mountain of things to deal with, so maybe we can postpone that for a bit." "Is that okay?" "Sure," she said softly. "Thank you. Get some rest, okay?" "Yeah. See you soon." Kanda smiled at him, turning her face toward the light. Sake waved back. See you. Then he turned and walked away into the night. Left alone, Kanda leaned against the gate, pressing her hands to her flushed face. The scene shifted again to Saki's apartment. It was late. Nearly everyone was asleep, and the lights were out. Only the soft silver glow of the moon spilled into the quiet living room, where Sake sat in silence. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. I was too arrogant. I relied on my magic and assumed I could easily handle a monster like that. But I was wrong. My overconfidence nearly got me killed. I need to get back to where I was. Meanwhile, Sphere was humming happily in another room, dancing with a food box in her arms. She noticed the living room door open and floated in. You are home late, she said cheerfully. Kotoha's already asleep. But seeing Sake sitting there quietly, she frowned. Iori. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glimmering in the moonlight. Sphere. I am going to get stronger. Sphere blinked in surprise. Huh, that is out of nowhere. Why the sudden change of heart? Sake stood and pulled open the curtains, letting the moonlight flood the room. I realized I have been too proud, that is all. And I do not think I am strong enough to protect the peaceful life I have now. That is why I want to become the strongest again. Nothing more, nothing less. You will help me, won't you, Sphere? He turned slightly, glancing at her. Sphere hovered there for a few seconds, stunned, then burst into laughter, spinning around him excitedly. Looks like you are finally serious. Do you even know how long I have been waiting for this moment? Fine, why not? I will be your strictest overseer. Sake smiled faintly. Thank you, Sphere. The next morning dawned clear and bright, just like any other. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sunlight spilling over the world. As usual, Sake and Kotoha sat down together for breakfast. He lowered his voice slightly. Hey, Kotoha. Would you mind if I became famous? She immediately replied, cheerful and unbothered. Huh, not at all. Actually, I would brag about it to my friends. Sphere interjected from nearby, teasing, he is the only one who worries about her. That is just how he is. Thanks, Kotoha. Now I can put all my effort into it. It won't be a problem. I know that is what you want. Sake took a bite of bread, then added, just in case, maybe we should move to a new house. Kotoha's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she shouted, I get to live in a new house, that is amazing. Sake looked at her, slightly surprised by her enthusiasm. Alright, let us find a new one together. Yes, Kotoha had already laid out miniature models of various houses, ready for the search. She strapped on her bag, beaming, and said, Okay, I am off now. Sake smiled and waved. Then let us get started. Later, Sake stood atop a tall building. With a swift motion, he shot into the sky. A bright blue light shimmered around him, and soon a spiritual beast appeared. Sphere held on tightly to his jacket, calling out in surprise, Iori, where are you going? He answered calmly, to get stronger, I need a proper training ground. I am heading to an abandoned island. An abandoned island, Sphere gasped, panicked. Is that safe? I mean. You did not buy the whole thing, right? Sake shrugged, nonchalant. No one knows about it. And if they do, I will deal with it later. Sphere sighed in mild exasperation. So this is him when he is serious. After a while of flying, they finally reached the small island. Sphere looked around, curious. There are a bunch of crappy islands here. Which one are we picking? Sake frowned slightly, surveying the terrain from above. If possible. One with fewer hills. What about that one over there? Quite a few trees, but mostly flat. Alright, let us go with that one. With that, the two of them descended onto the small, flat island on the edge. Sphere watched as Sake stood still for a moment and asked, So? What do we do now? He glanced around, expression serious. Is not it obvious, we flatten it? On the wide beach, Sphere clasped her hands together, swinging her legs back and forth as she asked, Sir, you said we are solving a problem, but exactly. How do we start? Sake gazed forward, his expression serious. My top priority is a development base, a place where I can produce all the materials needed for dungeon diving. Immediately, Sphere made the connection. I guess that is like a shelter, so. Let us start by building a simple house first. He nodded in agreement. Then let us scout the island for a good spot to construct it. Recalling the topography of the area, Sake assessed silently. Most of this island is flat, but there is a lot of vegetation. We need to ensure there is enough space. Sphere's eyes lit up as she pointed excitedly toward a direction. Sake, I found a spot that looks pretty good over there. They approached, and Sake murmured in acknowledgement, there is a cave. Seems large enough to house the development base I have in mind. Suddenly, he froze for a moment. Right before them, a nest of snakes was wriggling about, clearly noticing their presence. Sphere panicked, shouting, a whole nest of snakes. The snakes thrashed violently, striking at them, but Saki's glowing red eyes caused them to hesitate, recoiling in fear. He observed them scurrying past and guessed. Their instincts probably tell them their lives are in danger. Saki's expression shifted. I do feel a little guilty about using this spot. But I have made my decision. He looked toward the mess of trees and undergrowth at the cave entrance. Now, we need a door and some furnishings to spruce the place up a bit. Raising his voice, he called, Nemea, I order you to chop some of the surrounding trees and bring them back to the cave. Sphere observed its obedient movements and commented with a smile. Now Nemea is like a domestic pet, none of that awe-inspiring aura it had when we first brought it back. Sake chuckled softly. Do not worry. It is adorable, is not it? After assigning tasks, he cracked his knuckles, preparing to renovate the cave. We should get started now. After a short while, he exhaled with satisfaction. Just focusing on the essentials is enough. Sphere, excited, held up a wooden hammer, eyes wide with curiosity. These are all items from your previous life, right? Sake wiped sweat from his brow without answering, his gaze distant. Let us see how Nemea is doing. Immediately, it appeared confidently, its face expecting praise. Sake surveyed the cleared land, astonished. The dense forest has turned into an empty lot. Nemea must have worked very hard. He turned to it, patting its head. Good lion. Sphere, standing nearby, added, you have got quite the pet, sir. Then, Sake grabbed a knife and prepared to act. Thanks, Nemea. Now I can make a proper door. With a swift, precise dance of his blade, rough logs gradually took shape. Looking at the finished wooden door, Sake relaxed. All right, the foundation is done. Sphere clapped her hands, impressed. That was not too hard, excitedly. She asked, so, what is next, sir? Sake explained, the only way I can get stronger is to earn skill points and use them to acquire new magic from the Forbidden Realm. In other words, leveling up. Sphere's face twisted in disbelief. Sake raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why do you look so shocked? She threw her hands up in exasperation. Of course I am shocked, I mean. Why are we on a deserted island building a base? If all you need to do is level up, your friend could just head to Tokyo and occupy the dungeons herself. Sake interrupted her, correcting her assumption. I think you have misunderstood. This natural base is essential for leveling up. After finishing his explanation, Sake produced 2 colored stones imbued with magical energy. Sphere's eyes widened in surprise. Magic stones. Sake began to explain, the dungeons I can enter are not easy. To grow stronger, I need to face increasingly powerful enemies. That is why I will use the magic stones I have collected even after Kotoha's healing and create a powerful golem. As night fell over the modern city, a dark, resentful thought stirred in someone far away. Damn it. How can that kid be this strong? Nearby, a squishy, round mass appeared by the roadside. The monster inside muttered to itself, thank heavens I prepared a backup body. Thanks to it, I escaped death even after losing the dungeon. But now I have to start over. And it is all that brat's fault. At that moment, a young man walked by. As he passed under a lamppost, a strange sound came from above. The squishy form suddenly lunged downward, its upper half resembling a translucent jellyfish. The young man let out a piercing scream and fell unconscious. Moments later, he stirred, propping himself up on one hand. As he tried to rise, his face twisted into a distorted expression, almost as if possessed. I will regain my strength immediately. And this time, I will dominate everything. Back on the island, Saki's voice rang out, calm and confident, as I said, I will use the magic stones I gathered after Kotoha recovered to create an even stronger golem. Sphere's face lit up in a joyful smile. I understand now, that is why we needed this place. Sake nodded proudly. Exactly. Let us get started, shall we? A magical furnace appeared, flames glowing brightly within. First, I will use the furnace to remove impurities from the stones, then forge them until they become high-purity ingots. I will use all the magic stones I have. Sphere paused to calculate. Each stone takes 10 minutes to process. How many do you need to make the golem? Sake pondered briefly. About 50 stones, plus 5 ingots. The outer layer will be made from magic stones, while the core comes from the ingots. A sparkling ingot appeared, its colors dazzling. I want the inner core to be of the highest quality, so all high-tier magic stones will be reserved for it. Sphere's eyes widened. Sounds like an expensive project. And it will take way longer than I expected. Sake spoke softly. Yes. That is why I want you to handle making the ingots for me. Sphere gasped, shocked. Huh, why do I have to do that? She pouted and protested, this is not fair. Sake sighed, glancing at her. Did not you say you would help me become stronger? Her voice carried a mix of frustration and resignation. I can. But I did not think it would involve this much work. Once again, Sphere groaned. And there is no internet here at all. Sake exhaled deeply. You have been spoiled by all those gadgets, have not you? Suddenly, Sphere's expression turned serious. But I have decided to help you become stronger. If I do not help lift the seal, then who will? Sake smiled. Thank you, Sphere. With an expectant tone, he added, and when it comes to awakening Nemea, I doubt you could handle that many magic stones by yourself. I will leave Nemea in your care. Hearing his words, Nemea immediately sat up. All right, help her properly. Sphere beamed, looking at the adorable lion beside her. Sake turned to leave, giving a gentle wave. I am counting on you to refine these magic stones from Tier B to Tier S. Sphere nodded. Do not worry. But what will you do while I work on this, Iori? Sake glanced back. Actually, I do not think I have enough magic stones yet, so I will head back to Tokyo to gather more. White wings spread into the sky as he prepared for flight. I am an A-rank adventurer, so I can enter B-rank dungeons or lower. Ahead of him loomed a vast, ominous castle. The Haunted Castle Dungeon. I need to collect as many magic stones as possible. Going alone is more convenient than going with a team. The surroundings were peaceful, quiet. Sake appeared, his expression serious, scanning the things that were making those eerie sounds. Suddenly his eyes flared with a golden light. Blue beams shot out, slicing through the monsters and sending them flying. Sake thought to himself, got 5 Tier 8 magic stones. He paused, then mused, already found this many just by entering. Looks like whatever adventurer discovered this dungeon has not actually gone inside yet. He looked around silently. All the better more magic stones, even if it might be a little dangerous. Behind him, a stranger appeared, looking troubled. He ground his teeth. Who the hell is that? Took out a whole bunch of threats like that. Watching Saki's retreating figure, he worried, thinking, rank A, maybe even rank S, but I have never seen an A rank like him. Who the hell is this guy? His memories flickered back to a trap he would set that had gone wrong. Damn it, that trap of mine failed thanks to that bastard, my whole plan's blown. He slunk away, resigned. Can't do anything about it now. I will sneak out and pretend I was never here. Saki's voice called out, oh, as he closed the distance to the man. So you are the one who gathered up all the monsters here. Startled, the man yelped, huh, he fumbled for words. When did you get here? Sake replied calmly, I sensed someone nearby, so I came to check. Do not think you can hide. In his mind Sake replayed a thought from the fight. In a dungeon you can't tell whether something's murder or an accident. Who knows how many criminals like him are out there. The man activated a vanish skill and began to fade into nothing. Hey, what if you catch me? No matter how strong you are, you will never catch me in your dreams. Sake watched him, arms folded. A skill that erases your presence entirely, he thought. This one's stronger than invisibility, but too bad for him he ran into me. Suddenly his eyes lit up again. You can't escape my eyes of insight. The man blinked. In the next instant he reappeared at the doorway, hurried and off balance. Sake sprinted, landed a solid blow to the man's head, and the fellow yelped. How did you see me? He demanded. Sake shrugged casually. Who knows, I am wondering that myself. Dawn was breaking. In front of them stood a large supermarket. Sake stood coolly while the man was hauled away. He and Hamada watched in silence. Hamada smiled gratefully. Thanks for the help, Sake. That criminals caused a lot of dungeon disasters. Sake gave a small smile. Glad I could help. Hamada continued. Just yesterday you cleared the demon forest, how can I ever thank you? He added, you went into the dungeon alone today. Sake answered, yes. Hamada admired him. You are dedicated. If you change your mind, tell us and we will promote you immediately. Sake answered softly, I will think about it. Hamada excused himself. If you will excuse me. Sake waved him off. Thoughts kept running through Sake's head, rank S. I never thought I would accept that request, but right now it might be the best route. Not yet, though. A flash of Kotoha's bright smile entered his mind. At least find the next home and make sure Kotoha is safe. He closed his eyes and sighed. There is so much to do. For now, his gaze fixed on the mysterious gate ahead. Focus on clearing the next dungeon.